2025. And Europe is down 1%, and we do still hope for and expect some fiscal spending, maybe coming from Germany. And there's a lot of debate in Parliament this week, so maybe you see some results, and that could be also positive for Europe, not only for the US.
Hope doesn't necessarily, though, get the returns. And I am wondering how much you're seeing people double down on this Europe bet at a time where the US potentially could grow a lot faster because of rate cuts. And then you've got France getting downgraded over the weekend. You have, yes, this potential spend by Germany, but even the ECB is talking about a 1%, 1.3% growth rate over the next number of years. Are you suggesting clients double down on that European story, or are you saying, let's just hold out, watch, and keep hoping?
I would say we suggest to double down on Europe because we do expect fiscal spending. I agree the absolute number, 1.3, 1.2% growth, doesn't sound very compelling. But if you think of the potential growth in Europe, it's roughly 0.4%, much lower than the US, by the way. And maybe you can bring this a little bit up with fiscal spending. I think there is room for performance. And as we see, Europe is clearly underinvested in many, many client portfolios from the US, from the rest of the world, from Asia. And interestingly, I get a lot of requests to explain about Euro. And normally that comes with some money, which is then invested later, but it needs a trigger. And I would say now debates on fiscal spending, especially from Germany, could be a trigger that this gets more intention, and that probably could lead to some money flows as well.
Christian, language is important. You said especially from Germany. Is it exclusively from Germany?
I think most is coming from Germany because obviously in France there's not so much room. Yeah, I would say look at Germany first, but it's the largest economy in the European Union. So from that perspective, I would expect some money to go into Germany because that should be in the news with the budget discussions this week and next week as well. So from that perspective, maybe start with Germany. That's what we also tell the clients.
Who and what do you think benefits from that fiscal spending in Germany? We've already seen a monster rally in the European banks earlier this year.
Yeah, if you look from that perspective, right, so here the picture is a bit different, right? We do expect from the ECB not as many cuts as we do expect from the Fed. Max of 1, where if at all, so it's a lower level, of course, ECB being at 2%, Fed much higher, of course. But if you look, we still have some inflationary pressures, not too much, but there's still a steep curve, and that's positive for financials. So that call we made quite some time ago is still on. From that perspective, we think it's quite interesting to still look into this. And many banks are still trading below book value. So from that perspective, it remains quite interesting given the interest rate environment we are in here in Europe.
That's the medium term. This week, I'm curious about the reaction function in markets. If we do get a signal from the Fed that they're going to cut more steeply, do you go out and buy gold?
We have already a lot of gold in the portfolios, to be very honest. I still like it. Our forecast also, to give you a number, is 3,800. So up from here again. It has been quite a call because there's so much discussions which currency you want to invest in. Of course, dollar, but everything in euro, probably also not everything in renminbi. No, that's why people look into buying gold. We think that's continuing. Central banks are buying gold, but also retail investors are looking into this. I think the trend will continue. But we have already quite a portion of gold and enjoying quite a nice rally. But as I said, we think that could continue as well, with our forecast being 3,800.
Underlying that question is this question about government bonds and just the developed markets, whether they still count as the haven asset. Do you view the rally that we've seen in long-term bonds, particularly in the United States, not necessarily in Europe, as reaffirming this quality of the securities at a time where there have been a lot of questions?
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. I've just discussed with a lot of clients that also if you look at corporates, that's quite interesting, right? Look at the size of some corporates and then the discussions about higher debt levels. What's quite interesting for me, what we have seen is US yields not moving higher. In Europe, you have seen some yields moving higher also in Asia. So there seems to be a lot of discussion about the US government bonds, but maybe at one point in time, I think if yields were to go to higher, maybe some Fed action can also be expected. On the other hand, if you look at Europe, France, of course, moving higher, better today, but there was also a downgrade. So I think, yes, it's still an anchor, but I think clients should also take into account the power of a lot of corporate bonds. And from that perspective, investment-grade corporate bonds, I think, is a very important trade clients should also debate.
Christian, enjoyed this. It's good to get your thoughts. Christian Nalting there of Deutsche Bank Private Bank. He likes what's happening with investment-grade credit, likes gold, and likes Europe, and thinks investors should be having another look and maybe doubling down. We've had a 60% move in European banks on the Euro Stoxx 50 so far this year.
Coming from a low bar, and this question of how much further it can go, a lot of people are saying, look, it can't go down much more on a relative basis. And if you do get stimulus, that could be supportive in a new way.
We could have some monetary stimulus later on this week. The Federal Reserve set to cut interest rates by 25 basis points, and maybe, who knows, maybe more. Up next, Russ Kostrick of BlackRock, Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners, the former New York Fed President Bill Dudley, and Elle Davis of BMO. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance just around the corner.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso eu começo, eu não sabia o que fazer.
Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home there, they are suffering. And someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
As long as we have a solid enough economy, then I think the bull story is very much intact.
You don't want to be overly bearish at this point in the cycle.
There's an opportunity cost to being too defensive in this market.
Equity market, I think, definitely thinks that there'll be this reacceleration in the economy.
The stock market just wants to look past the weakness in the data.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. For our audience worldwide, the second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. Equity futures on the S&P 500 bouncing back very close to all-time highs, up by 0.2% so far this morning. That's stocks, sneak peek of bonds, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year bond yields. Yields lower at the front end just by a little bit, 355. At the long end on 10s, just north of 4% on 30s. 468. Going into the big one later this week, it's all about Wednesday. Chairman Powell, decision, news conference, and some very important forecasts.
Because right now, it's not necessarily about whether they cut 25 or 50 basis points. It's about the trajectory of what they signal going forward. Do they ratify the market's expectation for 150 basis points of cuts by the end of next year? Could they even go more, and why? Is it because of weakness or is it because of something else? You were talking about 2 10s, 30s. I'm watching the 10s. President Trump was talking about mortgage rates. Let's see what happens with the mortgage rates if the Fed does signal it's ready to go big.
Bond yields down for 4 consecutive weeks to the long end on 10s. That's something I don't think we've seen since, I believe, February. So it's been quite a while. That's a decent run. Let's talk about why. Is that about the pivot to interest rate cuts from the Federal Reserve, or a bond market that's starting to trade on the weaker economic data that's been building through summer and into September?
You know, I don't know that we know the answer. I'm going to be really honest and say I don't know. It could be a little bit of both, that the weaker data suggests that we aren't going to get this runaway inflation that would make people concerned about buying longer-term bonds. Maybe there's some sense of the income coming from tariffs, but maybe the bond market and the stock market aren't talking to each other. And right now, the bond market is counting on certain aspects that the stock market is just ignoring, because if it really were trading on weakness, why would stocks be rallying to the degree that they are, led by, you got it, the cyclicals and small caps?
Small caps. So the Russell has had a tremendous run through the whole of August and into September. 6 weeks, I believe. Laurie Calver, senior of RBC, on the programme a little bit earlier, saying that the Russell and the small caps are trading almost exclusively on rate cut bets. And she finds that problematic because she believes it should be trading on the growth story. And she's not got that much confidence in it.
And she's talking about people who rally around it, then take a look at the fundamentals and say, oh no, and run the other way. Julian Emanuel of Evercore ISI put it really well over the weekend when he said the ultimate difference between whether you get a risk asset rally after Wednesday or not will be whether the Fed is cutting because they have to or because they can. Right now, the market is betting that they will because they can, and because the composition on the Fed will allow them to tweak things on the edges to help the long end as well.
The rally continues, positive by 0.2% on the S&P 500. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Russ Kostrick of BlackRock, with stocks rallying ahead of this week's Fed decision. Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners joins us as the US and China work to hammer out a trade deal, and the former New York Fed President Bill Dudley as President Trump pushes for a big rate cut. We begin this out with stocks reaching record highs as investors bank on the first Fed cut of the year so far. Russ Kostrick of BlackRock looking beyond this week, writing, we expect a resumption of the Fed's easing campaign to begin with the September meeting and continue into 2026. Russ joins us now for more. Russ, welcome to the programme, sir. Let's talk about those expectations for 26. Less interested in 25. What's the big view into next year?
Hey, good morning, Jonathan. I think the big view is the Fed is going to begin their cutting cycle. Now, again, we can debate how far it goes, how long it goes, but this is interesting because it's not just this question of do they have to, can they, it's also the context. And the context is that while we have generally some weakening in the labor market, we know there are parts of the consumer space that are feeling some pain. Generally, the economy is doing okay. We printed 3.3% growth in Q2. So we're not getting these cuts in the context of a collapsing economy, in imminent recession. And generally, when you see the Fed cutting and the economy in decent shape, that for the most part has been a good environment for risky assets.
So, Russ, that's a good argument for equities. But you've also got an argument for bonds, too. And Litra and I have been talking about this recent outperformance of the long end, the flattening we've seen over the past 2 weeks, and the pitch from you and the team that maybe now is a good time to start adding some duration back in. What do you think is driving the long end of the curve now?
The long end is a little bit different. To be clear, we've been adding a lot of our duration in the front to the belly of the curve, which is the part we generally like the most. We have added a bit more longer out, and we've gotten our duration closer to benchmark. So what's happening? A couple things. One, obviously, changing reaction function from the Fed. But the also is, the other factor is, we don't believe we're heading to recession. We've had some very clear signs over the last, several months. One, that despite the tariffs, we're not getting that expected significant spike in inflation. And second, and more to the point, the labor market has softened significantly. Now, again, to some extent, it can soften because we're in an environment where the supply of labor is much slower than it was in 23 and 24 when immigration was higher. So a 4.3% unemployment rate, not that scary, but the job creation, that's definitely slowing. I think the bond market is partly reacting to that in particular.
How much, Russ, do you think the bond market's reacting to the expectation that the Fed and the Treasury will work in tandem to issue fewer long bonds and potentially tweak some of the purchases of the Fed's balance sheet to give a supportive oomph to some of these bonds?
You know, that may be part of it. I think the other part of it is that while we definitely have a long-term fiscal problem, one of the things that is occurring is that with this sharp jump in tariffs, you are seeing a rise in government revenue. So that, again, long-term, we can debate whether or not that's going to be offset, the spending, the tax cuts. But the reality is we're not seeing a significant deterioration in real time. And one of the reasons the long end of the curve has come down so sharply is that term premium has come down.
I guess I'm trying to put this all together, Russ, because in the past, when bonds rallied on the prospect of slower growth, that wasn't great for cyclical stocks, and you wouldn't see this rebound, and you wouldn't see this rebound in profits. And at the same time, people are saying, well, there's value there from a returns perspective. Where is the dissonance here in terms of, is this still the soft landing people were looking for? What are people getting wrong when they say either we're going to get some sort of reacceleration in inflation or you're going to get some sort of more significant downturn as signified by some of the employment data of late?
So this, I think, is exactly the right question. I think the disconnect is the junk, small cap, lower quality value rally. Now, we've seen a bunch of these before. There was an anti-momentum trade in July. That has become a seasonal thing. We've seen probably 4 or 5 small cap rallies the last 18 months. It's been a rent not own trade. But I completely agree with you. If your thesis is, look, the Fed is cutting because the economy is moderating, the labor market is slowing, it's not obvious why you go down in quality, buying small caps, buying some of the value names that have been ripping in a world in which you're going to get less operating leverage because the economy is a bit more moderate. In that environment, I would expect growth in quality to lead. Now, to be clear, a lot of the AI trades have done exceptionally well. We saw Oracle last week. Having said that, I do think that if we are going to have a slower economy and we are going to see the Fed cutting into that, that's not the optimal environment. That's not the optimal regime for some of these more speculative trades that have been working over the past 10 to 12 weeks. I would start to fade those.
Russ, how much are we seeing the return of Buy America in bulk? This idea that any kind of Sell America earlier this year has retraced and then it's continuing to build versus sort of an equilibrium now once that sort of buy, sell, buy really took hold?
I think we're in a little bit of an equilibrium, and it's interesting. If you look at the S&P 500, you look at the SX5E in Europe, you look at the Nikkei, they're all within 1 or 2% of each other. So, you know, that early underperformance by the U.S. has been closed. And we're in a world where the regional differences in returns have been much more a function of the currency effect than it has been in the markets. But I do think the U.S. is still probably the best bet longer term. And the simple reason for that is earnings. You know, again, look at Q2. We had all the uncertainty about tariffs. You started the season with expectations for 4% growth. You ended with 11 to 12% growth. Where was the strongest growth? Technology, communications, areas where the rest of the world tends to be underweight. So as long as that dynamic's in place, as long as those secular trends are in place, I still think the U.S. can outperform over the longer term.
Russ, you just mentioned the currency factor. Let's lean into that just a little bit. What are the benefits from here looking out of continuing to maintain that allocation to gold?
You know, the gold is, I think, it's a smaller allocation, but it is critical because of what it does in the portfolio. And it's a bit tricky. Now, Jonathan, as you know, a lot of people think about it as an inflation hedge. Well, that didn't work so well in 2022 when rates were skyrocketing. Gold, in our mind, is a store of value. And in particular, it's a store of value given, you know, concerns about the dollar long term, given concerns about deficits long term. And let's be clear, it's not just the U.S. You know, we've had fiscal concerns that have affected the market in Japan, or recently in France. In a world where you have these structural deficits, I think one of the things investors are looking for is what asset can I own? Governments can't print more of. That's why gold has been working, in my opinion. And given the dynamics, I think it continues to work over the coming years.
It's had another massive year so far, at least. Russ, appreciate your insight. and your input. Russ Kostrick there of BlackRock, the latest on financial markets. Speaking of deficits, let's make it super local, hyper local. Let's bring it all the way here to New York City. Governor Kathy Hochul of New York City, of New York, endorsing the mayoral candidate for New York City, Zohran Mamdani. The president saying this on social media. This is a rather shocking development and a very bad one for New York City. How can such a thing happen? Washington will be watching this situation very closely. And then the important line here, Lisa, no reason to be sending good money after bad.
In some ways, his interference or his involvement in this election is going to expedite a number of Democrats coalescing around Zohran Mamdani. And you've already seen that with Democrats saying we can't let him win, right? This is turning it into which side are you on? And this is the big fear actually for Democrats is that Zohran Mamdani will end up representing the Democratic Party in the midterm elections. It just highlights, and I really
한편에서는 다음 주로 다가온 연준의 금리 인하 기대감이 시장을 떠받치고 있고 다른 한편에서는 G7의 러시아 추가 제재 논의와 미중 갈등이 지정학적 리스크를 키우고 있습니다. 이 두 힘의 충돌, 어떻게 해석해야 할지 집중적으로 분석해 보겠습니다.
네, 시장의 관심은 온통 다음 주에 있을 중앙은행들의 슈퍼위크에 쏠려 있습니다. 특히 미국 연방준비제도의 금리 인하가 거의 확실시되는 분위기입니다. 로이터가 경제학자 107명을 설문한 결과 105명이 0.25%포인트 인하를 전망했습니다. 최근 발표된 8월 고용 둔화와 미시간대 소비자 심리 지수가 5월 이후 최저치인 55.4로 떨어진 것이 결정적인 근거가 되고 있습니다.
소비 심리가 예상보다 더 위축되고 있다는 건 그만큼 경제 둔화 우려가 커졌다는 신호겠군요. 이것이 연준의 금리 인하를 압박하는 요인이 되는 거고요.
정확합니다. 소비가 꺾이면은 기업 실적과 경제 전반에 타격을 주니까요. 연준으로서는 더 이상 금리 인하를 늦추기 어려운 상황에 처한 겁니다. 시장은 이미 9월 인하를 기정사실로 받아들이고 연말까지 두 차례 추가 인하 가능성까지 가격에 반영하고 있습니다. 도이체방크는 아예 올해 남은 모든 회의에서 25bp씩 금리를 내릴 것이라는 파격적인 전망까지 내놨습니다.
연준뿐만 아니라 다른 주요국 중앙은행들도 움직임이 예상되죠?
네, 캐나다 중앙은행도 금리 인하가 유력하고 영란은행은 동결이 예상되지만 소수 비둘기파적 반대 의견이 나올 것으로 보입니다. 반면 일본은행은 동결 기조를 유지할 가능성이 높습니다. 이렇게 각국의 통화 정책이 갈리는 탈동조화 현상이 나타나고 있는데 이는 투자자들에게 더 복잡한 환경을 의미합니다. 각국 경제 상황에 맞춰 포트폴리오를 정교하게 조정해야 한다는 뜻이죠.
이렇게 통화정책 완화 기대감이 커지는 와중에 지정학적 리스크라는 찬물이 끼얹어지고 있습니다. G7이 러시아에 대한 새로운 제재를 논의하고 있다고요?
그렇습니다. 미국이 G7 동맹국들에게 러시아산 원유를 구매하는 중국과 인도 같은 국가들의 최대 100%의 고율 관세를 부과하자고 제안했습니다. 러시아의 전쟁 자금줄을 완전히 차단하겠다는 강력한 의지 표명입니다. 이 제안이 현실화된다면 유가는 다시 한번 급등할 수 있고 글로벌 공급망에 큰 충격을 줄 수 있습니다. 에너지 가격 상승은 인플레이션을 다시 자극해서 금리를 내리려는 중앙은행들의 계획에 차질을 줄 수 있는 매우 중요한 변수입니다.
미중 갈등도 다시 고조되는 분위기입니다. 미국이 중국 기업들에 대한 수출 통제 목록을 추가했죠?
네, 미국 상무부가 32개 기업을 수출 제한 명단에 추가했는데 이 중 23개가 중국 기업입니다. 반도체를 포함한 첨단 기술 분야에서 중국을 계속해서 압박하겠다는 의도를 명확히 한 겁니다. 이는 관련 기술주들의 직접적인 영향을 미칠 뿐만 아니라 글로벌 기술 공급망의 불확실성을 키우는 요인입니다. 투자자 입장에서는 특정 기업이 이런 규제에 얼마나 노출되어 있는지 꼼꼼히 따져봐야 합니다.
것이 경제의 불확실성이 큰 상황에서 개별 기업들 소식으로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 테슬라가 전기차를 넘어 로봇으로 무게 중심을 옮기려 한다는 소식이 흥미롭습니다.
네, 일론 머스크가 판매 정체와 높은 주가에 대한 우려를 돌파하기 위해 옵티머스라는 휴머노이드 로봇을 새로운 성장 동력으로 내세우고 있습니다. 하지만 시장의 시선은 곱지 않습니다. 당장 수익이 나는 사업이 아니고 로보택시 역시 상용화까지는 시간이 걸리기 때문이죠. 현재 테슬라의 주가 수익 비율은 155배에 달하는데 이는 기술주 거품 시절과 맞먹는 수준입니다. 투자자들에게 전기차를 넘어선 새로운 비전을 입증해야 하는 큰 숙제를 안고 있는 셈입니다.
리더십 관련 잡음도 계속 나오고 있고요.
맞습니다. 로빈 댄 홀름 이사회 의장이 머스크의 정치적 활동이 판매에 미치는 영향에 대한 우려를 일축하긴 했지만 내부적으로는 미국 시민 대신 비자 소지자를 고용해 임금을 낮추려 했다라는 의혹으로 소송까지 제기된 상태입니다. 이런 내부적인 문제들이 테슬라의 혁신 동력을 갉아먹을 수 있다라는 점은 분명한 리스크 요인입니다.
미디어 업계에서는 또 한 번의 지각 변동이 예고되고 있습니다. 워너브라더스 디스커버리에 대한 인수설이 나왔군요.
네, 최근 합병을 마친 파라마운트 스카이댄스가 워너브라더스 디스커버리 인수를 위해 대부분 현금으로 구성된 입찰을 준비 중이라는 월스트리트 저널의 보도가 나왔습니다. 스트리밍 시장의 경쟁이 격화되면서 생존을 위한 몸집 불리기가 계속되는 모습입니다. 이 거래가 성사된다면 미디어 산업의 지형을 완전히 바꿀 수 있는 메가딜이 될 겁니다. 다만 막대한 자금 조달과 규제 당국의 승인이라는 큰 산을 넘어야 합니다.
애플 소식도 짚어보죠. 중국 시장에서의 신제품 출시가 연기되고 AI 핵심 임원이 퇴사했다는 소식이 들려옵니다.
네, 두 가지 모두 애플에게는 뼈 아픈 소식입니다. 먼저 규제 승인 문제로 중국 본토에서 아이폰 에어 출시가 연기됐습니다. 미중 갈등 속에서 중국 시장의 중요성이 어느 때보다 큰 상황에서 나온 악재라 타격이 있습니다. 여기에 더해 AI 및 검색 담당 고위 임원인 로비 워커가 퇴사 의사를 밝혔습니다. 최근 애플의 AI 인력들이 경쟁사인 메타로 이직하는 사례가 잦았는데 이는 애플이 AI 경쟁에서 뒤처지고 있다는 시장의 우려를 더욱 키울 수 있습니다.
만약 여러분이 애플의 경영진이라면 AI 경쟁력과 중국 시장이라는 두 가지 큰 과제를 해결하기 위해 어떤 전략을 우선적으로 고려하시겠습니까? 잠시 생각해 볼 만한 질문인 것 같습니다. 그 외에 주목할 만한 기업 단신들도 정리해 주시죠.
몇 가지 빠르게 짚어보겠습니다. 영국 온라인 식료품 업체 오카도의 주가가 미국 파트너인 크로거가 자동화 창고 전략을 재검토한다는 소식에 13%나 급락했습니다. 파트너십 리스크가 얼마나 큰지를 보여주는 사례입니다. 반면 농업기업 코르테바는 씨앗과 농약 사업을 두 개 회사로 분할하는 방안을 검토 중이라는 소식에 주가가 1% 상승했습니다. 사업 구조 재편을 통해 가치를 높이려는 시도로 풀이됩니다. 마지막으로 제약사 아스트라제네카는 영국 정부의 지원 축소 등을 이유로 케임브리지 연구 시설에 대한 2억 7천만 달러 규모의 투자를 중단하기로 했습니다. 기업들이 투자 결정을 내릴 때 정부 정책이 얼마나 중요한지를 보여줍니다.
정말 다양한 이슈가 많았네요. 오늘 시장의 핵심 포인트를 정리하고 다음 관전 포인트를 짚어주시죠.
오늘의 핵심은 중앙은행의 완화 기대감과 지정학적 긴축 사이의 줄다리기입니다. 시장은 연준의 금리 인하라는 유동성 공급을 기대하며 위험자산 선호 심리를 유지하려 하지만 G7의 대러시아 제재나 미중 갈등 같은 변수들이 언제든 찬물을 끼얹을 수 있는 형국입니다. 결국 다음 주 수요일에 있을 연준의 FOMC 회의 결과가 단기적인 시장 방향을 결정할 가장 중요한 분수령이 될 겁니다.
금리 인하 폭과 함께 제롬 파월 의장이 기자회견에서 어떤 메시지를 내놓을지가 관건이겠군요.
맞습니다. 시장은 이미 25bp 인하를 가격에 반영했기 때문에 앞으로의 금리 인하 경로에 대한 파월 의장의 발언, 즉 포워드 가이던스에 모든 관심이 집중될 겁니다. 그의 발언 톤에 따라 시장이 안도 랠리를 이어갈지 아니면 불확실성 속에 다시 한번 흔들릴지가 결정될 것입니다.
변동성 높은 시장 상황 속에서 중심을 잡는 것이 중요해 보입니다. 오늘 브리핑은 여기까지입니다.
자, 여기서 AI 개장 브리핑 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 금주 주 속보하고 이제 금일 주요 이벤트 그리고 주말 중 나온 기사, 장전에 나온 기사 등등 하나하나 짚어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 5분 정도 기사 정리 후에 브리핑 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Escalate back to 145%, which the president had on earlier this year. But I'm also not expecting China to purchase any U.S. soy, which is a massive problem and a mounting one for the Trump administration. There are zero orders placed with the farming community for soy from the world's largest purchaser of soybeans. So it's a big problem domestically that I think is getting a lot more outspoken than the Trump administration would have anticipated.
It seems like we're talking about security issues on both sides. It seems like there's anti-dumping concerns on both sides. Are we getting a clear contour of what the ultimate goal on both sides looks like for this trading relationship?
I don't think so, because I think ag is the easiest off-ramp here, and now we're inserting TikTok into the conversation again. And even when we're giving on NVIDIA, China turns around and says, no, that's cool, we don't want those chips anyway. I don't see this coalescing around a clear objective that can get us to another repeat of sort of the phase one agreement that was reached in 2020. That's not the direction that I'm seeing right now, and the expansion into TikTok is really the key signal for me.
How much is this a story about China? How much is this a story about Russia? How intertwined are these two stories as the Chinese and U.S. delegations meet in Madrid?
You know, I'd really put the Senate Republican Conference right in the middle of that conversation. There are 85 senators who want the president to acquiesce to their sanctions package and put on real sanctions against Vladimir Putin. And President Trump continues to resist that effort, and he has given them the Heisman for months now. And I think that's really what's going on with China. And when the president comes out with these massive contingencies, like every single NATO nation has to sanction Russia by having China and India, you get a clear instance of an off-ramp where the president is once again declaring that he will not pass that sanctions bill, not let Senator Thune bring that to the floor. So I think it's actually a three-way situation here that really centers around the United States Senate and the power that they have, that they are not exercising so long as Trump gives them an off-ramp.
Henrietta, doesn't the president have a point to put the pressure on their European partners to say that if you really want to go hard on Russia, this is what you need to do?
I think so, absolutely. But the United States has a very bifurcated approach to the Russia sanctions as well. We'll put tariffs of 50% on India, but not on China. It's obviously a conflict of interest in terms of going to the EU and then saying, hey, y'all, you do this, even though you're going to have to deal with the economic ramifications much more than we will. I also think it's a little duplicitous to say energy prices are low, gas prices are low. Oh, but by the way, I want you to put massive sanctions on anybody buying Russian oil, which will, of course, spur price increases on oil and gas, especially domestically, when we have already high electricity prices. So I think there's a lot of talking out of both sides of your mouth here.
But the messaging is so effective because it exposes the core contradiction of the Europeans, Henrietta, as you know, that they would like the US to join them to go hard on sanctions at the same time they continue to consume Russian energy. Henrietta, what can we do about that? Because that, for me, is the heart of the biggest contradiction in all of this.
Yeah, I think you've got to be able to have a little bit of leeway where you don't make demands like every single NATO nation has to do X, Y, and Z before we will do, you know, F. So that's sort of the direction that I think the administration has gone, which is we will make such high contingencies that we can't find a middle ground. I'd be really surprised if there was anything that came out of the UK, for example, later on this week that suggested that they were going to work in tandem on this. You can jawbone about it, but we obviously need more from the administration in order to actually get Putin to stop invading Ukraine and then branching out into Poland and elsewhere, which is what's occurring.
This was one of the strategies on the part of Russia to split the West, to get the sense that NATO wasn't going to necessarily work together to rein any kind of the fighting in. I wonder if you could just take a step back, given what's happened over the past couple of weeks and given what we're looking at in terms of a likely government shutdown in about 2 weeks' time, and say, have you ever seen, just in terms of both the United States and Europe, a more fractured political backdrop for some of these types of discussions in recent history?
You know, that's an excellent point. And let's layer on that you also have a lot of staunch NATO allies who've taken a back seat in the last year of domestic politics. I'm thinking specifically of Mitch McConnell, for example, who's no longer the majority leader. And he was the main advocate for increased aid to Ukraine, which is another way to, you know, avoid sanctions if you want to, provide aid to Ukraine, provide more funding to get out there. And that's not occurring now. But while we go into this discussion about a government shutdown, you can link all these issues together, which is the best part of this job, is you can tie in a potential farmers bailout, you can tie in more aid to Ukraine, stronger signaling towards NATO, and the administration's willingness to negotiate on a funding deal that will keep $2 trillion in funding going, including $914 billion just to defense. So there's a way to link all of those issues together, and we have a deadline coming up of September 30th, and that's where you can really extract some concessions. And I think that's what we'll get, not in the week of that we're in right now, not this week, but over the 10-day recess they're about to get into, and then definitely over the last 48 hours before a shutdown.
There's nothing easy about this. Joining the dots there, Henrietta Tracer of Vader Partners. Henrietta, thank you. When this war first started, I remember sitting around the table with you and TK talking about this going on for weeks, potentially months. It stretched for years. The president wanted to end it quickly. It is very difficult to end this quickly.
You have Ukraine, which faces an existential threat of its land, and you've got Russia, which believes that Ukraine should be part of Russia and seems pretty set on continuing with the incursion. The question is, are we reaching a tipping point where the escalation has gotten a little bit more extreme, at least from Russia's side, and then also from Ukraine's side? And how does this sort of come to some sort of denouement given the disagreement of how to deal with it?
And that's the latest on geopolitics. Up next on the programme, we bring it back here to the United States and a big decision taking place for financial markets worldwide. Coming up, we'll catch up with the former New York Fed President Bill Dudley as President Trump pushes for the Fed to go big. Plus, Danny Berger has your morning movers. Danny, looking at Tesla as Elon Musk doubles down on the company. That stock is up at a pre-market by more than 7%. From New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV. It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and centre.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time,
helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise.
With some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Two-week winner streak on the S&P 500, likewise on the Nasdaq, up again to kick off the trading week, higher by 0.2% on the S&P, up by about a tenth on the Nasdaq. With 2 hours until the opening bell, let's get you some morning movers. Here's Danny with more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. One of the big decliners this morning, at least in terms of market cap weight, is
자, 주말 중 여러 기사가 많이 나와서 정리에 좀 시간이 소요됐습니다. 자, 주말 중 나온 기사부터 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
But all of this, the backdrop are the high-profile meetings between China and the U.S. in Madrid, so that may be casting a cloud over those discussions. Again, those shares just down under 2%. Meanwhile, Tesla to the upside, which is maybe why the Nasdaq has performed even with the
후기사 관련 기사가 나온 게 하나 있고요.
Shares are up 7.7%.
자, 로이터 통신이 열람한 2021년 대출 서류에 따르면 후기사 연준의 리사 쿡 이사는 애틀란타 주택을 별장으로 신고한 것이 나타났다고 합니다. 자, 이는 쿡 이사가 모기지 사기를 저질렀다는 트럼프 행정부의 주장과 상반되는 내용임을 확인해 볼 수 있습니다.
Advisors from specifically Trump allies in order to try to ingratiate themselves with this administration. They've, according to the Wall Street Journal, met with Susie Wiles, met with Justice Department officials. Shares were up higher, starting to weaken a little bit, but again, they face a lot of pressure, be it government probes or less payments when it comes to things like their Medicare Advantage program. So those shares just notching into the green, John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in the next hour. Given what industry they're in, I'm surprised it's taken this long, aren't you?
I think pretty much any industry that touches regulation in Washington, D.C. and has a popular type of interface would have to be on this kind of level where you want to get some people around you who have some voice into Washington, D.C.
The latest from United Health there, from Danny Berger. More from Danny in the following hour. On a radar this morning, President Trump pushing the Federal Reserve to go big as they meet this week. The president calling Fed Chair Jay Powell incompetent and blaming him for the slumping housing
그리고
market.
다시 한번 연준 관련 기사고요. 자, 연준 의장 후보의 블랙록 리더가 부상했다는 소리입니다. 자, 베센트 재무장관이 차기 연준 의장 후보 중 한 명인 블랙록의 리더와 만났다고 합니다. 자, 베센트 장관은 총 11명의 후보 중 4명과 만났으며 블랙록의 리더와는 2시간 동안 통화 정책, 연준 조직 구조 등에 논의했다고 합니다.
Or whether this is an effort to try to deepen international ties.
I think it's always been a national security concern. They just don't want to do anything about it because of a issue of popularity with the electorate, particularly the younger cohort. And we've seen that play out repeatedly, not just in this administration, but the previous one as well.
You know, it highlights a real tension of how to reach out to younger voters at a time when there has been a huge transformation in the way they get their news. And it highlights a real discomfort with getting rid of a platform, even if it's for national security, that has proven instrumental in a lot of election campaigns. And you see this time and time
그리고 이제
again.
미국과 러시아 관련된 소식이고요. 자, 트럼프 대통령이 나토에 러시아산 원유 수입 중단 및 중국의 최대 100% 관세 부과
in Madrid on this
front
is that, according to a senior official on the US side, the Chinese delegation thought these discussions, both TikTok and trade, would be dealt with together, and the US administration wants to deal with them separately. Are they going to agree on that? Is that a big agreement we can expect, that they're actually just going to put this off to one side?
미국도 강력한 제재를 가할 준비가 되어 있다고 밝혔습니다. 자, 일부 나토 국가의 러시아산 원유 구매를 비판하며 이것이 서방의 협상력을 약화시킨다고 주장했고요. 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁을 끝내기 위한 방안으로 나토 단체로 중국산 제품의 50에서 100%의 고율 관세를 부과할 것을 제안했습니다.
So long as there's no escalation and they just keep talking. They will keep talking. That's the latest from Madrid. Not much so far to report. Elsewhere, New York Governor Kathy Hochul
자, 이 관세는 전쟁이 종료가 되면 철회가 될 것이며 이를 통해 러시아의 강력한 영향력을 행사하는 중국을 압박하여 전쟁을 종식시킬 수 있다고 전했습니다. 자, 만약 나토가 제안대로 행동하지 않는다면 제안대로 행동한다고 하면은 전쟁이 신속히 끝날 것이지만 그렇지 않으면 시간과 미국의 자원을 낭비하는 것이라고 밝혔습니다.
and the defiance that defines New York. She made sure to distinguish herself from him when it came to capitalism versus socialism, when it came to raising taxes on wealthy individuals, saying that she's had some robust disagreements with him. But there still is this feeling that as long as the president tightens the screws, there needs to be some sort of linking of arms and fighting back. And it raises a question of how this will escalate other Democratic leaders, not only for this election, but heading into the midterms.
I would just say this: it would be unfortunate
자,
if
중국
this election
상무부는
comes down to
토요일에
New York
성명을
City
통해
versus the president.
일부
I think
미국산
for a lot of people
아날로그
living in New York
반도체에
City,
대한
it's not about New York
반덤핑
City
조사에
versus
착수를
the
했다고
president. It's
발표했고요.
about issues right
중국
here in New York
상무부는
City
미국이
that New Yorkers
스페인
can address,
무역회담 직전에
regardless of what's
반도체,
happening,
바이오
who's in the
등
White House down in
분야에서
Washington D.C.
중국의 기업들에 대한 신규 제재를 부과한 것에 대해 비난을 했다고 합니다. 자, 중국 상무부 대변인은 성명을 통해 미국의 조치에 강하게 반대한다 밝혔고요. 이는 글로벌 시장을 왜곡하고 공급망의 안정에 해치는 행위라고 전했습니다. 자, 이번 발표는 미국이 더 많은 중국 기업을 엔티티 리스트, 수출 통제 명단에 추가한 지 하루 만에 나온 것이며 베센트 재무장관과 허리펑 중국 국총리가 마드리드에서 무역 및 기타 현안에 대해 논의하기 위한 회담을 앞두고 이루어진 것으로 확인이 되고 있습니다.
Well, the big guidance because they're going to publish the summary of economic projections, which shows their interest rate outlook for the rest of the year and into 2026 and 2027. And I think the big debate there is, do they show one more cut after September, or do they show two more cuts? And I think it's going to be a very close call between those two outcomes.
Yeah, Bill, I think we should build on that. That's the interesting piece of information for me. The last meeting.
자, 그리고 중화권 관련 기사고요. 중국 경기 둔화 심화라는 내용의 기사입니다. 자, 중국의 8월 경제 지표가 시장 예상치를 전반적으로 밑돌며 경기 둔화가 심화되고 있음을 보여주고 있습니다. 자, 소매 판매는 전년 대비 3.4% 증가했으나 시장 예상 3.9%와 7월 3.7%보다 낮았으며 산업 생산은 5.2%로 7월에 5.7%보다 둔화된 것을 확인할 수 있습니다. 자, 고정자산 투자도 0.5% 증가에 그쳐서 1월과 7월에 1.6%보다 크게 하락한 것으로 확인이 되고 있고요. 자, 주요 원으로는 고질적인 내수 부진과 함께 중국 정부가 추진하는 산업 과잉 생산 및 과일 경쟁 억제 정책 등등이 경제를 위축시킨다는 영향으로 분석이 되고 있습니다. 자, 골드만삭스는 소위 둔화가 9월 이후 더 두드러질 것이라고 전망했고 전문가들은 중국 정부가 5% 성장 목표가 위험해지지 않는 한 대규모 경기 부양책을 내놓지 않을 것으로 추측하고 있습니다.
So I think inflation is going to stay sticky over the next 6 to 12 months.
So I want to dig a little bit deeper into what you just said, the idea that the long end of the yield curve is pricing in steeper cuts. You could make the argument that if the economy isn't falling out of bed, that any steeper cuts would cause a reacceleration in inflation and potentially some deterioration in the dollar that could cause kind of the opposite in the long end in terms of a sell-off and a yield curve steepening. What's your understanding of why the market doesn't seem concerned about that?
Well, I think they think that the reasons for cutting now are actually quite compelling, given that the inflation pass-through from tariffs has been smaller than expected, and the weakness in the labor market at least as large as expected. So I think the market shares the view of Jay Powell that the downside risk to the labor market outweigh the upside risk to the inflation. So therefore,
자, 그리고 SEC 미국 증권거래위원회에서 기업 규정 위반 즉각 단속 대신 사전 통보제 도입한다는 뉴스가 있고요. 자, 폴 에키스 SEC 위원장은 파이낸셜 타임즈 인터뷰에서 최근 SEC는 선례나 예측 가능성에 기반하지 않는다며 앞으로 강압적인 단속에 앞서서 기업에 사전 통지를 제공하는 등 적법 절차를 존중하겠다고 밝혔습니다. 자, 에키스 위원장은 대부분의 토큰은 증권이 아니다 라고 말하며 투자자들이 주식, 채권의 토큰화 버전을 거래할 수 있는 규정을 마련하고 싶다고 밝혔고요. 자, 이러한 정책 전환은 트럼프 대통령의 암호화폐 대통령 공약에 따른 것이며 사기 방지를 위한 산업을 강력히 단속했던 바이든 행정부와 기조와는 극명히 대조되는 정책입니다.
The other side of the equation is, are we going to get 50 people supporting a 50 basis point rate cut? I think the only person I'm expecting that perhaps is.
자, 금리 인하 관련돼서 기사 확인된 게 있는데요. 오펜하이머 연준이 50bp 금리 인하 시 시장 폭등할 것이라고 예상하고 있고요. 자, 존 스톨츠퍼스가 이끄는 오펜하이머 팀은 연준이 만약에 50bp의 금리를 인하할 경우에 시장이 이를 축하하며 상승할 수 있다고 전망하고 있습니다. 자, 이는 연준이 둔화하는 노동시장을 인정하고 경제 침체를 피하려는 조치로 긍정적으로 해석될 것이기 때문이라고 하고요. 자, 최악의 시나리오로는 이제 금리 동결로 당일 시장이 2%에서 4%까지 하락할 수 있지만 실현 가능성은 거의 낮다고 보고 있습니다. 자, 현재 연준이 25bp 금리 인하를 단행할 가능성이 가장 높으며 이는 시장에 대부분 선반영이 된 시나리오로 발표 후 주가는 소폭 하락할 수 있으나 그 영향은 얕고 단기적으로 예상한다고 전하였습니다.
So the meetings typically are obviously chaired by the chairman, and there's typically a discussion about the economy. Everybody goes around and gives their views on the economy, and then there's a discussion about monetary policy. Everybody goes around the room and talks about their views on monetary policy. So Steve Moran will have a chance to speak on both of those, but he's going to be only one of 19 people speaking. So the idea that he would go there and dominate the meeting, I think his influence is going to be quite small.
But would you take it in turns? Are there any kind of debates at all, or do you just go around one by one around 19 individuals?
No, there can be some back and forth. People do respond to what other people say, but I mean.
자, 그리고 골드만삭스의 분석이고요. 자, 개인 매수세 부활, 시장 심리 개선이라는 제목의 기사입니다. 자, 골드만삭스의 크리스티안 멀러 글리스만 팀은 최근 투자자들의 심리와 포지셔닝 지표가 완만한 강세로 전환됐으나 여전히 여름 고점에는 못 미쳐 완전한 낙관론으로 보기에는 어렵다고 평가하고 있습니다. 해당 부분은 긍정적인 신호로 받아들일 수 있으며 미국 개인 투자자들이 다시 주식시장의 주요 매수 주체로 나서며 매수세가 살아나고 있다고 합니다. 자, 또한 레버리지 펀드들 빅스 선물 숏 포지션 규모가 2022년 이후 최대치에 근접해 변동성 축소에 대한 베팅이 강화되고 있다고 전하였고요. 자, 반면 채권 시장에서는 자금 유입이 활발하지만 단기물 위주로 집중되고 있으며 이는 시장의 장기금리 상승 압력에 대한 우려를 반영하는 것으로 해석된다고 전달하였습니다. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahira. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. President Trump is again threatening to federalize Washington D.C. after his recent.
자, 그리고 금일 스페인 마드리드에서 열린 베센트 재무장관과 중국과 협상. 이제 베센트 재무장관이 인터뷰에서 중국과의 협상에 진전이 있었다고 밝힌 바가 있고요. 자, 스페인 마드리드에서 열린 미중회담 2일차를 앞두고 스콧 베센트 미 재무장관은 협상에 진전이 있었다고 긍정적으로 평가하며 틱톡 문제 해결에 매우 근접했다고 밝혔습니다. 자, 베센트 장관은 틱톡 협상 자체는 거의 해결됐지만 아직 해결되지 않은 다른 여러 요구사항이 있다고 덧붙였고요. 베센트 재무장관이 설사 틱톡 합의가 최종 무산되더라도 이것이 양국 전체 관계에 영향을 미치지 않을 것이라고 전달하였습니다. 자, 한편 제이미슨 그리어 USDR 대표는 더 넓은 범위의 무역 불균형 문제에 대해서는 아직 해결책을 찾지 못했다고 말해 이견이 있음을 인정하였고요. 또한 중국 측이 협상에서 공격적인 요구를 하고 있다고 언급한 바가 있습니다.
On the program, the risk of reacceleration.
I don't think if they cut, that would be the cause of reacceleration. If it reaccelerates, it will be because the economy was not.
자, 그리고 트럼프 대통령이 이번 주 대규모 금리 인하를 전망하는 기사가 나온 게 있네요. 잠시만요. 자, 트럼프 대통령이 월요일에 워싱턴으로 돌아가는 길에 기자들에게 이번 주 연준 회의에서 대폭적인 금리 인하, 빅컷이 있을 것으로 예상한다고 하고요. 지금이 금리를 내리기에는 완벽한 시점이라고 전달하였습니다. 자, 시장에선 이번 주에 9개월 만에 금리 인하 기정사실로 보고 있으나 트럼프 대통령과의 기대와 달리 25bp의 수준의 인하를 예상하는 시각이 지배적입니다. 자, 금리 인하 논의의 배경에는 둔화하는 고용시장과 성장 우려가 있지만 동시에 연준의 목표치 2%를 상회하는 인플레이션과 관세로 인한 추가 상승 가능성이 있어 일부 연준 위원들은 신중론을 유지하고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 옵션 트레이더 분석 기사고요. 자, 연준보다 고용시장에 집중을 해야 한다는 기사입니다. 자, 시티그룹 등 시장 전문가들에 따르면 옵션 트레이더들은 연준의 금리 결정보다 미국의 고용 데이터 시장 변동성을 더 크게 자극할 수 있다고 보고 있다고 합니다. 자, 옵션 시장은 10월 3일 미국 비농업 부분 고용보고서 발표 시 0.78%, 수요일 연준의 금리 결정 시에는 0.72%의 변동성을 가격에 반영하며 고용 데이터의 영향력을 더 높게 평가하고 있고요. 자, 25bp 금리 인하는 시장에 완전히 선반영되어 영향이 제한적일 것으로 보며 투자자들은 결정 자체를 파월 의장의 향후 경제 전망에 집중하고 있다고 합니다. 자, 시티그룹은 5만 명 수준의 고용 감소나 실업률 4.5% 같은 충격적인 고용 데이터가 나와야 변동성이 본격적으로 확대될 것을 전망하고 있고요. 이번 주 금요일 5조 달러 규모의 옵션 만기 예정되어 있으나 최근 변동성이 낮은 상황에서는 시장에 미치는 영향이 크지 않을 것으로 보인다고 분석을 하고 있습니다.
up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And this is Bloomberg.
자, 그리고 유가 관련 소식이 하나 확인되는 게 있습니다. 자, 유가가 우크라이나, 러시아의 정유시설 공격으로 인한 공급 차질 우려로 상승한 걸로 확인이 되고요. 우크라이나가 러시아의 핵심 정유시설 그리고 수출항에 대해서 드론 공격을 강화했습니다. 자, 자, 또한 트럼프 대통령이 모든 나토 동맹국들의 러시아산 원유 구매 중단을 조건으로 대러 제재에 나갈 수 있다고 밝힌 점도 잠재적인 공급 불안을 키우고 있고요. 하지만 오펙이 생산량을 늘릴 계획이어서 시장에 공급 과잉 우려가 여전히 남아 있습니다.
Some traders expecting rate cuts could add to inflation concerns. Earl Davis of BMO writing, we remain constructive on US economic growth heading into 26 based upon the big beautiful bill and deregulation.
주말 중 나온 뉴스 그리고 장전 뉴스 여기까지 확인이 되고요. 금일 주요 일정 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
What do you think is still underappreciated that's coming from Washington?
Well, what's interesting about that question, what I feel is underappreciated, is the global fiscal impulse. Because you're seeing fiscal easing not just in the US, but you're seeing it in China, you're seeing it in Japan, and that's going to probably accelerate with the new election, and you're seeing it in Europe. So we do feel the fiscal impulse will lead to higher than expected growth globally, and especially in the US in 2026.
Why does that lead to lower long-term rates?
자, 이벤트로는 미중 고위급 회담이 있고요. 고위급 회담이 있고요. 자, 일정은 9월 14일부터 17일까지 예정되어 있습니다.
Corporate spreads may be further compressed because as equities do well, as risk assets do well, pensions become fully funded. Insurance companies with increased annuities, they have to buy long-dated corporate bonds. So there could actually be, perversely, a very strong bid for long-dated corporate bonds, which will compress it against treasuries.
It sounds clean, and I can understand it. At the same time, when I take a look at the economic data, I'm struggling. I'm trying to understand, is this economy weakening? Is this an economy where people cannot get jobs and don't have confidence that inflation is going to come down? Or is this an economy that just hasn't seen the best yet, that just hasn't seen some sort of stimulus that can both boost growth without really influencing inflation? Which is it?
Yeah, well, what's interesting, on the short term, it's definitely weakening. But we always ask ourselves, when we see what the market is doing, is it persistent or is it sustainable? We see it being persistent and sustainable for 2025. And the reason why is we do see unemployment bending. Having said that, the uncertainty that's been taken out of the market, that is significant. And what I mean is that tariff uncertainty. Now businesses know the economics of investing. I think we have to wait for the ruling in October. After we get over the ruling in October on tariffs, that is specifically, that takes out the final leg of uncertainty, and then that.
자, 그리고 트럼프 대통령의 영국 국빈 방문이 예정되어 있고요. 9월 17일부터 9월 19일까지 예정되어 있습니다. 자, 그리고 웰스파고 컨슈머 컨퍼런스 일정도 있고요. 일정은 9월 16일부터 9월 17일까지 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 RBC 인더스트리얼 컨퍼런스도 예정이 되어 있고요. 이벤트는 금주 이벤트는 여기까지 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 월요일, 금일은 이제 9월 엠파이어 스테이트 제조업 지수가 발표가 되고요. 이외에 따로 확인되는 지표는 없습니다. 자, 배당락은 알트리아 그룹, 코메리카, 서모피셔, 사이언티픽, 머크, 코카콜라, 도미노 피자 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 그리고 장 종료 후에는 데이브 앤 버스터 실적 발표가 예정되어 있고요. 그리고 오션 파워 테크놀로지도 실적 발표가 예정이 되어 있습니다. 자, 금주 집중해서 봐야 할 것은 이제 기준금리 결정과 소매 판매, 실업수당 청구 건수 등등이 있고요. 그리고 실적 발표도 눈여겨볼 기업이 이제 페덱스, 블리시, 제너럴 밀스 등이 있습니다. 자, 금리 결정은 이제 17일 새벽 3시에 예정이 되어 있고요. 이제 주간 실업수당 청구 건수는 18일 목요일 날 예정되어 있습니다. 자, 수요일, 목요일 중요한 날이 될 것 같습니다. 해당 부분 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 추가적으로 금일 일정 좀 더 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 테슬라 급등 여기 있다고 여쭤보셨는데요. 금일 일정 브리핑 후에 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 테슬라 급등 이유 잠시 후 설명드리도록 하겠습니다.
Creeping its way back into the conversation again. The same thing from Russ Koesterich of BlackRock earlier.
Yeah, if you're going to protest the dollar, where are you going to go? Are you really going to go to the euro? It has been the gold time and time again, and the rally on some measures has been the most fierce going back to 1979 in terms of the trajectory upward. And a lot of people say it has room to continue just based on the fact that where else is it going to go?
자, 금일 엠파이어 스테이트 제조업 지수 예정되어 있고요. 중요도는 별 2개입니다. 자, 그리고 백악관 일정 3시에 미국 트럼프 대통령의 세계 총대주교 회담이 있고요. 그리고 5시 장 마감 시간에 맞춰서 트럼프 대통령의 메모랜덤 서명 예정이 있습니다. 자, 메모랜덤은 이제 행정명령보다는 한 단계 아래의 공식 지침이자 행정부의 지시입니다. 자, 테슬라 기사 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 일론 머스크가 테슬라 주식을 대량 매수한 게 있고요. 확인되는 기사는요. 약 249만 주를 추가로 매입한 걸로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 이번 거래 이후 총 보유 주식은 약 4억 1,336만 주가 되었고요. 주말 중 나온 다른 기사인지 확인해 보도록 하겠습니다. 아, 그리고 이제 유럽의 독일 공장의 3, 4분기 생산량 늘린다고 확인되는 기사도 하나 있습니다. 자, 자사주 매입하면서 이제 테슬라가 급등을 한 것 같고요. 개장 후에 나오는 뉴스 있으면 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 금주 주요 일정 및 금일 주요 일정 그리고 장전 속보 전달 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 잠시 후 9시 10분부터 나스닥 정규 트레이딩 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 장마감 브리핑에서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 개장 브리핑 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Will Obey. We're going to talk about sports and eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business, and get an update on LA after the fires from Rick Caruso and Irving Azoff. You should expect news and interviews with industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now. You should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles October 8th and 9th.
Is
자, 그리고 시장별 뉴스, 기업별 뉴스 아래 링크 접속하시면은 확인이 가능합니다. 유튜브에 올려드렸고요. 텔레그램에도 따로 남겨드리도록 하겠습니다.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Aqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
자, 지금 올려드린 링크 통해서 말씀드렸던 기사 좀 더 상세히 확인 가능하니 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 주말에도 기사 올려드리고 있으니 늘 참고하셔서
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all for our audience worldwide. Bloomberg surveillance and the third hour starts right now. Your scores look like this. Equity futures
네, 안정된 투자 이어나가시길 바라겠습니다.
2 weeks of gains on the S&P and on the Nasdaq. For the bond market, 4 weeks of lower yields at the long end of the curve. The 10-year yield this morning just a little bit north of 4% at 4.07%, and the week ahead dominated by one thing: the Federal Reserve and a meeting taking place on Wednesday. To borrow a phrase from Governor Waller, let's get on with it.
A lot of people just hoping for the meeting to be over. Let's figure out who's going to be at said meeting. And then what are the projections as they look forward? Before we get there, there's retail sales. And this is really a key question that I have, which is how well is the economy actually holding up? We seem to have moved past that into how much will the Federal Reserve stimulate said U.S. economy. But there still is a huge question about whether the weakness in the labor market is something more persistent and whether we're going to see that expressed in terms of...
잠시 후 9시 10분에 트레이딩 일정 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Unemployment has been really quite stable over the last few months. And as for spending, Bank of America, Aditya Bharve came on the program a few times and he talked about card spending. And he said there was a pickup as we got to the back end of the summer. Are we actually seeing the consumer start to re-engage as well?
Yeah, at a time when some people were saying that those jobless claims were skewed by some interesting different reports over in Texas, and yet people didn't take back the idea that this was going to be something of a weaker read on the U.S. labor market, even though some people were discounting this as a blip, an aberration that also was affected by seasonality. So you put this together, and you wonder whether people are awaiting near-term weakness and saying, well, it could spur the Fed to cut rates, but just because they've got an opening to do so, not because there actually is weakness in the underlying economy.
So that's the economy and the Federal Reserve. Now, allow me to confront this in real time because this news is just coming in from the President of the United States, rather active on social media this morning, writing this one. Subject to SEC approval, companies and corporations should no longer be forced to report on a quarterly basis, but rather to report on a 6-month basis. That will save money and allow managers to focus on properly running their companies. Did you ever hear the statement that China has a 50 to 100 year?
자, 그리고 트레이딩 전
Whereas we run our companies on a quarterly basis.
차트 한번 보고
This is just a social media post in the last few moments.
대략적으로 금일 동향 요약 및 체크해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 3분봉 함께 보시게 되시면은 금일 장 초반은 다소 좁은 박스권 속에서 출발했으나 중반부 들어 강한 상승 흐름이 포착이 되었습니다. 자, 특히 볼린저 밴드 상단을 강하게 돌파하면서 단기 상승 모멘텀을 보여준 구간이 있었는데요. 자, 이후 단기 고점을 찍고 나서는 급격한 조정을 받는 모습도 확인할 수 있었습니다. 자, 현재 시점에서는 볼린저 밴드 기준선 근처에서 재차 반등을 시도하고 있는 상황으로 보여지고요. 상단은 24,143, 하단은 24,106, 중심선은 24,125로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 상단 밴드 돌파 여부가 금일의 관건으로 확인이 되고요. 돌파 시에는 추가 상승 여력이 열릴 수 있고, 돌파에 실패하면은 다시 중심선 또는 하단 밴드까지 조정 가능성도 배제할 수 없다고 판단이 되고 있습니다. 자, 거래량도 보게 되면은 중간중간 튀는 구간이 확인이 되는데, 자, 매수세 유의 구간과 조정 구간이 명확히 구분되고 있으나, 자, 그리고 특히 급등락이 있던 구간에서는 볼린저 밴드가 일시적으로 벌어지면서 변동성의 확대를 좀 더 암시하고 있고요. 자, 종합적으로 오늘 시장은 변동성 확대와 단기 매수세 유입이 혼재된 흐름을 보이고 있으며, 현재 구간은 재차 매수세가 붙을지 아니면 추가 조정으로 갈지 여기서 결정될 것 같습니다. 금일은 중요 지표가 없기 때문에 시장 상황 보고 여러 가지 뉴스 토대로 트레이딩 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
But we do think they're going to go into a sequence of cuts, try to quickly take the economy to neutral, and then be able to just reassess where things are moving. And I think to your point, the economic data is really confusing right now, because you have the labour market, which is slowing, according to some parts of the numbers, but the broader economic picture is fine. It's slowing, but it doesn't seem like it's heading towards recession. You've got credit spreads incredibly tight, earnings looking pretty strong. So I think this is a murky picture, but it's one where the Fed ideally gets in front of this story, ensures that this slowdown doesn't become something which spirals out of control, and then, taking it to neutral at least gives them a moment where they can reflect.
Many investors have sat in your seat and talked about positioning for a re-acceleration in this economy. Would you fade that view?
So I guess I have a slight issue with the word re-acceleration. I think there's going to be
현재 시장 영향을 줄 만한 거는 이제 금리 인하에 대한 기대감, 그리고 중국과의 협상, 관세 관련 등등이 있고요. 충분히 조정 구간이 들어올 수 있다고 판단이 됩니다. 자, 1차 진입비율 대기하면서 조금 더 시장 상황 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1차 진입비율 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
That the president is talking about that. Do you expect more clarity from companies to show that they're actually managing well through the uncertainty with tariffs? Are tariffs still a good thing for companies, which has sort of been the takeaway of a lot of the sort of analysis after we've gotten earnings saying, look, they've managed to innovate their way through this. They've actually increased their profit margins much more than we expected, and we expect that to continue. Do you believe that?
I think the challenge is going to get bigger. We do a survey of small businesses, the Wellbeing Index going back many, many years. And the thing that we're seeing from that small business index is that these companies are almost standing still. They don't really know how to navigate this, so they're not raising prices, but their margins are being eaten away. And they can only go on for so long. At some point within the next couple of quarters, they would have to start raising prices, and then you do see some kind of feed through. So I think that it's okay for now. We do need to get further clarity, and I think a lot of businesses themselves don't have that clarity quite yet. But I think it's getting better.
Does this undermine your confidence in U.S. equities? Does it make you look to, say, Europe? Or does it make you say, well, they will navigate it, and it's still the cleanest shirt in a dirty laundry bin, or whatever cliche you want to use?
I think companies in the US will navigate it. There's always going to be ways of adopting and adapting around supply chain issues. I think with the US-European story, what's been interesting is that Europe has done really well, but the fundamental picture for Europe is not as strong as what we have for the US. You're also getting to the end of rate cuts. We still need to see how that fiscal stimulus is going to move through. But the interesting thing is that when we've been doing client meetings in the last couple of weeks, this is across European cities, you are seeing that there's a bit more movement in terms of thinking about deals. Right? They're looking and they feel like they have more clarity. They know how to navigate the environment. So there is movement, and I think that at that point, given the valuations are still very much in Europe's favour, you could actually see this continued upturn. I would, just from a fundamental perspective, still prefer the US over Europe.
Seema, just moments ago, Lisa alluded to it, the president indicating that maybe we should move away from quarterly reporting and move to something on a 6-month basis. You follow the stock market. How would you feel about that?
Please don't do that. We need to have that information. If you just think about over the last 6 months or so, the thing that we've all been looking out for is how are these companies trying to navigate tariffs? Are they putting up their prices? Do they feel these kind of problems?
if you don't have that information, how can you trade, especially when the economic data itself is so murky? So transparency is really key to trading this market. It's going to be increasingly important as we go forward as well, with even concerns around the Fed and independence. There's just too much which is unclear. That taking away that bit of information is not
You'd
great.
put the emphasis on reducing transparency. Other people might suggest this has been a problem for a while, that corporate management teams are too focused on quarterly earnings and not the long-term goals of the company. Do you think there is some tension on that point?
I mean, there's always going to be some kind of tensions, and you can take it through to certainly to politics as well. And as President Trump said, he compared it to China, which we know has that very long 100-year plan. You can see some benefits, of course, but I think as an investor, what you need is to see that transparency. You need to know exactly what management is doing, how they're going to be performing, how they're navigating the environment. And I think particularly right now in this kind of environment, when this is the backdrop, having that bit of information is incredibly helpful.
Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management. Seema, thank you. Appreciate it. This from the President just moments ago. Subject to SEC approval, companies and corporations should no longer be forced to report on a quarterly basis, but rather to report on a 6-month basis.
You know, I'm thinking a lot about sort of the positive way of looking at this, which is that investors should be looking longer term and companies should be planning longer term. And I would argue that investors have been, because recently all of the earnings calls have been really colored by forward-looking views and projections much more than past-looking performance. We have seen the hopes and dreams of particularly tech companies driving a lot of the performance, not necessarily any potential losses or misses. And I think that that's actually more of a forward look. So I would really wonder what exactly is behind this, right? Especially the comparison and the mention of China.
I mentioned we'd get on the phone and get hold of Tyler Kendall, and we have done. Tyler Kendall joins us now from Washington, D.C. Tyler, what do you make of that?
Yeah, John, well, to pick up on Lisa's point, I really think the key in this post from the president is his comparison here when it comes to China, since we know that all eyes this morning are really on Madrid as they continue this second day of discussions. And it's interesting because this administration really has had this push and pull with the private sector when it comes to their own tariff plans. Here, President Trump making this suggestion and seeming to allude to this idea that there perhaps needs to be a little bit more of a forward outlook here when it comes to the private sector and their manufacturing plans, and how that could even play into this idea that at the heart of the tariffs we had heard was this idea that there needs to be more reshoring when it comes to domestic production. The other side of this, though, is that the president has taken aim before at those private sector companies when it comes to the projections of their tariff plans. You'll recall when he told Home Depot that he'll be watching, when he threatened Amazon after we had heard that they were going to show that tariff transparency that was later disputed. So it really paints perhaps a bigger picture of both sides of this, John. President Trump putting pressure on the companies amid these talks, but also perhaps giving his idea that he wants to see a little bit more of a forward outlook for his plans and growing the economy.
Tyler Kendall down in Washington, D.C. Tyler, thank you. If you are just joining us, this is the latest just moments ago from the president. Subject to SEC approval, companies and corporations should no longer be forced to report on a quarterly basis, but rather to report on a 6-month basis. Some breaking news just moments ago. Up next on the programme, the morning calls, plus Tom Naran of RBC as tariff headwinds hit the auto sector. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
At the moment, if I had to guess, our negotiators are feeling pretty good in that room, that they don't have to give in, that they can keep the status quo, that they can achieve some sort of outcome on TikTok and keep this relationship.
제가 현재 급격한 거래량이 붙고 있는데요. 조금 더 지켜보고 시장 상황 지켜보고 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
This session highs up a quarter of 1% on the S&P 500. The opening bound 1 hour and 14 minutes away. Nasdaq futures positive by 0.2%. That's the price action this morning. Here are some morning calls. First up, Matt Bryson of Wedbush reiterating his outperform rating on Nvidia, noting the strength of AI increasing demand. A stock is down by about 1.8%. Your second call from Citi, upgrading Union Pacific to buy, seeing a compelling risk-reward profile. And finally, UBS, raising its price target on Micron to 185, saying demand from hyperscalers remains robust. A stock is up this morning by about 1/3 of 1%. Let's turn to autos. Tesla shares rising in the pre-market as the CEO, Elon Musk, doubles down on his own company. That stock is higher by 7.5%. With the latest, here's Craig Trudeau. Good morning, Craig. What's the latest?
자, 매도 진입 사인 드리도록
this is
하겠습니다.
a roughly $1 billion purchase, which
매도
is,
진입
of
사인
course,
드리도록
couch
하겠습니다.
cushion change for Mr. Musk. But it is a show of confidence in this company at a time when you don't have a whole lot of buy signals, right? You've seen really sort of disappointing sales data here in Europe in particular. In China, we've seen wholesales continue to really slump. And indications that in the U.S. that their share of the EV market, which is widely expected to go lower as a result of the pullback in tax incentives, that their share of that market is shrinking and continues to shrink. So will they have a stronger third quarter with a lot of consumers in the U.S. market accelerating purchases to try and take advantage of those tax credits before they go away? I think that's widely expected. The question will be, what can Musk do to kind of keep this optimism and maintain this, positivity, even in the face of what he's warned may be a few rough quarters in the months ahead.
Craig, have you got any thoughts on the timing of this announcement this morning?
It makes Tesla's board's job easier selling this $1 trillion pay package. It sort of reinforces this idea that if you approve this guy's $1 trillion compensation plan, it's going to be good for this company. It's going to get buy-in from him. It's going to kind of bring him back to the fold at a time when he's regularly out on social media. Oftentimes posting about anything but Tesla, and we saw that even this weekend. So I think it's kind of this mixed signal. We've not necessarily seen Musk sort of put his head down and sort of put politics aside for Tesla, aside from this stock purchase, right? This is a sort of contradictory signal at a time when he's over the weekend been weighing in on the protests here in London. Which are highly charged, and he's drawn some criticism for really charged language. Some say that incited violence over the weekend.
미국 뉴욕은 엠파이어 스테이트 제조업 지수 발표되고요.
Appreciate it. Craig Trudeau there. The latest with Tesla. Here's the latest on trade. It's from the president just moments ago. The big trade meeting in Europe between the US and China has gone, he says, very well. He goes on to say it will be concluding shortly. A deal was also reached
그리고
on a certain
미중
company
관련해서
that young
속보 나온 거
people in our
있는데
country
해당
very much
포지션
wanted to
정리
save.
후에
I imagine that's TikTok. They will be very happy. I will be
정리의
speaking to
소문을
President Xi
드리도록
on
하겠습니다.
Friday. The relationship remains a very strong one.
There's a lot to unpack here. The big headline is that Xi Jinping and Donald Trump are going to be speaking on Friday, according to his tweet, his Truth Social post. And there's a real question here around what format that will take and whether it will culminate some sort of agreement. The fact that they got a TikTok deal, is that the entirety of the conversation, or is this kicking off a new parameter for the trade discussions between these two nations at a time when there's still a lot of questions around some of the sanctions, particularly involving Russia?
Perfect time to speak to Tom Naran of RBC. Tom, good morning.
Morning.
Great to have you with us. What do you make of this news?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we think that all of these tariff discussions are about trade deficits. We used to think that perhaps it was focused on China, but it's actually not just China. Now, that said, there is a fear, right? And you're seeing what's happening in Europe with Chinese automakers and the infiltration they've been having. That's probably going to happen at some point in the U.S. How will it happen? I think the president has said in the past that he'd be okay if it's good for U.S. jobs, perhaps if it's increased production in the U.S., a JV with the U.S. automaker. Probably is how it'll happen. But all in all, I think all of these tariffs are just there for what the president believes is a trade deficit issue.
Even if we manage to remove the so-called barriers to entry, I just wonder how competitive any of the manufacturers in Europe or the US can be in the Chinese market at the moment.
Oh, in the Chinese market? Absolutely. Yeah, that's the big issue. I mean, it's an EV-dominated market. They own the battery ecosystem. It's going to be a while. I think probably you'll have more retrenching, which is not such a big deal for the U.S. OEMs. It's a bigger problem for the European OEMs, right? The German OEMs have such a strong vested interest in China. They have to sell more EVs. I think they have to be okay with losing market share there, but kind of staying in the mix.
Well, there's another question about how competitive U.S. auto manufacturers can be if the tariffs on Chinese goods in particular stay on, right? How important is it for some of these tariffs to come in, especially given that there now are guardrails on Mexico's imports around Chinese vehicle parts and things of that nature as well?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do wonder, though, if some of that, the Mexico tariff, 50% tariff, has more to do with a potential deal being struck, right, between the US and Mexico.
현재 진입
We talked to
포지션
trade experts
대응을
recently
나가도록
that
하겠습니다.
seem to suggest that
자, 발표 이후 예상치
gets
탈시는 빠르게
renegotiated
손절 사인
July,
드릴
perhaps
예정이오니
before that,
사인에
it could
집중
actually be
부탁드리겠습니다.
advantageous for companies with business in Mexico. But perhaps it's a bilateral deal, or you get some U.S. contenting, which maybe it's a 50% requirement. The U.S. OEMs are already at 40%. It's not that hard to go from 40 to 50%.
You know, Tom, so many people have come on the show and said that there's a greater degree of certainty around tariffs right now, and that now that companies have a greater degree of certainty, they can go out and have greater conviction with their investment plans and hiring plans. You're in ground zero for tariffs in the auto space. Is there certainty? I mean, what have we learned that has given more conviction?
현재 미중 관련 속보 나오면서 상승 나와줬는데요. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응을 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Anne-Marie specifically for being right on this all along. I think a lot of Wall Street, including myself, probably misjudged it early on. We thought we would have deals across the board early on. We underestimated the fact that these tariffs are real. I think that does create some certainty, though. At least we know the 15% number. The other thing we know is 15% is the worst case scenario. We know, I think we know, it's not going to get worse. The trade experts we spoke to said we're probably going to get carve-outs. We're probably going to get credits, right? Like Volkswagen has talked about making massive investments in the U.S. OEM to government deals that perhaps get offsets where tariffs probably come down. There's a reason why the auto sector has actually traded well in the past recent months. It's because of this certainty. They know what exactly they have to do. GM's making the $4 billion investment in moving the Blazer and the Equinox to the U.S. They're onshoring. So and you know, let's not forget, U.S. sales demand, auto sales, is on fire. People forget, like post-pandemic, we didn't buy cars for like 4 years. And we've done our like equity research math. locked ourselves in our door and fired up Excel, and you look at scrap rates, you look at labor market, you look at age of fleet, vehicle density, you do all the math and you realize there's a 7 million vehicle deficit. People didn't buy cars all these years. Semiconductor crisis, Russia, Ukraine, the pandemic. Now the demand is still there. So I think that could support these automakers even, with these tariffs.
Is now a good time to move away from quarterly reporting?
How
would you feel about that? How would you feel about that?
As an equity research analyst, we definitely like the reporting, but I think investors want that as well, right? You can do more, knowledge is cumulative, right?
True.
More data is better than less data.
Tom, appreciate it. Thanks for being with us. Perfect timing to catch up with you, sir. Tom Naran there of RBC, a fire hose of news in the last 25 minutes. The president suggesting moving away from quarterly reporting and going to something on a 6-month basis. And then this from the president just moments ago. The president of the United States saying he's going to be speaking to President Xi on Friday.
And suggesting that there will be some agreement that will make young people very happy, which, hint, hint, probably is TikTok. As you were mentioning before, a question here around what the contours of this agreement are and exactly what President Trump is talking about. Is it connected, the idea of quarterly reporting and potentially moving to 6-month reporting, or is it just sort of stream of consciousness?
자, 4분 뒤 지표 발표됩니다. 약 4분
I
뒤에
don't know. I mean, this is it's a market
엠파이어
question.
스테이트 제조업 지수 발표됩니다. 자, 발표까지 조금 더 현재 시니까 계속 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
In the pre-market by close to 8%.
자, 9시 20분에 약 큰 상승이 나와줬는데요. 해당 상승은 이제 미국과 중국의 통화한다고 하면서 이제 뭐 여러 가지 리스크가 좀 제거될 수 있기 때문에 일시적으로 상승한 것으로 판단이 되고 있습니다.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
발표까지 약 1분을 앞두고 있습니다. 자, 시장에 큰 영향을 줄 지표는 아니지만 발표 이후 움직임 살펴보고
Join me each week on Wall Street
청산,
Week
손절
for
사인
stories
드리도록
of
하겠습니다.
capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
The opening about 60 minutes away. Equities come into Monday on a 2-week winning streak on the S&P and on the Nasdaq. 8-day winning run on the Nasdaq 100, all-time highs. Up again this morning by 0.2%. With your morning movers, here's
자,
Danny.
마이너스 8.7 나오면서 예상보다는 부진한 결과로 발표가 되었습니다.
In the stock, that's according to a filing from a purchase on Friday. It also coincides with him getting that $1 trillion reward, or at least that proposed reward if he meets a lot of lofty targets over the next 10 years. So that's about 2.5 million shares.
일단 지표 발표는 준화되어서 발표되었기 때문에 조금 더
To the downside, though, this
지켜보고
morning, it is
대응해
NVIDIA,
나가도록
with China
하겠습니다.
finding that NVIDIA violated their anti-monopoly laws. It's a prelim investigation, so more investigations go further. It's around a very high-profile 2020 deal they did over buying a networking gear chip maker. And we also see, at the same time, not just a target of NVIDIA, but maybe other American chip makers. Analog Chips, to be specific, China says that they're investigating an anti-dumping law. Those types of chips are made by both Analog Devices and Texas Instruments, so those shares fall by 2.5% and 2.8% this morning, John.
Danny, thank you. Appreciate the update. More from Danny Berger and Matt Miller in about 30 minutes' time for Bloomberg Open Interest to run you into the opening bell about 60 minutes from now. Breaking news this morning came a few minutes ago. President Donald Trump saying he will be speaking with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping on Friday. With the latest, here's Tyler Kendall. Hey, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, John, a pretty big development considering that President Trump also appears to be alluding here that there could be a deal when it comes to TikTok. And I'll point out that we spent weeks earlier this year on this program talking about how President Trump had been waiting for Xi Jinping to call him. But our reporting had repeatedly said that key Chinese advisors preferred to iron out any outstanding details before putting Xi on the phone. So perhaps this could be an indication that they really are getting close to cementing that deal. Now, I'll point out that Xi had called President Trump 2 days before the inauguration, but since then there's only been one publicly reported call between the two leaders. That happened on June 5th, and China said in their statement afterwards that it was at President Trump's request. The president has, of course, though, previously said that they have had talks, so it's unclear at this point exactly how many times they really have spoken on the phone. But we know that the talks in Madrid have really been laying the groundwork for a face-to-face meeting, and perhaps we'll get some sort of update there. As we know, this White House is aiming potentially for a meeting between the two leaders in person next month, October, at the APEC summit in South Korea. John, I would also just quickly add that we had heard from the president in recent weeks talk about how he's been watching China closely as the leader there has aligned with Modi, the Indian Prime Minister, and also Russian President Vladimir Putin, inviting them to the country in recent weeks to a security summit. So perhaps this is now President Trump's turn to speak with the leader about those developments.
Tyler Kendall with the latest down in Washington. Tyler, thank you. Sneak peek of the price action. Equities near session highs. Meta just down a little bit off the back of the news by, let's call it 0.5%.
Because it really benefited because of the idea that TikTok could be banned, that it would somehow get the traffic. I want to raise a question. If they have a phone call, is it a rotary phone? Is it a cell phone? Hey, Donnie, what's up, G? Or is it going to be some kind of Zoom call? Is it going to be with everybody around them?
No idea.
Is it going to be translators? I mean, I'm curious exactly what the circumstance is going to be for this call.
The prospect of them even having a call is quite remarkable, given what the president was pushing for over the weekend.
And the idea that you could get some sort of contours of an agreement before that call, because
천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도진이 5개약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
I want to understand the contours.
Over the weekend and going into the weekend, the president's pushing the Europeans essentially to put tariffs on the Chinese for consuming Russian crude.
Yeah, so how did things ease in such a significant way? And does this mean that that's off the table? And does this include some sort of other side agreement with Russia? This has been a mind-spinning morning. Can I just tell you, it is exhausting to try to get your head around all of these details and spinning wheels that are going.
I know.
And so you just buy stocks.
Do you remember that breaking news last week about quarterly earnings and moving to a 6-month basis?
It was like a year ago.
30 minutes ago.
It's ridiculous.
Difficult to keep up. Let's turn to the economy. A busy week on deck, with highly anticipated Fed rate decision just around the corner on Wednesday, a statement, a news conference, and Michael McKee some forecasts as well. What are you focused on?
Well, obviously everybody is forecast on the Fed. Lisa's worried about today being crazy. The rest of the week is going to be crazy. We start today with Empire Manufacturing. Normally not an indicator that gets a lot of publicity, but there's a big drop in Empire to negative 8.7. That's a 21-point drop on the month. New orders, shipments, employees, all significantly lower. But the interesting thing is prices paid actually improved a little bit below 50. So we'll keep an eye on what that might mean for the Fed and the overall economy. The Fed is the key thing this week, although before we get there, we get retail sales tomorrow. A lot of focus on that as people try to figure out if the consumer is being hurt by all of this tariff stuff and the other fiscal policies that the president has adopted. Right now, the forecast is for an increase, but not as much as we had seen before. Wednesday is, of course, the Fed meeting. Thursday, jobless claims and Philly Fed. So there are indicators that flow along with this whole tariff and fiscal policy situation that people are going to want to watch, but it's the Fed meeting that will be determinative. The president wants 50 basis points or more. The Fed, at this point, not likely to give it to them. We have some developments to go before we even get there, of course. The Senate tonight expected to confirm Stephen Myron to the Fed Board of Governors so he could vote tomorrow. An appeals court decision on Lisa Cook is anticipated, not guaranteed, but the administration had asked for the right to fire her before the meeting starts tomorrow. The Fed meeting starts Tuesday, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. The Fed decision, 2 p.m. Wednesday Eastern Time. And I know, John, you'll be with us to carry us through all of this kind of craziness.
Or, Mike, I might be around the table at the Federal Reserve. Who knows, given recent developments?
That's true.
You never know. You might be there.
Breaking news, banner.
Michael McKee, thank you, sir. Looking forward to that one. Looking forward to Mike being in that news conference where he should be, asking the hard questions. I'll be right here. Don't worry about that. There's no danger of me being anywhere
I don't
else.
know. Do you have something to tell us? Is this an announcement time?
Absolutely not.
All right, well, keep us posted.
Absolutely not. Retail sales, just to change subject really
Very quickly.
Slipping below the radar a little bit. You've mentioned this a few times already this morning over the last few hours. I wouldn't overlook that, Bryn. I do think it's important. Just what is the state of this consumer? We know we've had this massive step down in payrolls growth. We know people don't feel good about the economy based on the sentiment surveys, but it's how they're spending that really matters here.
How they feel and what they do have been two different things for a long time and kind of counterintuitive over the past couple of years. I'm just wondering, is it still bifurcated? Are wealthier individuals still spending? And
현재 약수익권 진입하였습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 목표수익권까지
How weak is this economy?
대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 약수익권 진입하였습니다.
We expect the FOMC wants to signal a series of rate cuts. We expect a total of 100 basis points of rate cuts this year. Abigail joins us now for more. Abigail, good morning.
Good morning.
This year as in the rest of 2025?
Yes.
OK, quick maths. Some simple math. 3 meetings, 100 basis points. You're expecting a 50?
Yeah, so we've been expecting the Fed
현재 시장의 움직임이 크기 때문에
since April. So we had
좀 안정화된 수익권에서 수익 정산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
We would see it come to the fore that the Fed would have to make this decision essentially between kind of the potential for an uplift in inflation versus the weakness in the labour market. And we thought that would become most acute at this September meeting. And, you know, we continue to expect that we'll see the 25 basis point cut delivered this week. Our expectations for the 50, you know, we do have that penciled in for December. I think our sense is that we continue to see this weakness in the economy persisting, and it's something that, you know, could actually accelerate as we go into the kind of fourth quarter of the year. I think one of the key things, you noted obviously retail sales, right? I think for us, one of the things that I would note is, you know, you've seen a relatively weak consumer this year, right? You've seen the consumer running below trend so far this year. You saw July popping a little bit higher. So I do think that August print is going to be an important one, just in terms of getting a sense of how this consumer is faring.
So is 2025 going to be a mirror image of 2024 when it comes to 100 basis points of rate cuts into data that only gets better economically?
Yeah, so I think it's interesting because, you know, we are expecting to see kind of more weakness in the labour market side, right? If we remember the kind of layoff program from the federal government side, you've got a slug of around 75,000 workers that are expected to come off the payroll at the end of the fiscal year. So that's going to dent, your average, right, through the end of the year. So I do think there are signs that you'll continue to see that weakness in the labour market data. I think the key thing to note here is you've seen that weakness in the consumer, but you've not seen the impact of tariffs yet, right? We're just starting to see some of those price increases coming through for consumers. We saw reports, obviously, from Walmart recently around potentially passing through some price increases in August. So I think that's why we're watching very closely, you know, what's happening in this retail sales data this week, because you've not seen the kind of impact from the tariffs yet on the consumer. You've already seen a slow consumer. So the question is kind of when that kind of feeds through into kind of weaker real disposable income, as you start to see inflation reaccelerating, how does the consumer then respond?
Could you see a jobless reaccelerating? And I ask this given the fact that you've got companies that are investing more in automating different things, creating greater efficiencies, especially in the face of uncertainty with respect to policy. Could you see a pretty sluggish labor market even as corporate profits expand, even as people continue to spend?
Yeah, look, I think our sense is that we continue to see the labour market weaken through the end of the year, but then we think you will see a little bit of a turning point and into 2026. I think there's a number of things to look to in terms of the potential for kind of a more positive growth outlook through 2026. I just think that the kind of bite of the kind of tariff policies with the inflation pass-through will be felt through the kind of fourth quarter and into the end of the year. Our expectation then is, you know, potentially you start to see some of the kind of fiscal impulse from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act kind of coming through. We should see that, you know, in the April tax refund season. You know, that's something we're watching out for, just to see how that feeds into consumer balance sheets, see how that helps consumers potentially weather some of the price increases we expect to kind of come through.
I have to say, I think that final point is still really underappreciated, because for a lot of people, they view the tax bill as an extension of current policy. Can you just sort of build that out for us? Why is that still so important? What kind of refunds are we expecting and why?
Yeah, so I think there's a number of kind of consumer policies around kind of child tax credits. You know, some of the focus from the campaign around tip income deductions, standard deductions for seniors being boosted. I think there's a number of different elements where you could see that potentially feeding through into a little bit stronger consumption through that period. I think the question is how sustainable that is. I think it would be kind of an impact through the second quarter, say. We have a little bit of a bounce higher in terms of the pace of consumption in our forecast in the second quarter, but then it doesn't necessarily mean that that will be sustained. I think the other element that people are watching is obviously what's happening in terms of the investment side. When we look at the investment dynamics in the US just now, you know, we are seeing kind of a very concentrated increase in investment in kind of AI-related goods and not necessarily a broad-based increase in investment. So I think the question is whether some of the extension, as you say, of some of the expensing provisions, does that then feed into stronger investment next year, potentially? You know, we're a little bit hesitant, just given the extent of the response you saw in 2017. But, you know, that's another potential kind of boost that you could see. But overall, you know, we still expect a relatively muted pace of growth next year. You know, we're still below trend. We've got a 1.6% rate of growth next year. So.
Looking for 100 basis points going into year-end of rate cuts, though, from this Federal Reserve. Abigail, enjoyed this. It's good to see you. Welcome to New York. Abigail Watt there of UBS. This from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, speaking to reporters just moments ago. Some more breaking news for you. In line with what the President alluded to about 15 minutes ago, the Treasury Secretary saying the commercial terms of a TikTok deal have been reached. They've been agreed. The framework for a TikTok deal has been reached over in Madrid, Spain.
Yeah, and setting the bar for the Xi and Trump conversation, Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, saying that the two leaders plan to speak to complete the TikTok deal. He appears to be having a press conference alongside Jameson Greer, who keeps talking about the deep respect that U.S. and China have for one another. I just wonder what the parameters are for this deal to get done. Is there broader ramifications for other aspects of some of the trade negotiations, or was this highly isolated to just this one company and what terms it can keep operating in the U.S.?
It's been quite a 40 minutes for news, that's for sure. On that front, on quarterly reporting, and this from the President just moments ago as well on the Federal Reserve. Too late, must cut interest rates now, and bigger than he had in mind, housing will soar. The President of the United States just moments ago. We'll put this all together for you in the next 5 minutes or so. Let's get you a news wrap with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahira. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. President Donald Trump is out with a new proposal for Wall Street. Trump posting on Truth Social, quote, subject to SEC approval, companies and corporations should no longer be forced to report on a quarterly basis, but rather on a 6-month basis, adding that China has a 50 to 100-year view on management of a company, whereas we run our companies on a quarterly basis. He added, not good. The president also posting about the trade talks with China, saying they are going very well. He also hinted they had reached a deal on TikTok. He didn't mention the company by name, but said it was a certain company young people wanted to save. And Secretary Bessent also alluded to that just earlier. Trump adding he'll be speaking to President Xi on Friday. And New York Governor Kathy Hochul has endorsed Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani for mayor of New York City. Hochul wrote in a New York Times op-ed that she is confident Mamdani has the courage and urgency New York City needs. Trump slammed the move by Hochul amid his flurry of truths this morning. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next on the programme, we'll set you up for the day ahead, get you the latest from Madrid, Spain, and then speak to Greg Peters of PGIM Fixed Income, looking ahead to the Federal Reserve and getting his reaction to developments on trade. From New York City, this is Bloomberg.
자, 해당 진입권 길게 보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 5계약 기준량 100만원 손실권에 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
You've said 25% last year, I believe, of Google's code is AI generated. You have over 180,000 employees right now. Is it half that in the future?
I expect we will grow from our current engineering base even into next year, right? Because it allows us to do more, right? I think the opportunity space is also increasing. I just view this as making engineers dramatically more productive, getting a lot of the mundane aspects out of what they do, allowing them to spend on higher value-added tasks. But that means it's an accelerator. People will be able to do more, which means maybe we'll create new products, and hence we will need more people. At least in the near term, to me, it looks like we will expand engineering velocity, and that doesn't mean we're constrained in what we will do. We'll end up doing more as a company as well.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and centre.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
They'll be guidance because they're going to publish the summary of economic projections. I think the big debate there is, do they show one more cut after September, or do they show two more cuts? And I think it's going to be a very close call between those two outcomes.
We know what this market is looking for. 2 more cuts after this cut this week and a whole lot more into 26. That was the former New York Fed President, Bill Dudley. This market is near session highs, up by 0.3% on the S&P 500, on the Nasdaq up by 0.2. The opening bell about 42 minutes away. And in focus is global trade. New updates from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and US Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, the two looking to wrap up a second day of talks with China in Madrid, Spain. With the latest, here's Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, John. So the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent telling reporters in Madrid that President Trump, Chinese President Xi Jinping will wrap up the final details when it comes to a deal on TikTok. And it really is just in the nick of time. Wednesday is an important date around here for a few different reasons, but it is also the deadline for a deal on TikTok. So this likely means that President Trump is going to extend it a little bit further so that they can get the implementation underway. Now, we're still waiting for what this deal is going to look like, but I'll point out that we had reported earlier this year that the U.S. was aiming for a new U.S.-based version of TikTok owned and operated by a majority of American investors, and that the goal was to have ByteDance's holdings reduced below 20%. As we wait for these details, one thing is going to be for sure. We're going to be looking for what those data user security guarantees are going to look like, because at the heart of this really does cap off at this point a years-long battle after we saw U.S. lawmakers pass this law banning TikTok over these national security concerns. We know the White House has been deeply involved in this after really flipping President Trump's position. Used to be against this, but since we've heard him really talk about, John, the appeal of young voters on this platform, and that seems to help spur this along.
Tyler Kendall with the latest down in Washington, D.C. Tyler, thank you. Concluding remarks coming out of day two of talks in Madrid, Spain, on TikTok, of all things. Not the breakthrough that many people in the market were hoping for.
No, they were hoping for some sort of larger framework for trade, especially in light of Russia. I will just note, it's fascinating to see the market reaction to this. You put it to Meta, shares just slightly lower with this idea that they were going to benefit potentially from TikTok getting banned. Oracle shares up dramatically in pre-market, and this comes after Larry Ellison was one of the rumored members who could be involved in bringing TikTok to the United States. So interesting to see those shares up 4% in pre-market.
I won't speculate. I'm sure you're not keen to either. But of course, this was something that came up in the president's first term over the same issue, TikTok. Do you remember that one?
I do.
It was Oracle, Walmart in the mix as well.
Yep.
Odd mix of companies at the time.
It's just interesting to see how much markets are moving on this. And if you want to watch for another move, just wait and watch Truth Social.
That stock had a massive week last week. Oracle up this morning by 4%. Looking ahead to the rest of this week, Greg Peters of PGIM has this to say. US macro base case is a muddle through. While downside tails remain, there is a chance of a mild recession. We see limited crash risk. Greg joins us now for more. Greg, welcome back. I'd love an update on where you are now, because the last time we spoke, you talked about the risk of a repeat of last year. The Fed was going to cut and maybe the long end sold off. We've started to see some stability return to the long end of the curve, Greg. Do you take some comfort from that?
Yeah, there's definitely been a reversal. The
자, 현재 브랜드 밴드 상단에 있습니다. 여기서 추가 하방 압력
kind of reversed
없을
itself over the
경우에는
past week or so.
순혈사인 내도록 하겠습니다.
But I'm not
이번
convinced that that
캔들까지
is
지켜보고요.
kind of how
1분봉
it's going to
기준
continue
이번
to play
캔들까지
out. You know, I
지켜보고
still think the risk in the system is
순혈사인
for
내도록
steeper
하겠습니다.
curves, not flatter curves. You know, you look at kind of where we are economically. You have, just talked about, the fiscal lift that I think you'll see. You'll see more monetary stimulus. You're seeing the effects of tariffs come through. You see a lot of, kind of the breaking down of institutional norms. All these types of factors, I think, will lead to more pressure on the back end. At the same time, though, everything will get pulled down. The question is, how will the back end kind of get pulled down with it? Will it be 1-to-1 or kind of 1 to 1/2, that sort of ratio? I just don't know.
This is something that we've been talking about here. How much is this just crowded positioning getting stomped out in terms of the yield curve flattening? I'm just wondering about the reaction function to Wednesday's announcement. If there is a real dovish bias to what the Fed does, do you see that curve steepening reinstating itself, or do you think that right now the market's just in a different frame of thought?
손절하도록 하겠습니다. 해당지니까 여기서 손절하도록
So I do
하겠습니다.
think there's an
손절
expectation that
사인드립니다.
the Fed will just do 25, but I don't think anyone would be completely shocked by a more dovish bias here.
주문
That's where the
청산이
markets are leaning. So
완료되었습니다.
that should largely be in the price, but I think it's important to note that the inflationary effects haven't really come through yet
자, 2차
from a
진입
tariff
이어서
standpoint.
대기하도록
And then
하겠습니다.
if in fact this administration and this Fed is trying to kind of goose housing, then that's the area that has actually pulled down inflation, right? It's been a disinflationary environment on the housing front. So if you kind of do programs and policies to reignite housing, that should, all else equal, put pressure on the back end of the curve.
So what do you like right now? Are you just going into high-yield bonds and
자,
cash?
매수 진입 사인 드립니다. 매수 진입 사인 드립니다. 다섯 장 매수 진입가 164.75입니다.
So I think economically the environment's in pretty decent shape. There is this risk that you can actually overheat in here just given all the policies we just talked about. But for me, as a credit investor, I just don't see a lot of value, right? Credit spreads are pretty tight, so the bet that you're making to be really long credit in a beta way
자, 매수세가 강하게 나타나고 있으며
which is a heroic bet in my mind. So it's about safe carry, kind of front to intermediate part of the curve.
돌파 가능성이 있다고 판단되어서 매수 진입 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 매수 진입 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
It just came in from Neil Dutta of Redmap. Just sent me a message and said the
실시간
market
대응
has the Fed going
이어나가도록
to neutral
하겠습니다.
2 years before the Fed has it. They can't meet those expectations. Greg, would you agree with that? Is that the risk into Wednesday?
Yeah, but I think that's kind of a persistent risk, right? Markets always are ahead of where central bankers, tend to be. So I don't think that's a complete shock. You look at 1 year forward, you kind of have a 3%, which is, quite in the neutral range, if, even maybe a little lower than neutral. So I think get to neutral, see how the economy responds. The markets have a tendency of getting ahead of itself. Par usual, and I don't think this is any different this time around.
Greg, thank you, buddy. Greg Peters of PGIM. Catch up with you later this week, I think. Greg Peters of PGIM fixed income there on the Federal Reserve into that decision on Wednesday. What a 60 minutes this has been. Concluded remarks from Madrid, Spain on the second day of trade talks between the US and China, a push to move away from quarterly earnings from the President of the United States to something on a 6-month basis, and maybe some kind of outcome with TikTok with very little detail.
And the headlines keep coming. So Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking to reporters, this headline just crossed, they discussed the poor timing of the NVIDIA investigation. That was how he framed it, given the fact that China has come out about potentially anti-dumping laws and anti-monopoly laws. This is a very active administration and a very confident market, and that seems to be the contradiction here.
This from Jameson Greer, suggesting the US is open to action on extending the truce with China. Just keeps being extended. Coming up tomorrow, Henry Allen of Deutsche Bank, Sarah House of Wells Fargo, Monica Guerra of Morgan Stanley, Alicia Levine of BNY Wealth. From New York City this morning, good morning. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
How much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico is hugely competitive in terms of costs. The wages in Mexico are much more competitive than the wages in China. So why would the U.S. companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute to the growth of U.S. as well. The value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role in the further development of the U.S. And U.S. is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico. This way or that way, it will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for BBVA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates, it complements the diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
In case you missed it, on the close.
Sweet Green, which has a kind of a similar business model to Kava, they're having some issues, and it's more about just the foot traffic. Maybe the price points are too high, or people have just moved on to other types of ways to feed themselves. What are you seeing?
We're not seeing anything underneath structurally in the business. If anything, we're seeing greater structural strength. In recent years, we've now underpriced CPI by 900 basis points. So again, our value scores continue to improve. We continue to make our food more accessible and really try to mitigate any of the impacts of, say, tariffs and not have to pass along to our guests.
There's been a lot of talk about how you reimagine stores like this. What do you want your customer to do?
If you're in a hurry, we've got great digital channels. We've got 60 drive-through pickup windows. But if you want a great physical experience, you can have that walk-the-line experience, see the food, smell the food, interact with our team members. Our mission is to bring heart, health, and humanity to food. So we want to deliver that humanity in the four walls of our restaurants and have a great environment for you to enjoy your Mediterranean meal.
수익 청산 사인드립니다. 여기서 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 현지진이권 수익
Bringing
청산
you
사인드립니다.
up-to-the-minute energy news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersachi in Vienna,
수익 청산 후
and this
3차
is Bloomberg.
진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
Futures higher on a flurry of headlines. 30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Danny Berger. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
자, 3차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
Coming up, President Trump wants to scrap quarterly earnings reports, a move that could create a tectonic shift in U.S. equity markets. The president also says he'll speak with Xi Jinping on Friday as China raises trade tensions by investigating NVIDIA. And go big or go home. President Trump predicts a hefty cut from the Fed as officials juggle a high stakes moment for the U.S. economy. Danny, what are you watching?
Well, it's a fire hose of news of headlines this morning, and this one came around 6 a.m. Shares of Tesla are higher after regulatory filings showed CEO Elon Musk purchased about $1 billion worth of carmaker shares. Those shares go up by 8%, and Matt follows on that $1 trillion pay package that they announced from Musk.
All right, so one big move in the Mag 7. I've got another one. NVIDIA shares are falling after China ruled that the company violated anti-monopoly laws back in 2020 when it acquired Mellanox Technologies. China also says it's launching an anti-dumping investigation targeting a type of chip made by U.S. companies, including Texas Instruments. But NVIDIA shares right now down just about 1%. They had been off more earlier in the pre-market. TI down more than 3%, Danny.
Let's go back to our top story this morning, Matt, and it is President Trump saying that companies should not be forced to report quarterly earnings. The president took to Truth Social to say firms reporting on a half-yearly basis would, quote, save money and allow managers to focus properly on running their companies. For more, we are joined by Bloomberg Intelligence senior government analyst Nathan Dean. Nathan, it's something Trump flirted with in 2018. How likely would this be to get through to the SEC, and what kind of big changes would it mean?
So I think it's actually somewhat likely, but I would say I don't think it's going to happen by 2027, because like you said, this is something that occurred before, back in 2018. And the market participants' reaction to this was somewhat mixed. Investors were like, look, we want this data, but companies were also saying, well, there potentially could be some capital formation positives for this idea of long-term investing. So I think what the SEC will do here is they'll say, certainly, President Trump, we are going to look into this. But it's not like I don't think they've actually written a rule or anything like this. So I think they're going to go back, and either two scenarios will emerge. They're going to either do another request for comment, or they'll put out what's known as an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking, both of those occurring probably in the first half of next year. And then they'll go through and they'll try and find out more consensus of whether or not this is something the market wants, or is this something that the capital formation folks need? So I don't think it's going to happen by 2027. I'm sorry, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but certainly by 2027, this could be a reality for the market.
Nathan, has the president been using executive orders as much recently, and can he change regulations in that way?
So, the way that President Trump is using executive orders in the regulatory sense is just a fancy way of picking up the phone and saying to his agency leaders, saying, I want you to do this. And so if President Trump orders the SEC chairman to do this, even though the SEC is an independent agency, we don't think the SEC is going to do the business of telling the White House no. So I do think what will happen is somewhat similar to what happened when President Trump's floated this with former SEC chairman Jay Clayton, is Jay Clayton came out and said, right, we'll do a request for comment, and we'll kickstart the process. And I certainly think that Chairman Adams would do the same here. The one caveat is that when that happened, The SEC ran out of time. In this case, it's
목표
early enough in
시점까지
the 4
천천히
years or the 3
대응해
years we have
나가도록
left.
하겠습니다.
But the SEC certainly can't do something before the end of the Trump administration.
All right, Nathan, thanks very much for that roundup. Nathan Dean there of Bloomberg Intelligence, for some reason known as America's dad. I can't remember exactly why, but that's Joe Matthew.
I felt comforted listening to him.
He's not wearing
so
his vest. Sometimes he wears apparently a fleece vest and resembles America's dad somehow. Turning to tech, Elon Musk purchased about $1 billion in Tesla stock on Friday. He made the move after Tesla's chair spoke with Bloomberg Tech's Ed Ludlow about the merits of a potential $1 trillion pay package for Musk.
The board's responsibility is to look at who the CEO is for the next period of time. And we believe that Elon is the right CEO for Tesla over this transformative period of time. And our view is he's a generational leader. There aren't any other people out there like Elon.
Let's get straight to Bloomberg Tech's Ed Ludlow. Ed, again, the timing interesting here. What was the decision, and why do we think Elon Musk did this?
Yeah, I mean, the market's seeing it as a really positive signal that Musk, from the other side of the negotiating table, is saying, yeah, I kind of buy what Robin Denholm's saying. Like, I'm feeling positive about this, you're feeling positive about this. It's the first time that Musk has bought stock on the open market, but I'd note he did it through a revocable trust, and he did it on September 12th. The same day as that conversation, the first time since the beginning of 2020. Remember, in 2022, he was a net seller of about $20 billion worth of shares, but that was the year that he acquired Twitter, now known as X, and he needed the capital and the cash. So there's a long way to go on this still. Remember that shareholders will vote on that package on November 6th. And it was really difficult on that conversation Friday. And actually, I've kept phoning investors to get a sense of where they sit on it, because it's not universal that they feel that the structure of it, the way that Elon is required to hit mandatory targets, is a good thing or not.
Ed, we know that the U.S. and China are having talks around TikTok in Madrid right now. President Trump is going to meet reportedly President Xi at the end of the week. The Chinese have opened an investigation into NVIDIA. What is it on? Where does it stand? And how damaging could this be to the U.S. chipmaker?
Yep, it's on NVIDIA's 2020 purchase of Mellanox Technologies, which in the data center context focused on networking. So think basically like Ethernet cables that tie all the stuff together. You know, it's a story about timing, right? And the Treasury Secretary noting that the unhelpful nature of the timing, it reinforces that NVIDIA, in more than one investigation and domain, is kind of at the heart of these negotiations. Remember that more casually, Chinese regulators are advising tech companies in China not to buy NVIDIA's H20 chip, even though on the American side, they're now authorized to do so, or at least able to apply for licenses. So it's a historic investigation. The timing, therefore, a little bit interesting. But based on the headlines of this morning, both out of Madrid and from the president on the social media space, things seem to be progressing.
As we're talking about headlines of this morning, Ed, less than 30 minutes ago, we got Bessent telling reporters that a framework for a TikTok deal had been reached. Trump seemingly putting on Truth Social, something along those lines as well.
Yep. So the Treasury Secretary says a framework has been reached. The president is going to speak with President Xi on Friday. I would note that Oracle shares in the pre-market made a move higher. The context being that there is a deadline this week for the divestment of the US portion of TikTok. And historically, in the short term, this administration has been open-minded to the idea, at least in its public communications, that they would let the US entity of TikTok die. But the president's post on Truth Social, the idea that he references young people wanting to keep it alive, makes a lot of sense. We don't know anything other than that. The market response, reading between the lines of Bessent and the president's statement, would suggest that that bidding group, the consortium, which it basically included friends and associates of the president's family, Oracle, as well as the data warehousing side of it, that might be what we get, but we just don't know.
Ed, thank you very much. Got to save it for the kids. Bloomberg Tech's Ed Ludlow, and you should, of course, watch his show at 11 a.m. Eastern. Now, investors this morning also waiting the Fed decision on Wednesday. President Trump pushing the central bank to go big this week.
The Fed chairman's incompetent. I think you have a big cut because I don't think he can help with cutting. It's perfect for cutting.
Michael McKee, Bloomberg Chief Economics and Policy Correspondent, joins us now. Mike, Trump expecting a big cut. What are markets expecting?
Markets are not expecting a big cut, and the president is likely to be disappointed. However, he is likely to get a cut. It is going to be a very busy week. Today we had Empire Manufacturing post a big loss, suggesting the economy is slowing down significantly, and that could mean more evidence for the Fed to cut rates, but they're already on track. Tuesday, retail sales and import prices will give us an idea of whether consumers are hanging in there and whether foreign exporters are cutting their prices to absorb some of the tariffs. Wednesday is the big meeting, of course, and Thursday, jobless claims in Philly Fed. They could be influential, but the Fed will have already met, so probably not going to matter quite as much. Before we get to Wednesday, though, we've got a lot going on. The appeals court may decide today on whether Lisa Cook can be part of the Fed when the meeting starts tomorrow. The administration has asked for a decision by today. They don't have to, but we could get a decision tonight. And of course, also tonight, the Senate likely to confirm Stephen Myron to the Fed. The Fed meeting begins at 9 a.m. on Tuesday. The decision at 2 p.m. Will there be a cut? Will there be dissents? Plus economic forecasts and the dot plot. Got to stay tuned for that.
I know the Fed is looking closely at the jobs data, and that's why they'll cut. But inflation is still relatively high, right? It's still 50% above their 2% target. 2.9% is the headline number. 3.1% is the core CPI number. President Trump says, first of all, that inflation is gone and it's come down on groceries. But he says housing is the main sticking point. That's the big problem. And he thinks this cut is going to help somehow with housing. How does that work? How does that look to you?
It looks iffy. We're not sure what will happen with housing. But first of all, grocery prices are going back up again, which the president kind of left out of his statement. But with housing, it's the long end that matters because that influences mortgage rates. And the long end has not been, as you know, behaving the same way as the short end. The Fed is the influence for 2 years and shorter. And after that, you start to get into what investors think inflation expectations are going to be. So if inflation is still going up, then we may not see long end rates come down, which may mean you don't see mortgage rates come down. So it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen. It's not a one-for-one correlation.
Well, I know the last time the Fed cut, we had the 10-year actually rise. Mm-hmm. But if we got the long end down and mortgage rates were lower, house prices, I assume, would go higher.
Right, because all of a sudden the people who were locked in their mortgages that didn't want to move might start to move if you get enough cuts, and then there's more demand, and then prices are higher.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch. Michael McKee, this is your wheelhouse. This is your ball of yarn. Mike McKee is our international policy and economics correspondent. Let's get a check on futures right now. We are just 20 minutes away from the opening bell, and we do see gains here on the S&P futures, 0.3%, a little bit less on NASDAQ futures as NVIDIA shares are so heavily weighted there, and the small caps are rallying the most, I guess, ahead of this cut.
Yeah, small caps, there's been a lot of calls for small caps. Matt, I think the thing today is bad news is good news is good, no news is good, and literally this fire hose of news we've gotten apparently is also good this morning, too.
Absolute ton of headlines this morning.
Many headlines. We have another one for you. Coming up, United Health is said to be stepping up its lobbying of Trump allies. We're going to bring you that story next. You're watching Bloomberg Open Interest.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more
약 순식간에서 대응 이뤄지고 있습니다. 자, 본전까지 현재 진입권 지켜보면서 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. more than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Let's get now to high interest. Look what's making headlines around the world. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is endorsing Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani for mayor of New York City. It's a key affirmation for the frontrunner whose candidacy hasn't yet been fully embraced by his own party. And the decision is as well a blow to incumbent Mayor Eric Adams and to former Governor Andrew Cuomo, both of whom are running against Mamdani in the general election. Barclays is preparing to spend at least $1 billion to renovate its skyscraper here in New York City's Times Square, becoming the latest financial giant to invest in updating its office space in this city, even though Mamdani is in the lead. Construction will begin in the middle of next year, with the project expected to wrap up in 2030. And United Health has tried to schedule meetings with President Donald Trump, although it has not yet secured one, according to the Wall Street Journal. The attempts are said to be part of an increasing lobbying effort by the health insurer as it faces a number of regulatory challenges.
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인들입니다. 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다.
Investigations including a criminal probe into its Medicare billing practices, which has pushed its share price down about 30% so far this year to date. Danny?
Yeah, it's been a company that's been
주문 청산이
struggling. Let's get more on
완료되었습니다.
that story. Shelley Banjo, Bloomberg's managing editor for global
수익
business,
정산
joins us
사인들입니다.
now. Shelley, this is
자,
a
이어서
company that
4차
also seemingly
진입비율
secured meetings
대기하도록
with Susie
하겠습니다.
Wiles, so with
4차
Trump allies.
진입비율 대기하도록
How
하겠습니다.
unusual is it? Because this is a company that is highly exposed to U.S. regulation.
Yeah, United Health has been dealing with quite a lot this year. I mean, from the civil, the criminal suits, the death of their unit head, the new CEO, the stock, you name it, it has happened to United Health, and they are, spending big in Washington.
다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 다시 한번 드립니다. 재진입 사인 드립니다. 매도 진입입니다. 진입가 164.75입니다. 164.75. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
So, I guess your first order of business would be to hire Trump adjacent lobbyists, and then you try somehow to give Trump as much money as you can.
Yeah.
What have they been doing?
Yeah, well, so we started looking into this across actually all the companies in the S&P 500. This is part of the Trump playbook right now. If you're running a company, you want to hire the MAGA affiliated
원장까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 진입권 진입 후 급격히 반등 나와주면서 자, 현재 110만 원 현실권에
It's a
있습니다.
different degree. I understand that because you do have Trump who's been directly involved in American
자,
companies.
본장까지
But
대응
isn't this a
이어나가도록
playbook
하겠습니다. 현재
regardless of who's in
진입권
the White House?
본장까지
You want to be
대응
lobbying the White
이어나가도록
House. You want to be
하겠습니다.
lobbying DC.
Yeah, you definitely. That's always been the case. You're always, having a relationship with these folks. But we've been talking to CEOs across the board over the last few weeks. They're adding more people in DC. They're getting more directed, targeted meetings. They're being very careful with which lobbyists they choose. So you're right. It's always been the case, but I think it requires tweaking here and there for the Trump presidency.
And they've had, serious issues all year, as you mentioned, the assassination of a unit head, a lot of I guess, mistrust on the part of the public, right, in terms of their business model. Have they addressed that, how they're operating as a health insurer?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there are few companies that have more at stake right now in front of the Trump presidency than United Health. They've got civil and criminal probes going on. They have this sort of issues that they've been having with the American public. You know, how much are we going to be spending for healthcare? Things like prior authorization that get people like really, really ramped up about it. And so, you know, they have to convince the American people as well as the Trump presidency that they should, you know, be able to keep going with their business practices.
I know one of the issues also is in payments that they have for their various Medicare businesses too. It's been something this entire industry though has been grappling with, right?
Yeah, and they were hit pretty badly. They're starting to, you know, try to figure out what does all of this mean for them now with all the cuts and all the hits to Medicare, and that's part of the ongoing conversation that's happening right now.
All right, Shelley, thanks very much for covering this with us. Shelley Banjo is in charge of company news coverage here at Bloomberg. Let's get a check of futures ahead of the opening bell. We're looking at gains here, 0.3% still on S&P futures. NASDAQ futures down a little, or not up quite as much because of the drop in NVIDIA. It's only 1%, but it's a very heavy stock, and then the small caps up 0.4. Coming up, Maria Waitman joins us from State Street to discuss why she thinks some equity investors are holding a misguided view of the markets. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hardern in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Top Wall Street strategists are boosting their S&P 500 targets, with stocks holding near all-time highs. We're set to hit another one today. Morgan Stanley reiterated its bull case for the S&P 500 to rally to 7,200 by mid-next year. Infrastructure Capital looking at 7,000 by year-end. RBC also now expects the benchmark to end the year around a lower number, but it is higher than what Lori Calvasina had before, 6,350. Let's get State Street's view with head of equity research, Maria Waitman. Maria, great to see you this morning. You talk about this, that this is an idea, the idea that this is an environment where the perception is that equity investors can't lose. You say that idea is misguided. Why?
Yeah, first of all, absolutely agree with my colleagues about strong equity market outlook. And hey, we have a world where strong data, great for earnings, weak data, great for rate cuts, stocks rally. We have volatility is not being huge. Investors are joining in the rally. Everything looks great. However, the problem I see with this thesis is that the idea of earnings being great. Earnings are great in only one place, and it's tech. And it's fantastic. It's the largest sector. It's pulling everything higher. But in terms of your allocation within stocks, it's just tech and everything else. So that's the trade for us. It's a kind of a relative preference, which is very, very strong. But the problem for investors, of course, is that everybody are crowded in tech. It's very expensive, so it's a difficult trade. We still think it's a right trade to kind of push Max 7s, but it's a challenging trade.
Why do you think it's only the tech stocks that have institutional ownership, and it's only the tech stocks that'll continue to drive this rally? We were talking with Katrina Dudley a couple trading days ago, and she said she expects a rotation. So she's taking profits from those Mag 7 stocks and buying the S&P 493.
Well, Matt, that's been conversation I had with investors for the last 2 years. Everybody wants to sell out of tech. And I would be the one as well, when and only when we see broader earnings growth. If I look at earnings expectations right now, tech is good 20% for this year. The rest of the market, a quarter of it at best. That's the problem I see. So for me to have a broadening of earnings to rotation or broadening of stock return, rotation out of tech, you do absolutely need to see better earnings story. And until then, it's still Tina. Investors, they get on the risk of day, you get spooked, you sell big tech because it's expensive and crowded. And then what do you buy? And that's the problem. You need to buy something with good earnings, and you don't find it, and investors go back into tech.
Maria,
that's the story.
What if we get this rate cut this week and we get consecutive rate cuts? Is that enough for a bigger rotation?
I think that would be kind of the first step, but you
자,
do
본장
need to see
개장까지 약 5분
earnings
앞두고
growth.
있습니다.
You do need to see earnings recovery.
자,
And
5분 뒤
so far,
드리는
we are
사인에
really not
집중
seeing it. And,
부탁드리겠습니다.
a lot of it, I guess, is to do with
본장
kind of the
개장까지
shape
약
of the curve,
5분 앞두고
and we
있습니다.
need to see longer end to come down. But yes, rate cuts are kind of the first step in the right direction.
All right, Maria, you're going to stick with us. We have to get more time with you on the other side of this break. State Street's Maria Waitman is still bullish on stocks, and we do see futures higher ahead of the opening bell. We didn't quite hit an all-time closing high on Friday. I think the market closed at 66.84, and we need to get to 65.84. We need to get 65.87 for a closing high. I'm going to double check that on my handy Bloomberg terminal, but we are headed in that direction again.
And the NASDAQ got there, and as a matter of fact, if it closes higher today, it would be the 9th straight day of gains, which would make it the longest winning streak since November of 2023. We have your open for you coming up next.
자, 본장 개장 이후 거래량이 많아질 수 있는 점 참고드리겠습니다.
The single best investment opportunity you see in the world, regardless of industry or geography. Why? And again, how are you making it available to your clients?
I think there's no question AI is going to impact everything we do. The opportunity to take great companies and use AI is going to transform. Also the issue of jobs. What do we do with jobs? Because there's no question you look at things that are customer service oriented, and the AI is so much more efficient. As we look at across all these different opportunities, what we really like is data centers in the US. And the one thing that we know is that AI is just going to create this enormous demand for data and this even growing opportunity for cloud computing. So for us, owning data centers for 20, 30, 50 years, we're going to have a limitation on power in the US. There's no question over the next 20 years, the technology will change for chips. It'll become more competitive, and NVIDIA may not be the only major provider. So I think you're going to have a big technology refresh over the next 20 years. But the one thing we know is you're going to need data centers, you're going to need power, you're going to need cooling to support all this growth in the cloud. So we look at them as long-term bonds.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield
잠시 후
investment
본장
opportunities
진행됩니다.
abound. Join me on
잠시 후
Horizon
본장
Middle East and
시작됩니다.
Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
본장 개장되었습니다. 본장 시작되었습니다.
We are moments away from the start of trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller, looking at solid gains on futures, 0.3% on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. The Russell 2000 futures even higher. We closed at 65.84, and we need to get 65.87 for a closing high. It does look like that'll be pretty easy to do on at least at this stage of the day. Deutsche Bank is ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. The stock is crushing it. The stock is up 360% over the past 5 years. And I'm talking about Deutsche Bank, once the laughing stock of banks and the national bank of the sick man of Europe, has really come back. It's been pretty impressive. Fulton Bank ringing the bell at the NASDAQ market site. That stock is up also over the last 5 years. I always run a comp function before I come out here, up 150%. So not as much as DBK, but still doing very well down at the NASDAQ. Danny, what are you watching in terms of the stocks moving this morning?
I'm looking at the tech stocks because sure, the NASDAQ looks like it's going to be able to hit another record, but this is the force that might bring it down. NVIDIA shares are falling less than we were in the future session, down by less than 1%. China has ruled that the company violated anti-monopoly laws back in 2020 when it acquired Mellanox Technologies. China also said that it's launching an anti-dumping investigation targeting a type of chip made by U.S. companies. That includes Analog Devices and Texas Instruments. So those shares down nearly 4%. Matt, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at shares of Tesla. You were watching them at the top. They continue to rise 7% basically after a regulatory filing showed CEO Elon Musk purchased about $1 billion worth of the car maker's shares. This is the cult of Elon, so it makes sense for this stock to rise on news like that. We're back with Maria Waitman there, State Street Global Head of Markets, Head of Equity Research at State Street Global Markets. Maria, I wonder if you think any other industry group has real potential to rise here in U.S. stocks other than tech. We've talked about your tech earnings forecasts. I think 26% is what I saw most recently for 2025. Who's second best?
That's actually a really good question, and we spent a lot of time in our kind of strategy team discussions about that, scratching our heads.
길게 봤을 땐 충분히 하방 가능성이 있다고 판단이 됩니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Long behind. I think the area we're looking at is actually healthcare. So healthcare is the sector that is the most unloved sector.
자, 3분봉 기준 이번 춘대까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
A really underweight sector. I mean, I would probably like to give you a sense of it. The size of tech overweight of benchmark position is smaller than the size of healthcare underweight. So just to give you an idea how much people really don't like healthcare sector. And we're beginning to see some signs of earnings improving a little bit. There are lots and lots of issues in the sector. I mean, don't get me wrong, but given the positioning, given the kind of huge discount, maybe there is some catch up. So we're looking at that.
I wonder what you think about the banks. You know, I was just pretty shocked to see the massive gain in Deutsche Bank shares over the last 5 years. And obviously, it's not a U.S. stock, but Christian Saving has done very well to turn that bank around. What about U.S. banks? What do you think of J.P. Morgan, of Goldman Sachs, of Morgan Stanley? How do you sit on those?
I mean, banks, you're absolutely right. Banks done really well, particularly in Europe. But U.S. banks, I mean, they're very profitable. I mean, the thing the issue we have with banks, and actually, to be honest, that's a bigger issue in Europe than in U.S., is that a lot of profits that banks are making are in kind of non-core activities. So banks are doing really well in trading, in investment banking, in asset management. That's fantastic. But those are generally kind of non-recurring revenues. So you shouldn't really reprice banks, which really happened already, and investors kind of positioned for that. So to me, that kind of risk reward is potentially on the lower side, given that we're already positioned for kind of good earnings, and can they repeat them? I don't know. I'm not sure as the economy is kind of slowing down.
Well, good earnings we had gotten, and it comes out of a period for all of corporate America, Maria, that there was a real question as to whether we would get that. Trump this morning putting on Truth Social suggesting that he's going to be pushing the SEC to get rid of quarterly reports, instead have it just every 6 months, so twice a year. As an investor, Maria, that looks through earnings reports, do you think that it would make sense for the U.S. to follow in the footsteps of, I guess, Europe and the U.K. that does not mandate quarterly reporting?
I mean, we obviously need to look into the details, how that will be implemented. But like in general, more transparency is better, more data is better, more chance of corporate managements to communicate with investors, to update them on their kind of plans and products is good thing to have. So I don't know whether you kind of don't report quarterly, but you still like in UK, companies often issue like trading statements and update investors on how they're doing. So we're getting that information, which will be critically important. But I mean, there is a good reason why US stocks in general trade at a premium to European stocks, why cost of capital is lower in US than in Europe. So all those kind of better regulation, transparency is helpful. So I mean, as an investor, I think it's very important to keep this kind of close look at how companies are doing.
We do see, you know, so many stories. I guess maybe the evidence is anecdotal, but I'm sure that papers have been written on it about privatizing a company like Michael Dell once did, and that way you don't have the scrutiny of Wall Street on you, and you can make changes that are geared towards the longer term. This is kind of the Chinese model, and President Trump often looks to China as an example of how he wants America to be. You don't think that would be helpful across the board for investors? You think that we would do better having, you know, constant commentary and scrutiny, constant transparency from quarterly reports?
I mean, so there is obviously a trade-off bit. I mean, there is on one hand, on the other hand, but I think extra transparency, extra kind of communication with investors, that's something that keeps like cost of capital, cost of equity lower, ability to kind of talk to bankers, talk to market, update on the story. I think that's important. That also insurance kind of more gradual price moves as opposed to kind of all of a sudden we learn something about companies that we had no idea, no transparency. I mean, so some like corporate governance issues. So I think as an investor, as an analyst, it's better to have more information than less in general.
Maria, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing us all of your information. Maria Whiteman of State Street. Matt, I think comparing things to China is always an interesting choice. But Maria pointed out, even in countries where you don't have the urge or the necessity to report quarterly, they still give trading updates. Like, that is still a cost. If you're trying to save money, I don't know if this necessarily does it.
All right, it'll be interesting. That'll be an interesting question to put to CEOs, right?
For sure.
That we talk to, and we talk to them every day here at 10:30. We'll ask the CEO of Exact Sciences today how he would embrace that. I'm just marveling at Deutsche Bank still, and how well, because I lived in Germany for so long and reported on this company. I talked to James von Moltke, the CFO, every quarter. At one point in 2020, their price to book was below 0.2. So they were trading for less than 0.2 of their book value. Even in 2022, it was only a quarter. So to see them get back to this level, price to book ratio, they're worth almost as much as the book value of their assets now. Is pretty impressive.
That is very impressive. But let's talk about more American companies.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We'll focus on what's going on in the stock market right now. What do you got, Dan?
All right, well, look, it's the push and pull between the two Mag 7 giants. It is Tesla versus NVIDIA, which is going to win out. The thing moving equities higher this morning is Tesla, up 5.5%, up more than that. Given its weight, it is the biggest push upward for this index. But it's interesting to see some of the losses from NVIDIA starting to kind of not look as severe. It's actually here. It's on the 8th mover list down over here, or bopping around there. NVIDIA down about 1.5%. Texas Instruments, that's also China related, with China investigating anti-dumping. So again, it's tech and Mag 7 both leading us and hurting us this morning. By the way, Oracle is still in the column of things gaining after that monster earnings report yesterday. Now, when it comes to the individual sectors, we are looking kind of an even split. It's consumer discretionary that's leading the way highest this morning, up 1.7%. Interestingly, comms is up there too, 1.3%. Financials does well. On the downside, you do have energy and materials dragging us down. Again, tech is basically unchanged because you have those two forces, the Tesla versus the NVIDIA versus Texas Instruments, leaves us pretty flat. But we are up 1/3%, Matt. So if we can do that, another all-time high.
Yeah, it seems highly likely. Coming up, China targeting the U.S. chip sector amid trade talks. We'll discuss that next and give you the implications as President Trump gears up to meet with President Xi on Friday. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
자, 본장 개장 이후 약 10분이 지나고 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
At what point do you say, we made a mistake and we're getting out? How long do you give it before you say, this isn't working?
That's one of the most critical differentiators between great investors and just mediocre investors. Because on one hand, you have to have confidence and conviction in all the work you've done, the decision you've made, that if you have a little stumble here and there, if you immediately are selling out, you're never really going to fully realize that the depth of potential long-term success. And yet, on the other hand, if you're stubborn and you refuse to admit I'm wrong, you continue to think the market's wrong and I'm always right, then you'll get caught in some very, very difficult positions over time. So that ability to have a fresh perspective, take in the new information, even when things aren't going the way that you'd expect or to hope, and to really understand from this price point today, is this still going to be one of the most compelling investments or not?
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
충분히 조정 구간 돌입이나 늘림목 나와줄 수 있기 때문에
Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
큰 상승 모멘트 역로로 확인이 돼서는 조정 구간 돌입 및 물림이 나아질 수 있다고 판단이 됩니다.
All right, a quick check on stocks this morning. We are higher across the board, looking at closing at another all-time high for both the S&P and NASDAQ. This would be the 9th consecutive day of a rally for the NASDAQ if we can get it. Let's get you some top calls this morning, though, some of the analyst action that we are focusing on. First up, Union Pacific getting upgraded to a buy at Citi. Those shares still flat, though. The firm says that the recent drop in shares is creating a buying opportunity. Not many people taking up that opportunity this morning. Next up, Under Armour, that gets a cut at Rothschild & Co. The firm admits that it was too optimistic on the company's turnaround and says that tariffs and slowing demand will push back recovery. Finally, Beyond Meat, that gets cut to a sell at Argus. The analysts there citing ongoing softness in the plant-based meat category, especially in the U.S. Matt, those shares falling 1 1/3%.
Have you had a Beyond Meat product?
I have. I've had it at a restaurant that served Beyond Meat, and it was fine. It was okay.
It was good?
I mean, like, it was fine. I wouldn't, like, seek it out instead of meat, but it was okay, especially smothered in cheese, which I think defeats the purpose. But yeah.
I ordered it once at the Ned at the brasserie there, and I will never do that again.
Really? It was that bad?
Yeah, horrible. All right, let's turn to technology in the form of chips. NVIDIA shares falling after China ruled that the company violated anti-monopoly laws back in 2020 when it acquired Mellanox Technologies. Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Mandeep Singh joins us now. And Mandeep, what does this mean? You know, what will happen as a result of this, especially if they find they don't like what happened in that takeover?
I mean, right now it's part of the ongoing negotiation that's going on between the China and the U.S., and the timing of it is clearly influenced by that. But look, in past cases, wherever there's been an investigation, well, if they find something was off, there could be a fine, especially since the acquisition took place in 2020. So to my mind, you know, every jurisdiction has their own way of going about, you know, looking at some of these things where they feel something wrong took place. And if they find, you know, a company was at fault, they will put a fine and you move on.
They have already, at least twice this year, the Chinese Communist Party, through various regulatory arms, has told companies locally, do not buy these NVIDIA chips. Are companies in China still buying those NVIDIA chips?
They are, and in fact, NVIDIA actually called out how big the Chinese semiconductor GPU market is. They said it's almost $50 billion a year, and they expect it to grow at a CAGR of 50%. So that just goes to show how big the market is, and I think from a Chinese standpoint, now that they know everyone is kind of looking to tap that opportunity, that's their leverage in these type of negotiations, given TikTok is also on the table, given, you know, there are so many other things at play, then this becomes one of the issues that they can leverage when it comes to negotiating with the U.S.
I was going to say, how much do you really want to be pessimistic on NVIDIA around this? If it is just, okay, maybe this is just a tactic for the talks, and maybe something that doesn't stick.
Well, so NVIDIA said in 3Q they could ship up to $2 to $5 billion of H20s to China. Well, if something like this happens and obviously things don't go very well, then that's where the upside to the quarter is limited, because that, I mean, there's no doubt that, you know, if NVIDIA beats and raise, China would be a big part of that beat and raise.
And it's not just NVIDIA, right? It's anti-dumping for other chip makers, too, that they're focusing in on.
Yes, I think AMD gets impacted as well, but the scale at which NVIDIA operates is far bigger than any of the other chip makers. In fact, Synopsys was another company that missed, and they had China as one of the reasons where they couldn't sign multi-year agreements. So you could see, you know, any chip company or related company that's exposed to China is getting impacted right now because there's no long-term commitment from the Chinese customers who are using these products.
Yeah, Texas Instruments also down this morning, a decent chunk too off the back of that. Mandeep, thank you so much. Those shares down 3%. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up on the show, President Trump says companies should not be forced to report earnings every quarter and instead should take a page from China with a 50 to 100-year outlook. We have those details next. You're watching Bloomberg Open Interest.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasanja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
자, 해당 지금 손절하도록 하겠습니다. 손절 사인 드립니다. 손절 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Quick check on what's going on in stocks. Right now, the S&P 500 gaining 0.4%,
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
That puts us at an all-time high. If we close at this level, also an intraday high. The Nasdaq also going up by 0.5%. So now the Nasdaq 100 moving even more strongly than the S&P 500, and it had been the problem that Nvidia was down. We still see the shares off
매수 진입 사인 드립니다. 매수 진입
1% here, and they are obviously more heavily weighted on the Nasdaq 100. You've also got TI shares down, other semiconductor shares down on concern about the investigation in China. Tesla up 5% right now after Elon Musk bought $1 billion worth of those shares. That's after he got a $1 trillion pay package if they meet certain criteria. So some interesting stories, but I think none other than President Trump's tweet this morning, which would be a tectonic shift for corporate reporting if it happened. Danny, we have a fantastic guest to talk.
Yeah, we really do. So first, the details of what President Trump said, that basically companies shouldn't be forced to report quarterly earnings. He posted on Truth Social saying that he preferred reporting every 6 months to save businesses time and money. Bloomberg Odd Lots co-host Joe Wiesen,
자, 이전
fantastic guest you're saying, Matt, joins us now.
보고
Joe, thanks for coming around to the
Thanks
desk.
for having me.
I mean, I think generally there's this idea that more transparency is a good thing. So who wants this?
Well, here's something I've been thinking about a lot. It feels like inevitably we are entering a world in which there's probably going to be less transparency for the average investor than there has been. And I hadn't really expected this, but you see it in the rise of entities trying to sell VC-like equity to the public, private equity to the public, this blending of the public and private worlds, retail participation in, the SpaceXs of the world and so forth. And obviously that entails a certain less transparency or knowledge of what's happening on a day-to-day or quarter-to-quarter basis for those investors. So it feels like a move, if this happens, of going from 3 months to 6 months, would be very consistent with the broader trends where all of these expectations for how much we know about companies at a given time are sort of blurring these lines between public and private.
All right. I want to just quickly look at what's going on with Google shares. We have some breaking news here that Alphabet, the parent company, has surpassed the $3 trillion mark in market value, which doesn't matter, obviously. But those big round numbers are key. I remember when Ed Ludlow said that Apple had surpassed $3 trillion. So there's a milestone for you. In terms of quarterly reporting, there have been studies I've read, I'm sure, in The Economist and elsewhere, that you can do better if you don't have to submit to that kind of scrutiny so often, right? I mean, there is a point to a longer-term outlook than just every quarter looking at the numbers, right?
Yeah, no, that's totally true. I mean, I think a lot of people intuitively feel that, everyone has seen those famous charts of like GE back in the day when every quarter was spot on or whatever with the estimates. And I think there are a lot of people who intuitively feel that companies shouldn't be so, quarterly focused. Whether the formal changes in reporting requirements would actually cause a more long-term outlook, like long-term thinking about capital allocation, I don't know, but I think like the intuition that, yeah, one quarter can be noise is not that bad. You know, something else to think about is that professional investors, especially like at the elite, like hedge fund level, they rely on a lot more than what the company says, right? They have alternative forms of data, they have expert networks that they can tap, et cetera. So probably for the marginal price setter that has resources, they'll probably still have a pretty good read on a sort of month-to-month, week-to-week basis of how their investments are doing.
Just listening to you talk, though, it just sounds like the net outcome is bad for retail investors. That, like, maybe you don't have access to sell-side notes, you get to talk to CEOs and get an in-look to the company. That, like, the everyday investor is the one that maybe loses out in this.
Something that I think perhaps goes underappreciated when it comes to U.S. Capital markets is just how much better than they are than almost every other country in the world in terms of how much data you get and how much transparency there is and how many rules. You know, people look at SEC actions and they find some like small fry insider trading thing that they go after and they're like, oh, what was the point of this? Or you only caught them after. Or they hear about scandals after they've blown up. It's like, thanks a lot, SEC. But I do think there is sort of like an unseen benefit from the fact that by and large, companies that report on U.S. markets, that are listed on U.S. markets, are held to a pretty high level of transparency, both in terms of data, in terms of the arrangements of their boards, and so forth. And it does put U.S. capital markets sort of a cut above even a lot of other rich countries, et cetera. So the degree to which we may be giving some of that up, I think is something to think about when contrasting with the benefits, which are probably real to some extent, of not having to prepare a quarterly so frequently.
Joe, we only have 30 seconds until the break, but tell us about your odd lots on corrugated boxes.
Yeah, we talked to Ryan Fox, who's the Bloomberg Intelligence corrugated box analyst. And corrugated box, actually cardboard box volumes in general have been pretty mediocre this year. As we talked about the read-through from the cardboard box market to the broader U.S. economy, clearly signs of a good slowdown, which we know from other, quarterly earnings reports from publicly traded companies. But it's one of the more fun episodes we've done in a while in terms of learning about a field I had known nothing about. So much innovation happening in the cardboard box space. You gotta check it out.
We'll see if it matches up to the chicken episode, which is still my favorite. Joe Weisenthal of the podcast Odd Lots with Tracy Alloway. This is Bloomberg.
자, 현재 진입권 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산 후에 다음 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 짧게 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 이어서 바로 6차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Isso ao começo eu tremia, não sabia o que fazer.
Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home there, they are suffering, and someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being a billion-dollar business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
자, 동일한 포지션 대진입 사인드립니다. 자, 매수 진입 사인드립니다. 자, 진입가 258.25입니다. 258.25.
really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
자, 이전과 동일한 포지션 진입 사인들입니다. 자, 매수 진입 사인들입니다.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
자, 현재 대부분의 경제 지표가 금리 인하를 거의 확신시하면서 금리 인하에 대한 기대감과 금리 인하에 대한 선반영이 되어가지고 좀 시장이 움직이는 것 같습니다.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Good news for TikTok's American fans this morning.
여러 가지
Correspondent Vicky Barker has details from the
보더라도
foreign desk. Treasury Secretary Scott
호재가 될
Bessent
만한
confirming that a second day of trade talks with China
더
in
나오지
Madrid did
않았는데
yield an agreement that will allow TikTok to
지속적인
continue to
큰
operate in the
상승을
U.S.
President Trump and Party Chair Xi will speak on Friday to complete the deal, but we do have a framework for a deal with TikTok.
This just one day after President Trump suggested he'd be prepared to let the wildly popular social platform die if it hadn't passed out of Chinese ownership by Wednesday's deadline. Legal questions remain. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
We're waiting to find out exactly what the deal with TikTok is and whether it will meet the requirements under the Congressional Act that prohibit foreign adversaries like China from controlling such national security sensitive applications.
The 22-year-old accused of assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University last week may not be cooperating with investigators, but FBI Director Kash Patel tells Fox they now have solid evidence linking Tyler Robinson to the crime.
The DNA hits from the towel that was wrapped around the firearm and the DNA on the screwdriver are positively processed for the suspect in custody.
Officials say Robinson's roommate and romantic partner, as well as family members, are cooperating with the probe. The suspect's expected to make a court appearance tomorrow. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem today and pledged unwavering U.S. support for his quest to wipe out Hamas.
What happened on October 7th was an act of unparalleled barbarism, and what's happened since then have been repeated acts of unparalleled barbarism on the part of Hamas.
Rubio's headed to Qatar next. The crowds were smaller at Chicago's annual Mexican Independence Day parade. Immigration advocates say worries about federal agents kept people away. More than a few who did attend held up signs demanding ICE get out of the city. Immigration attorneys were on hand in case anyone was detained. Tesla shares up this morning after the CEO went on a shopping spree.
Elon Musk is buying more than 2.5 million shares of Tesla stock, worth about $1 billion. Investors may see the move as the billionaire remaining confident in the company's future. Tesla has seen a plunge in sales worldwide this year, largely due to blowback over Musk's affiliation with President Donald Trump.
CBS's Jim Crisula. This is CBS News. Have asthma? This is peak week.
The switch from summer to fall always comes with an increase in asthma flare-ups and hospitalizations.
In large part because changes in temperature, humidity, and pollens will really affect airway inflammation that's the driver of asthma.
Dr. Megan Conroy at Ohio State University says viruses like the common cold start to spread around now. They're the most common causes of asthma flare-ups.
It's a particularly sensitive time to make sure that you are taking your medications as prescribed for asthma and that you have an anti-inflammatory rescue inhaler available.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Dreamgirls is returning to Broadway. Producers say they're working on a revival of the 1981 original, which ran for 4 years and won 6 Tony Awards. They say they'll hold auditions for talented women of all shapes and sizes in cities here in the U.S. and around the world. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in our headquarters in New York City. I'm Scarlett Fu here with Isabel Lee. Paul Sweeney is off for the week. Now, coming up this hour of Bloomberg Intelligence, China targeting NVIDIA over a 2020 deal, straining trade talks with the U.S. with Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research, Mandeep Singh. Then we've got Liam Knox, our Bloomberg News domestic policy reporter on President Trump's Ivy League deals, which is set to funnel cash to trade schools. Yup Kim, the CIO of Texas Municipal Retirement System, which has $46 billion in assets under management, will join us to discuss the markets and investing. And Damian Sassower of Bloomberg Intelligence and co-host of Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast will talk to us about how he's come up with this $2.65 trillion number that measures the size of the global business of sports. We're going to talk about all of that coming up, but first let's get things started with Lisa Mateo, who's got our Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa.
You got it. And tech and trade tensions between the U.S. and China, they are in focus as we kick off this new trading week. President Trump said the meetings have gone very well. He also said he would speak with Chinese leader Xi Jinping on Friday. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that a framework to keep TikTok running in the U.S. has been reached. Now, meanwhile, at the same time, China's antitrust regulator says NVIDIA, well, it violated an anti-competition law with a 2020 deal, so NVIDIA shares are down more than 1%. Now, over the weekend, China also said it launched some probes into certain U.S. analog chip imports, so I want to check in with Texas Instruments. Their shares down more than 2.5%. Stick with tech and go to Tesla shares. They're on the rise, up nearly 6% after that filing that showed Elon Musk bought off for 2.5 million Tesla shares, worth about $1 billion. And finally, shares of Alphabet's Google up more than 4%. The company achieved a $3 trillion market cap for the first time. That's after Citi raised its price target on the company. All that said, we go to the markets.
짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입 사인 드릴 거고요. 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
259.75입니다.
4.04%, and that's down 2 basis points. Ending with currencies, the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index, that's off about 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Isabel and Scarlett.
All right, thank you so much, Lisa Mateo. We'll be checking in with her regularly. Taking a look at some stocks on move right now as we're about 30 minutes into the start of trading. Let's bring in Tatiana Darie, who's got more of those. Tatiana, you're starting with the big mover here among the Mag 7.
Exactly, Scarlett. Tesla shares up about 6% today. That is a market cap change of about $85 billion after Elon Musk has purchased about $1 billion worth of Tesla shares as of Friday per an SEC filing. Well, that purchase coincided with the Tesla board chair speaking with with reporters about the merits of awarding Musk about $1 trillion worth of stock if the company achieves some ambitious milestones. And in an interview on Friday, she insists that no other than Elon Musk is capable of leading the company's transition into AI and robotics. But curiously, she said it's not necessarily that he'll do it from the CEO seat. He could be moving into another leadership post, such as chief product officer, where, well, the market seems to be kind of overlooking these details. And with today's rally on top of the momentum from last week, wiping out the stock's year-to-date loss, shares now higher by 4%
수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다.
year-to-date,
현재
catching
주니까
up to
수익
some
청산
of
사인
those
드립니다.
Magnificent
수익 청산 후에
Wow, what about another Magnificent Seven, NVIDIA?
NVIDIA, well, this company
진입뷰
is
대기하도록
lower today.
하겠습니다.
Shares are
수익
down by
청산
about
사인 드립니다.
1% after China said its
주문
preliminary
청산이
probe found
완료되었습니다.
that NVIDIA violated an anti-monopoly law with its acquisition of
8차
Mellanox
진입뷰 이어서
Technologies.
대기하도록
So, I mean, this
하겠습니다.
story
8차
just keeps
진입뷰
showing
대기하도록
us that
하겠습니다.
NVIDIA really keeps taking heat from the Chinese here as the U.S.-China trade talks continue in Madrid and as the U.S. government has settled for that 15% commission on China sales. Already, Treasury Secretary Besson said that officials discussed the poor timing of this announcement. And, you know, for NVIDIA, investors are just going to have to grasp to what this means for the company
자,
in
이어서
the
바로
longer run, because
매수
remember they have not
진입
been
매수
seeing
진입
those sales in
사인드립니다.
China after they
자,
initially were
진입가
banned, then they were able to
251.25입니다.
get permits, but for a
251.25.
cost.
자,
But at
매수
the same
진입
time, the
사인드렸습니다.
Chinese have already pushed their local companies to avoid
251.25.
NVIDIA products. So
매수
it's
진입
very interesting to see
사인드렸습니다.
how that will play out for their Chinese outlook. Well, with the stocks up more than 30% year to date, the stakes are certainly high here.
They have been for a while. And you're looking at another chip maker, Intel. Its fortunes, of course, moving in a different direction than NVIDIA's.
In different direction this morning as well. The shares are up 4%. Ticker is INTC. They lowered their 2025 expense target following the closing of their Altera equity stake to Silver Lake, and now they're saying that three-quarter results will reflect that. They trimmed their operating expense target to 16.8 billion from 17 billion. Also reiterated their 2026 target, and this is an important announcement just because the traders are so focused on expenses for this company. As the new CEO is trying to stabilize the company, turn this ship around, sharpen its competitive position in the AI race. So this news today adds to its momentum. Stock higher by more than 20% this year. So this will only add to those gains.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Tatiana Darie, with our movers. And of course, the full market drivers report was brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/around-the-clock. And of course, for more conversations on movers, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Isabel?
Up next, Carla, we have this big news today. I feel like I was preparing for the show and then suddenly crossing the wire as China targets NVIDIA over a 2020 deal. And with us to explain all of that is Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research, Mandeep Singh. So, Mandeep, based on what we know so far, how serious are the alleged conditions that NVIDIA may have breached this Mellanox acquisition? And is this noise or should this be something that we should take seriously?
Well, I mean, typically what we have seen in cases like this when a regulator investigates, an acquisition that was done in the past is there could be a fine, and there could be a hefty fine given, the size of the acquisition, although we don't know what the investigation was all about. So there are very little details on what transpired. But my sense is this is the timing is influenced by the trade negotiations and what's going on with the U.S. Look, at the end of the day, China knows that NVIDIA has some of its largest potential customers in China, and they would prefer those customers to get off of NVIDIA dependency. I mean, that's the one thing that it's very obvious from the Chinese government. They don't want their largest customers of large language models to be relying on NVIDIA chips.
Right. It's a national security issue.
예상치 이탈 확인되어서 손절 사인드리겠습니다. 손절하고 제지임업 사인드리도록
$7 billion
하겠습니다.
deal on the condition that NVIDIA not discriminate against Chinese companies. That
이번 캔들까지
very
지켜보도록
vague. How do you interpret
하겠습니다.
that?
Well, so, I mean, look at, how many architectures have been released by NVIDIA since then. And so from that standpoint, the fact that, in the prior administration, NVIDIA was barred from selling their latest chips to the customers in China is just an illustration that, all the other customers had, the latest NVIDIA chips accessible. That wasn't the case with the Chinese customers. So there could be a lot of things that could be in play here in terms of the exact conduct that they found, was not proper. But to my mind, it is just a negotiation lever that the Chinese government is pulling here. And look, in terms of the size of the market, we know NVIDIA has said it's a $50 billion addressable market for GPUs in China, and it's expected to grow at a 50% plus CAGR. So it is a pretty big opportunity for a company like NVIDIA and for other chip providers here in the US. And from that standpoint, they could see the stakes are pretty high for companies that want to do business in China.
The stock opened lower today. It's down by 1.5%. How do you see this affecting investor sentiment around NVIDIA? Like, what are potential downside risks to the stock? You alluded it could be just noise and the timing is curious, but still, investors must be a little bit rattled at the very least.
So what NVIDIA started doing is they've started embedding that in the guide. They said if they were allowed to sell H20s to China in 3Q, it could add another $2 to $5 billion for the quarter. So that's how they guide going forward because of all the uncertainty. And remember, the US government may be getting a 15% cut of those NVIDIA or Blackwell sales in China. So that's where the administration is negotiating. They want a cut of the chip sales. So I think everyone is involved, which is very surprising. You would think it's a company that is doing business, but in this case, there's a big geopolitical dimension to the entire thing that's going on here.
Yeah, so it makes it extra complicated. At the same time, or maybe separately, I'm not sure which one it is, China has opened an anti-dumping investigation into some US-made analog chips. So the companies affected here would be Texas Instruments, Analog Devices, Broadcom, and onsemi. What can you tell us about this?
Well, so again, I think when it comes to the analog side, the drivers are very different. Like we are supply constrained on the GPU accelerator side. On the analog side, the auto chip market has been pretty lackluster when you compare that to the overall chip complex. And so from that perspective, everyone is trying to find a lever to boost their sales given the lackluster demand. And I don't think there was any anti-dumping, but that's where the negotiation aspect comes into play that, okay, TI is another company that does business in China. What have they been up to? Is there anything in the conduct that they could point to? And so to my mind, it's probably a reflection of that.
Maybe very briefly, what lessons should other U.S. and foreign semiconductor companies take from this experience in terms of risk to China, regulatory backlash, or conditional approval being revisited after a deal?
That doing business in China is getting harder and harder. I mean, if you're a company that relied, like look at Synopsys, the stock dropped 30%. Partly it was because of Intel paring back on the license consumption, but also in China. They couldn't sign long-term agreements in China, and they have a pretty sizable customer base in China. So that's just another illustration of the risk with China sales.
The goalposts are constantly moving for companies operating in China, and you could argue for companies operating in the U.S. as well. All right, Mandeep Singh, thank you so much. Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research joining us here. And again, we are looking at shares of NVIDIA. Isabel lower today because Beijing unexpectedly ruled that the company violated anti-monopoly laws with its 2020 acquisition of Mellanox. Going back pretty far back, a couple of years here. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
현재 진입권 여기서 손절하도록 하겠습니다. 손절 사인 드립니다. 손절 후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 9차 진입뷰 이어서 바로 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
체결되었습니다. 확인
자,
바랍니다.
진입가 241.25입니다. 241.25 241.25. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 자, 길게 보고 24,210까지 한번 보도록 하겠습니다. 좀 길게 보겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입권 좀 길게 보도록 하겠습니다.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And there's Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, we are on records watch. This is traders getting ready for what is expected to be the first in a series of interest rate cuts from the Fed. President Trump said he expects a, quote, big cut. Traders almost fully pricing reductions at each of the next three meetings. So we'll start with the NASDAQ up 0.6%, 136 points, 22,276. The Dow, little change, up 22 points at 45,856. The S&P 500 up 0.3%, 25 points at 6,610. The two-year yield 3.53%. That's down 2 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.04%, and that's down 2 basis points. We have WTI crude up more than 1% at $63 a barrel, and COMEX gold up 0.2%, $3,696 an ounce. On the economic calendar for today, the September New York Fed Empire Index that fell to negative 8.7. That was below all estimates. Tomorrow we get the bigger picture. We have retail sales in focus for tomorrow. Among the companies reporting this week, FedEx, General Mills, Lennar. Today it is Dave & Buster's after the close. A few companies in the news. We'll start with Xiaomi. It's going to release its next flagship smartphone this month, and that's going to go head-to-head with Apple's iPhone 17. And finally, shares of Labubu maker Pop Mart. They are slumping after a downgrade from JP Morgan, which kind of pointed to its unattractive valuation. Hong Kong listed shares down 6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is the Bloomberg Business Flash. Isabel and Scarlett.
I feel like the Labubu bubble popping is like the least surprising thing in the world.
It is.
Didn't we all see this coming?
I know. It was a phase. It was a fad. I guess it's like fading out.
Yeah, it's red hot and then it's going to die.
And then it's gone. And then what's next? What do they have? That's the question.
Yeah, it's got to hang off of someone's backpack. Clearly, that's the answer. All right, Lisa Mateo with our Bloomberg Business Flash. Isabel Lee and Scarlett Fu here with you on Bloomberg Intelligence. Paul Sweeney is off for the week. We are keeping an eye on what's going on with the president's war against Ivy League schools, in particular Harvard, Yale. Yale hasn't been part of this, but Brown University, Penn to some extent. I want to bring in now Liam Knox, who is Bloomberg News' domestic policy reporter. And Liam, you've been writing a story about how these deals that President Trump is trying to secure with these Ivy League schools, squeezing money out of schools like Harvard and other elite schools, is something that may benefit another class of schools. And here we're talking about U.S. trade schools.
That's right. A number of these deals, one that has actually been inked so far, but a number potentially to come, include settlement payments that basically are in the form of investment commitments in vocational training programs, what a lot of people know as trade schools, whether that's career and technical education programs or workforce development programs geared toward very specific kind of industries and skills. Those President Trump has kind of positioned those programs, those schools, as cultural and political and economic foils to Ivy League universities. Brown University, when it signed its settlement with the Trump administration a number of weeks ago, included a $50 million pledge over 10 years to workforce development programs in Rhode Island, basically trade schools in Rhode Island. Our story from just yesterday includes some new kind of details about where that money might end up landing. But regardless, it's clear that there's going to be a windfall for trade schools in this country if more schools follow the same kind of pattern, the same deal making. And it looks like Harvard University might be the biggest name to do that. We've reported that they're open to committing $500 million in investments to trade schools as a potential settlement with the administration.
But how unusual is it for elite universities, to your point, like Harvard, to really push into this vocational school funding, vocational schools as part of a political settlement? What precedent might that set moving forward?
It's extremely unusual. Well, any of these schools participating in any kind of a political settlement at all is unprecedented, obviously, as we've been talking about for the past many months. But the Ivy League universities aren't typically involved in vocational training. They're not really typically the kinds of institutions that award credentials, associate's degrees, other kind of short-term skills-based diplomas, basically, that license workers to work in very specific areas of the economy, manufacturing, the trades like welding, plumbing, electricians. These are not spaces where Harvard is typically involved. There are a few such programs out there. Princeton has an interesting one, but it's a space where community colleges are most often involved, or kind of the for-profit online trade programs, or nonprofit private technical institutions. I spoke to someone at the New England Institute of Technology in Rhode Island, which is an example of one of those kinds of schools. But it's very possible that with the structure of the Trump settlements being laid out the way that they are, we might have Harvard-trained welders, electricians, ship fitters, people working on semiconductor, manufacturing lines with degrees from Ivy League universities.
And that was Liam Knox, Bloomberg News domestic policy reporter on Trump's Ivy League deals and how they're set to funnel cash through trade schools. Up next, we have Yup Kim. He's the Chief Investment Officer of Texas Municipal Retirement System. TMR manages a $40 billion pension fund. Yup will be discussing with us today the complex economic landscape, what it takes to focus on long-term sustainability, investment strategy, and risk management. Yup, thank you so much for joining us here in the New York studio. First, can you walk us through TMR's overall strategy and why you've taken an special interest in private markets, and specifically why a thematic approach in private markets?
Absolutely. Thanks so much. It's wonderful to be here. So I think just on a very high level, kind of our strategy is really marked by three pillars. Number one, on the public market side, while we have a small pocket for active management and outperformance, on the public market side, we're largely taking a passive low-cost approach. Secondly, on private markets, this is really where you are compensated handsomely for good selection in your partners and also into the deals that you do. And so, as you shared, kind of having a thematic orientation here is absolutely critical to long-term success. And so number three, just the third key pillar is really around you need A+ investors to attract A+ investment managers or general partners, and also founders and management teams. And so really being able to retain, develop, and really cultivate the next generation of investors on your team is absolutely critical. I think just on the question around the thematic approach, I do think it's very easy to chase hot deals, chase headlines, try to time markets. But what we're trying to do here at TMRS is really try to identify and underpin, what are the structural forces that are really defining kind of the global economy for the next 10 years. And Namely, it's really around kind of the three factors of demographics, of technology, and also geopolitics, right? And I think what this empowers us to do is not be reactive investors each time a deal comes, but really be proactive investors and really have a right to win long term. And I do think just given the flow of deals that we see, being able to cultivate a relevant set of deal flow at the top of the funnel is absolutely critical to long-term success.
That makes a lot of sense, but that third pillar, geopolitics, keeps changing.
Correct.
There's no stability to that whatsoever.
Sure.
One day it could be this, the next day it could be something else. How do you think through that?
Yeah, and so I think kind of the good news is that the vast majority of our exposure in the portfolio is U.S. centric, right? And I do think clearly a lot of these geopolitics have very real implications and impacts abroad. And just the size and depth of the U.S. economy is very vast. You have tens of thousands of companies generating over 100 million of revenue. 90% of them are private. And so I do think, again, you have to be very selective. And I think today's investors, you are forced to really widen the fan of outcomes, based on a lot of the uncertain factors of geopolitics in ways you didn't have to do before.
You are long-term investors. How do you view the U.S. in light of recent events? You said in a March Bloomberg interview that you look at U.S. as unique because of the risk-taking culture of Americans. But one could argue even Asia is becoming more risk-taking with leverage and inverse ETFs and just all the volatility.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think at the end of the day, we are global investors. I do think when you think about kind of the future opportunity set and really where kind of global equity market value is created in the next 10 years, I don't think the US necessarily has a monopoly on it. But I think when you think about kind of the quality of the markets, the quality of the management talent, the founder talent, just even the depth of the capital markets, and still the US being kind of the hottest destination for capital in the world, I do think there's a lot that supports it. But I think there's pockets of Asian stories that are incredibly attractive. I think today, the story around India's growth and Japan are probably the two favorite children of the broader Asia private market story. And so I do think I think there's great opportunities kind of everywhere, but you just really have to kind of study each of these thematics quite deeply.
Whenever we talk about pension funds in the U.S., there's a lot of concern about their being underfunded.
Sure.
Talk a little bit about how Texas's public pensions stand right now.
Sure.
How well funded is TMRS?
Sure.
How does it compare to other state pension fund systems?
Yeah, sure. I think broadly speaking, we're about 89-90% funded, which is probably a couple percentage points better than the national averages. I do think this is absolutely critical. The reason pension funds exist is to obviously pay pension benefits for our retirees and members over their lifetimes, and so just making sure you're able to formulate an investment strategy that really serves kind of the retirees and really protecting kind of their retirement income is absolutely critical. And so I think broadly speaking, just given the strong equity market rallies of the past and things of this sort, I think the pension funded status of broader pension funds in the U.S. has certainly improved. But I do think there's a lot of potential volatility ahead, and I would obviously guide a lot of CIOs and investors to really just prepare the board, right, for a different set of shock events. One thing we often try to do is just take the great financial crisis, the COVID sell-off, the Ukraine-Russia inflation kind of factors, and really stress test the portfolio for fairly draconian situations, and just make sure you're very well covered, right, on your pension payments, and also if you do have private markets on your uncalled capital liabilities.
You mentioned 5 mega trends you're looking at: digital transformation, healthcare innovation, industrial resilience, financial empowerment, and energy modernization.
Yes.
Which one, just one, are you most excited about?
Sure.
And why?
Sure. I think, obviously digital transformation has captured both, the enamor of both private and public market investors today. I do think we are living in a very special time, right? I think if the past 15 years was really defined by, kind of the consumer internet, by mobile phones, by on-prem to cloud on the enterprise side, we're really focused on just critical enterprise infrastructure that's going to unlock the next golden age, of AI and productivity and compute growth. And so I do think we're, why we're so excited about these businesses is they truly are productivity amplifiers, multiple folds, and they will have dramatic kind of effects long-term on the global economy.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yup Kim, CIO of Texas Municipal Retirement System with more than $40 billion in assets under management. This is Bloomberg Intelligence at Bloomberg Radio here in New York. Scarlett Fu and Isabel Lee with you for the hour.
네네네. 자, 마이크 송출 오류 정상화되었습니다. 자, 현재 매도진입권 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 매도 진입권 5개 약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television.
자, 점차 거래량이 줄어드는 모습을 보여주고 있고요.
This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. Well, we've got stocks advancing. This says traders, well, they wait to see whether the Fed will push back against those bets on a string of rate cuts extending into next year. We're going to learn that answer on Wednesday. The NASDAQ up 0.6%, 149 points. The Dow up 0.1%, 67 points. The S&P 500 up 0.4%, 29 points. Want to point out the level, 6,613. In the yield space, the 2-year 3.53%. That's down 2 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.04%, and that's down 2 basis points. We have WTI crude up more than 1% at $63 a barrel. COMEX gold up about 0.3% at $3,698 an ounce. To currencies, we have the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index down about 0.1%. Shares of agriculture company Corteva, they are down about 4%. The Wall Street Journal reported the company is considering separating its seed and pesticide business into separate companies. We'll keep you updated on that. Then you have Danish wind power developer Ørsted, its shares down about 1%. The company's going to offer new shares at a hefty discount. It's pushing ahead with a $9.4 billion rights offering to kind of shore up its finances. And in other news, we have Robinhood Markets. They are launching a closed-end fund to give U.S. retailer investors exposure to private companies. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Lisa Mateo, Isabel, and Scarlett.
All right. Thank you so much, Lisa Mateo. Scarlett Fu and Isabel Lee here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Paul Sweeney is off for the week. And joining us in studio right now is Damian Sassower. He's our Chief Emerging Markets Fixed Income Strategist, and that is his day job. But about twice a week, he talks about the global business of sports. And Damian, I know you put a lot of time into crunching the numbers, and you and your team, Brianne Doherty, have put together this incredible report that quantifies just how much the global business of sports is worth. And you came up with this massive number of $2.65 trillion.
That's right. So $2.65 trillion is revenue generated or expected revenue to be generated just this year alone from the global business of sports. So let's put some color around it. And really it's everything from the $60 billion a year that's generated from media rights, the $30 billion in advertising spend. But if you want to take that $2.65 trillion and it's recreational vehicles, it's apparel, it's everything. What we focus on is fan engagement. And fan engagement is roughly $750 billion in revenue generated per year. And there's no better mechanism to take advantage of that segment than to own a professional sports team. But not everyone can own one, right? They're privately listed, or I'm sorry, they're not publicly listed. They're private entities. You just can't invest in them easily. So together with Brianne Doherty, Geetha Raghunathan, Kevin Neer, and the whole team here at BI, we came up with some ways that your everyday investor might be able to take advantage of the opportunity set in the global business of sports. And we wrote a huge research report on it, and it's really good.
We did watch your 12-minute segment. I was watching it on my Sunday night.
You actually watched it, Isabel?
Yes, because. And then
Thank
you
you.
said that the difference is the sports industry has limited public access. Is that for the better, or?
So it's changing. So the rules changes specifically with regard to private equity investment in the NFL. I mean, the NFL is first among equals. I mean, their national media deal is 11 years, 110 billion, something along those lines. It's 12 billion in average annual value per team. It dominates professional sports. But really, at the end of the day, what you are seeing here from some of the recent transactions that have taken place in the private space, I'm talking the Philadelphia Eagles, the Buffalo Bills. A lot of these teams have sold small minority interests in their teams to private equity. It's driven the entire universe higher. So to put some numbers around it, since year end alone, the average NFL team has gone up by 35% in valuation. So the top 25 teams across all of professional sports, I'm including international sports like soccer, the NFL now comprises 22 of the top 25 slots alone, led by the Dallas Cowboys, of course, but the Jets are up there. So yeah, no, I mean, like it used to have a spattering of NBA. Yeah, right. Despite their best efforts, Scarlett. But you used to have FC Barcelona, Real Madrid. You have, some baseball teams like the Yankees, Dodgers, and Red Sox that used to be up there, and a lot of them have kind of fallen back due to the fact that private equity is now allowed to invest in the NFL.
Okay, I mean, private equity being allowed to invest in the NFL was definitely a watershed moment, but private equity was allowed to invest in European football clubs for a lot longer before
Very
this.
different sport, yeah.
Very different sport, but I'm curious in terms of the breakdown of that $2.65 trillion number. How much of that is tied to the NFL? How much of that is tied to things like European soccer?
Well, I mean, it's a much smaller percentage than that, right? Because, I mean, that $2.65 trillion that's generated a year, I mean, again, it has everything to do with recreational vehicles, the footwear and apparel. But if you're just talking about a sports team and how they generate their money, it's just really national media rights or local sports media rights. And it's gate receipts primarily, you know, ticketing, parking, concessions, the things that you pay for when you go to an event, right? So, you know, if you just want to talk about gate receipts, I mean, 162 game schedule for the Major League Baseball, they dominate in gate receipts. But in national media rights, which is the real animal that everyone's chasing right now. You hear about the NBA's new media rights deal, F1, UFC, the Major League Baseball just did something new there as well. You know, it's the NFL. I mean, the NFL is first among equals in national media deals. It represents 75% of every team's average annual value revenue that's generated every year. So, yeah, you know, I mean, you know, these national media deals are huge. And now that the NBA just did its big deal, we expect that, you know, come, I believe, 2028, Scarlett, the NFL is going to re-up. It has the ability to buy out of its existing contract and renegotiate it, and it definitely is going to do that. And I think that's what's commanding a lot of these valuations, because investors, specifically private equity investors, they see this and they want to take advantage of it.
Can you talk about the revenue mix? Because it varies across major leagues. I'm looking at this really pretty table you have. For NFL, the biggest driver is national media.
Yep.
For NHL, and I'm eyeballing here, it's ticket sales. And it seems like concessions/parking, who would have thought,
yep,
is kind of a significant chunk across all of them. What do you think will be the single biggest driver, or is it really going to be different?
Well, that's only because the average franchise value to revenue multiple for the NHL is just 7.7 times. I mean, in the NFL's case, it's 12.5 times. In
but
the
I mean, NFL is in a league of its own. Nothing else even compares, right?
Correct. I mean, but you might argue, I mean, look, despite the fact that the NHL generates, you know, call it, I don't know, $2 billion in revenue per year on average, you know, its multiple is still smaller than that of Major League Soccer, which generates much less. And again, that just has to do with the fact that you have all these MLS valuations now on the back of, you know, some great European players like Messi, who are now coming to play in places like Miami, just driving up a lot of these valuations. And so, yeah, you know, I mean, you know, we're still in early days, but really it's the entrance of institutional capital, Isabel, that's really driving everything higher. You know, for the first time ever, you know, institutional investors are gaining access to these sports teams, and they are looking to, you know, get a high return on investment from them. And just to be very clear, you mentioned soccer before. Because of relegation and all these things in soccer and the fact that there's no salary cap, it's very, very difficult to extract a profit from owning a EPL team, a European Premier League team, whereas the salary cap allows for, you know, I guess, better profit generation in the U.S. And so I think that's one element of to why you're seeing a lot of the valuations for these Real Madrid, FC Barcelona come off relative to the NFL.
So owning a European soccer club is more about bragging rights than actually making money. Is that what we're saying?
I would say, no, not entirely. I would say, yes, it's definitely a trophy asset, but they all are. I would just say the playing field for soccer, the fact that there really isn't any way to, you know, to just cap with look, Middle East money that's come into a lot of it, you know, it's just very, very difficult to extract a profit and continue to pay these players and compete for these salaries with the likes of, you know, Man City and some of the others who have really, really deep-pocketed investors. And I think that's what's kind of skewing all the revenue generation, all the valuation multiples to the downside in Europe.
Very briefly, any projection or outlook on the future of esports?
So esports and sports betting are two of the biggest drivers of our, you know, so Bloomberg's created the Bloomberg Eco-Weight sports basket, which is a way that your average sort of investor can take advantage of any number of publicly traded stocks that have, you know, exposure to the sports industry. And Bree Dougherty and her team have done a great job of developing this, and sports betting and esports are, wow, such a big part of it. And esports, especially, if you look at the purse from like the, I'm not an esports, you know, expert here, but Nathan Naidu, my colleague in Singapore, is, and he said that the purse from like the World Championship of esports is on par or higher than that of Wimbledon. I mean, can you imagine? Higher than the Masters here, and I'm talking golf here. You know, it's just amazing how much money is being funneled into that specific sort of subsector of the sports industry, and it's growing. It's growing at a CAGR of like double digits over the past 5 years, which is just astronomical, and I think there's more to come.
Damien Sassower, such a pleasure to catch up with you. Damien, by the way, my former co-host of Bloomberg Business of Sports. Well, I'm in the studio now doing this every day.
We miss you. We miss you over there.
Anyway, I'll try to visit. Okay, Damien Sassar with the $2.65 trillion global business of sports. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
현재 진입권 약보합권 진입하였습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 목표 수익권까지 지켜보고 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone.
It's afternoon somewhere.
1 hour till the afternoon, but welcome to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Isabel Lee with Scarlett Fu. I'm filling in for Paul Sweeney, who is hopefully doing something fun today.
Ciao, Italy.
Oh, definitely fun. Well, we're stuck here in New York, which is, I guess, the greatest city on earth. But for now, we're going to talk all about Tesla and Elon Musk buying $1 billion worth of Tesla shares. We're joined by Craig Trudell. He's their Bloomberg Global Autos editor, joining us from London. So, Ed, Craig, what can you tell us about Elon Musk purchasing $1 billion worth of Tesla shares? What signal do you think he's trying to send markets and shareholders with this move?
I think it's pretty clear. There was an all-out push on Friday with Robin Denholm, the chair of the company, speaking with us at Bloomberg Television, speaking with the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, all sorts of major news organizations about the merits of this pay package that the board is proposing. There's going to be a big shareholder vote in November on handing Musk this potentially up to $1 trillion worth of stock. There's a lot of caveats to all that Musk would have to sort of, pull a rabbit out of the hat again after, doing so after a 2018 pay package where the board laid out all these really ambitious, market value and performance milestones. Musk, at that time, it was kind of perceived as this moonshot pay package. He proceeded to knock them all out, and they're now calling this next pay package a Mars shot pay package. So, I think this is all sort of part of a piece, right, of trying to get investors to focus on far out their targets, objectives for Musk that would make shareholders a whole lot of money. And it comes amid, real signs of stress for the core here and now business for Tesla, where their sales have just really struggled this year. And there haven't really been signs of sort of meaningful change in that trend even into this quarter.
Right. So this will properly motivate him. I'm so glad you brought up the 2018 pay package and some of the moonshot milestones that it laid out for Elon Musk. What was the most, I don't want to use the word outrageous, but the most ambitious of those milestones? And did he surpass each and every one of them?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the milestones there, I mean, just even the market cap figures, I think, when they were laid out, it was just sort of unfathomable that, a car company could be, a $1 trillion company. And, give the guy credit. He went out there and made it happen. I think Tesla now is trying to incentivize him to, turn Tesla into a company that is many multiples of even NVIDIA, the most valuable company in the world in the here and now. And yet, the sort of path to getting there is really uncertain because, you've heard Musk make these pitches about robo-taxis and about humanoid robots, but, he's starting essentially from zero from a humanoid robot perspective. And from a robo-taxi perspective, he's got, a very, very small number of cars on the roads in Austin, Texas that still have people, in the front row, minding those cars, and in certain cases actually still behind the wheel. So, he is a long way from accomplishing some of these new objectives that the board has set for him.
Does Musk buying shares personally ease governance concerns, or could it
현재
even
1분봉
actually
기준
reinforce skepticism
작은
about
박스를
how
형성하고
closely Tesla's
있습니다.
board is
자,
aligned
이탈 시에
with
초반
his
사인 드리도록
self-interest,
하겠습니다.
his being Musk?
저점에서는
I
손절
think
사인 드리도록
just
하겠습니다.
generally, whenever a CEO or an insider of a company is buying shares, it's taken as a good thing and not necessarily
최대한
something
리스크
to look
상쇄해서
askance at from a
트레이딩
corporate governance
나가도록
perspective.
하겠습니다.
It does, however, I think it's worth sort of thinking about this $1 billion purchase in context. This is a guy who's it's sort of $1 billion can be found in his couch cushions, right? He is the top person on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. He was very briefly knocked from that spot last week by Larry Ellison, but he's worth about $420 billion at the moment, and so just how meaningful this is. With any other CEO, you would look at $1 billion stock purchase and maybe take real note of that. With Musk, is it that huge a show of confidence? Maybe not in the context of just how much wealth he has.
Craig, all of this emphasis on what Elon Musk can do and what Elon Musk can achieve by a certain period really raises a key man risk here. Is there a succession plan for Elon Musk if something should happen to him? I mean, I'm looking at the company management, and he's got 17 years tenure at Tesla. The person with the next closest tenure or next longest tenure is Tom Zhu at 2.4 years. He's the senior vice president of APAC.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and it's something that's sort of considered actually in this new proxy where the board sort of lays out this idea of getting some buy-in from Musk in terms of helping and assisting on succession. At the same time, you're hearing Robin Denholm, the chair of the board, tell Bloomberg TV last week that there aren't any other people out there like Elon who can actually lead this company over the next decade or so. And so, I think they want to kind of have it both ways, right? Of we must, incentivize this guy because he's the only one who can do this. Right. And yet we do realize we need to sort of assuage these concerns about succession.
Craig Trudell, always a pleasure. Bloomberg Global Autos editor on Elon Musk buying $1 billion worth of Tesla shares. Now, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now with Isabel Lee and Scarlett Fu. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Okay, this is Bloomberg Intelligence. Good morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio here in our headquarters. I'm Scarlett Fu here with Isabel Lee. Paul Sweeney is off, but he will be back soon from Italy. Coming up this hour of Bloomberg Intelligence, we've got Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey giving us a preview of the Federal Reserve. Is it going to be sell on the rate cut? We also have Michael Casper from Bloomberg Intelligence, U.S. Equity Strategist. After President Trump says companies should start reporting earnings every 6 months rather than every 3 months. Callie Cox, the Chief Market Strategist at Ritholtz Wealth Management, will be joining us to give us her take on the record rally run in equities. And Matthew Schettenhelm, Bloomberg Intelligence Media Litigation Analyst, joining us to talk about the TikTok framework that has been reached between China and the U.S. But let's go now to Charlie Pellet, who's got our immediate headlines with our Bloomberg Business Flash. Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Back to work Monday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all pushing higher right now. Right to the numbers. S&P standing at 66.18. That is a gain now of 34 points, up by about 0.5%. We've got the Dow up 99 now, higher by 0.2%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 170. For NASDAQ, that is a gain of just about 0.8%. Our Mag 7 index surging by 2%. Tesla up 6.5%. The 10-year 4.03%. We do have the 2-year yielding 3.52%. Gold up $21 the ounce, 36.64, up 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, 63.32 for a barrel of WTI. A retreat for Bitcoin down 1.1%, 114,610 on Bitcoin. A forecast this morning for 7,100 on the S&P 500 next year from Lori Calvasina, head of U.S. Equity Strategy at RBC Capital Markets, who was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Daybreak.
So we've sort of said, look, you know, this is more of kind of a second half 2026 number, but we did think it made sense to go ahead and put something down on paper because, you know, while we do have some concerns about markets turning choppy again between now and the end of 2025, ultimately we do think that's a good setup for next year. So we wanted to just articulate that with some
실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets, and again, to keep it all in context, the S&P right now at 66.17. She's talking 7,100 for the S&P next year. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, a story we were just discussing here on Bloomberg Intelligence, buying about $1 billion worth of shares, sending the stock soaring. Again, Tesla up by 6.7%. Again, recapping, stocks move higher. S&P up 33 right now, up by about 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie. We have stocks in the green, kicking Monday really strong to start this week. But let's now take a look at stocks under the hood today. I'm Isabel Lee, filling in for Paul Sweeney with Scarlett Fu, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. Christine, what are we looking at?
Well, Isabel, let's take a look at Seagate. So ticker STX, those shares are up more than 8% at the moment. So Seagate, it's a computer hardware company, and we're seeing trading volume rising to more than quadruple its 20-day average, according to Bloomberg data. We did get news today saying that its price target was increased to 215 from 170 at Bank of America. And, at the end of August, Bloomberg Intelligence did project a 16% sales growth for fiscal 2026. Because they see its cloud dynamics as favorable because of data center deployments and AI catalysts. So those shares having a really good day today.
Okay, and Western Digital, which is an old school tech company because they make hard drives.
Yeah, absolutely, Scarlett. But they are proving to be popular with investors today. Western Digital shares, ticker WDC. Those shares are up more than 5% at the moment, extending some of those opening gains that we saw earlier. They're up for 10 days. That's the longest winning streak since July 2019. Trading volume also doubling from the 20-day average during this time of day. So price target also raised for this company 115 from $85 at benchmark. And last week, Bloomberg Intelligence saying that they see 17% sales growth for this company in fiscal 2026, and margin expansion looks favorable as well, and that could spur EPS growth of about 2% above consensus. They also say that the company does have long-term pacts that give it visibility for at least a year for its sales.
What about Corteva? Can you please tell us what this stock is?
Yes, Corteva, CTV, shares not doing too well, down more than 3%. So Corteva is actually the $50 billion agribusiness company that formed after the 2017 merger of Dow Chemical and DuPont. So it's a major player in the agribusiness. It's one of the world's largest suppliers of genetically modified corn and soybean seeds, as well as pesticides. So the big news was actually out on Friday afternoon after it closed. The Wall Street Journal reporting that it's considering separating its seed and pesticide businesses. And investors and analysts really not taking that news well this Monday morning. Bloomberg Intelligence weighing in saying that a split, quote, would undermine product and financial logic because it takes the company away from this idea of farming as a service. That's a model that a lot of its competitors are adapting, but that potential separation would take Corteva away from that path.
All right, fantastic to get the latest stocks on the move with our Christina Kino. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Isabel.
Tomorrow's a big day, Scarlett, or rather Wednesday, but tomorrow is the start of the Fed meeting, and it's a big deal because everyone's looking on whether the Fed will cut rates and why they will be cutting rates. So I feel like that's also a big deal, especially the dot plot. People will be looking at that a lot. And with us to dissect all of that is Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, Ira Jersey. He joins us from Princeton. So Ira, I guess we can start with how much weight should markets give to Trump's call for larger rate cuts? Could this pressure influence Powell's tone or even the decision itself? I know that the Fed has maintained it's independent, but maybe walk us through how that process looks like.
Yeah, I don't think it will. I think that's just political noise. The Steve Mirren being put on the board does mean that you have another dovish member, and presumably he'll vote for a deeper cut, right? So he dissent on what's called the still a dovish dissent. So saying maybe that they should have gone 50 instead of the 25 that they're very likely to do. And then, like you said, I think the communication thereafter, what are they going to do next, winds up being probably the most important bit of this, because the market is now pricing for the Federal Reserve to basically cut 4 times in a row. So, is that a realistic possibility? Do they push against that? And against, President Trump's point of view is one of the question marks that we're going to hear during the press conference, most likely.
So a lot of focus on whether the Fed statement that accompanies the decision at 2 p.m. emphasizes labor versus inflation. If they talk a lot about labor, that would be seen as dovish, citing concerns about a weakening job market, versus inflation would tend to be hawkish. Based on everything we've heard from Jay Powell of late, what's your best guess, Ira, on whether there will be more emphasis on labor or inflation?
Well, I think they've already shifted a bit to labor, and they did that at the July meeting slightly, but then really in a lot of the Fed speak since the July meeting, you've heard people talk about the labor market slowing significantly. Yeah, you know, they're going to continue. The changes in the statement itself wind up being very incremental. You know, at most they'll change a sentence and more likely a phrase, and basically mark things to market. And you know, so they'll certainly say things like the labor market has weakened substantially or something like that. And quite frankly, that gives them the excuse to cut rates. And it's kind of what they've been waiting for. And you know, there's been this talk as to, you know, is there a chance that they go 50 basis points this Wednesday? Because if they had the July report in hand when they had that meeting, maybe they would have cut 25 basis points then. I'm not convinced of that. I think that they'd rather go a little bit more cautiously and deliberately, but go at every meeting, because that gives them the opportunity then to pull back a little bit in the event that the economy does reaccelerate.
Do you think we're at a risk of a communications gap if the Fed cuts by 25 basis points, but markets are leaning towards a 50 basis point cut?
Well, the market's not currently leaning toward 50 basis point cut. What the big thing that's changed over the last couple of weeks, especially since that latest payroll report, was, yeah, some small chance being priced in of a 50, but it's that we had been priced for only 2 rate cuts this year. Now we're priced fully for 3 plus another cut in January. So we're talking about 100 basis points of rate cuts over the next 5 months. And if they don't deliver on that, then you could actually see 2-year yields move up pretty significantly. You know, right now the 2-year yield is basically perfectly priced for those 4 rate cuts, then a skip, and then 1 more rate cut in either May or June of next year. I suspect that you know, once they pause, they'll either have a very long pause, or they'll keep going all the way down toward 3 or even 2.5%, depending on what the economic environment is, right? And this is where a lot of the uncertainty around, you know, will we see growth reaccelerate similar to what we did last year, right? Last year, remember, August was basically the worst data that we had, and going into August, but then the September and October data turned pretty dramatically. And I think the markets are kind of thinking, oh, there is a risk that we have a repeat of last year, and because of that, we don't want to price interest rate cuts down toward what would be considered expansionary levels or easy monetary policy type of levels below 3%.
All right, Ira Jersey, as always, thank you so much. Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey giving us a bit of a Fed preview. Of course, the meeting begins tomorrow and the decision itself comes out on Wednesday. We want to transition now to equities because the president has come out to say companies should report earnings every 6 months rather than every 3 months. This is actually not the first time he's floated this idea. Let's bring in Bloomberg Intelligence senior equity analyst, equity strategist, Michael Casper, for a little bit more. And Michael, this idea, which is not the first time someone has brought it up, according to the president, has currency because he points to China as an example of a place where companies report earnings only once every 6 months, and they're able to focus, I guess, on the longer-term strategy. It's an interesting comparison, isn't it?
다시
I
한번
don't think
도전
China's the best
나오는
analog for that, but it certainly has been an idea that's been floated for quite some time among ESG circles. Even if you go back to the 2016 election, I believe Hillary was floating this idea. But it does have some validity in terms of aligning, you know, shareholder ideas with long-term performance and management incentives. Right, if management doesn't have to beat a quarterly number every quarter, they can more easily focus on the longer term, and that certainly has its merits. But again, I don't think China's the best analog to make right there.
Talk to us about the risks that semi-annual reporting could pose, because why haven't we done it? Obviously, I'm sure that our regulators and policymakers have weighed the pros and cons.
Yeah, so it's less flow of information, right? So you think about the quarterly reporting schedule, you're getting information every 3 months as an investor. You can process that information, more accurately price things in the market. And with a 6-month time frame, you lose a little bit of that, right? And obviously, I think consensus estimates will be a little bit less, let's say, accurate because they have to forecast a 6-month time period instead of a 3-month time period. So there are some bumps in the road with adopting this, but again, if it can align shareholder value with management incentives, maybe you do get a benefit out of it.
Would CEOs necessarily like this? I mean, I'm sure everyone wants to save time and save money. That was something that the president cited as a benefit of moving to 6 months reporting as opposed to 3 months. But in general, is this something that CEOs would favor?
I don't know if they would favor it. I think they'd be pretty indifferent to it. It's still the same scheme of, you've got a number every 6 months, you've got to beat that number. It's just more aligning that goal with shareholder value, right? So I don't know necessarily if they favor one over the other. They might think their life is a little bit easier trying to beat on a 6-month time frame than a 3-month time frame, but I don't know if it really affects cost too much, as the president pointed out.
Do you think that under the current SEC regime that this would actually be approved? Because to Scarlett's point earlier, and we all know this wasn't the first time this was floated, but maybe it will be approved?
Maybe. I don't know. Again, it's been a really long push of this and a back and forth. Should we do 6 months? Should we do annual even? There's some countries out there that do annual. And it really hasn't gained a lot of traction. I think investors in the U.S. are really set on the quarterly reporting schedule. They really look for those quarterly numbers to drive their analysis. And so it's going to meet a lot of resistance amongst the investor community, I think.
Yeah, especially as more retail investors are now investing in the market too. They want to hear from the companies directly, and a lot of those companies are tailoring their commentary to this new investor class as well. Not so much institutional investors, but the individual investors out there.
Yeah, certainly. You've got this huge flow of zero-day trading options and everybody trading around earnings events, especially in the retail space. That's huge. So maybe amongst the constituency, obviously they don't have as much of a lobbying voice as your big institutional investors. But amongst his constituency, maybe there's a little bit of resistance there as well from the retail community.
Would there be a sector or industry that would benefit from a semi-annual reporting?
Oh, good question.
Oh, yeah. I don't know necessarily if I could pick a sector that would benefit the most. I think tech obviously has gained the most from the quarterly reporting schedule, right? They've done a really good job of managing their earnings and consistently beating. And we've seen it time and time again. IBM was the bastion of this back in the 90s and early 2000s, financial engineering to beat the quarterly number. It's since, I would argue, it's been Apple and Microsoft have been very good at it. So I think tech's been the biggest beneficiary, so maybe they're the biggest loser.
Yeah, back in the day, it was General Electric, right? They would beat by a penny every single time, no matter what. Michael, just give us a broad overview of where things stand with equities right now, because a lot of strategists are now saying that this record run we've seen in equities is going to run out of steam once we get the rate cut on Wednesday, because it's kind of buy on rumor, sell on news. And once the Fed cuts, it's back to refocusing on the lack of clarity over tariffs, their impact on inflation, or is it a focus on the fundamentals, which indicate that stocks are priced fairly?
Yeah, so I think the fundamental picture is important. That's really improved after the 2Q earnings season. We got such a large beat that it was almost as if tariffs didn't happen in the second quarter, right? So the expectation at the beginning of the year was actually surpassed for the second quarter, even though consensus cut. And now they're raising estimates again. So fundamentals are definitely strong. But in terms of the cut, I think a lot of the work that we've done is looking at estimate dispersion around the cut, and that's still pretty high, which suggests that the cut isn't necessarily all baked into equity prices yet, and you still might see a little bit of a bump from the Fed rate cut if it does materialize.
All right, Michael Casper, Bloomberg Intelligence U.S. equity strategist on the U.S. equity market. Again, record highs here for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, but our focus was really on the president saying companies should report earnings every 6 months rather than every 3 months. What will we do, Isabel, if we don't have earnings to cover every 3 months?
What I was going to ask Michael actually was, do you think there will be a world in which it will be a monthly reporting? I think that will be crazy for us.
Yeah, I mean, companies would have to build out their teams to be able to cover earnings every month.
Dedicated to earnings,
yeah,
yes.
and then they'd have to guide constantly.
Analysts might be happy though.
Really?
Then they can adjust their buy and hold.
No?
Pros and cons.
If you're an analyst, write into us and let us know what you think, whether you want monthly earnings reports, quarterly, or 6 months earnings reports, or maybe even annually. That would be interesting. This is Bloomberg Intelligence at Bloomberg Radio. Isabel Lee and Scarlett Fu here with you. We have much more coming up on Bloomberg Radio, including a conversation with Callie Cox of Ritholtz Wealth Management.
자, 현재 시점 중요 구간이나 판단되어서 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 추가 하방 함량 있을 경우에는 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Equities are resuming their record-breaking run ahead of the Fed decision on Wednesday. The S&P 6614 right now, a record up 30, up by about 0.5%. The Dow's also advancing up under 0.1%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index up now by 166. For Nasdaq, also at a record, that is a gain of 0.7%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up now by 0.5%. The Mag 7 Index surging 2.1%. Tesla up 6.7%. The 10-year 4.03%, with the 2-year 3.52%. Gold is up $21 the ounce, $36.64, up by about 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%. WTI right now trading at $63.24 a barrel. Alphabet has joined an elite group of companies valued at more than $3 trillion in the latest sign of improving sentiment for the Google parent. Alphabet shares are higher now with a market cap of just over $3 trillion. It joins a very short list of other companies valued above $3 trillion, with Nvidia, Microsoft, and Apple as the only other publicly traded stocks trading above that level. Right now, we do have Alphabet shares up 3%, $248.54 on shares of Alphabet. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. And he is right. Stocks are in the green. We have the S&P up by 0.4%. Nasdaq is higher by 0.7%. Ooh, we saw the Dow Jones just slip into negative territory, down by 0.01%. But even though the Nasdaq is up for 8 straight days, that's the longest winning streak in over a year, the S&P narrowly missed a golden week. I just learned this from Daniel Curtis. He sends out an email every morning. It's apparently a new record high every day of the week.
Wait, that's what constitutes a golden week?
Yes. So this is...
That's a technical term?
Yes, it's news you can use for both of us.
Wow. Wait, you know what? I was just looking at...
the Dow, because you pointed out that the index is lower, we're, basically teetering on unchanged. And really what's going on there is United Health and Schwab as the biggest drags there. And because the Dow is this weird animal of being a price-weighted index, completely separate from the NASDAQ and the S&P 500.
I know, it's always an interesting thing. I cover index rebalancings, and the Dow is definitely a different beast. But markets are good. For now, you see optimism in this space. To explain to us things, we have Callie Cox, Chief Market Strategist at Ritholtz Wealth Management, joining us from Charlotte. I just saw Callie actually in Future Proof Conference in LA, and we didn't talk markets, but we did catch up.
So she's been all over the place.
She's definitely been all over the place, really managing everything. So Callie, in your note, you said that it's Houdini's law in action, and any sign of progress can be monumental for the stock market. Can you explain to us what Houdini's law is, and why is progress going to be monumental when we see stocks virtually rising almost every session?
Yeah, so I think this is the best way to explain what we've seen since April, Isabella. So, Harry Houdini, we all know him as a magician, but he died from a punch to the stomach, a punch that he wasn't expecting. And look, I think about sentiment a lot. Sentiment was in the dumpster heading into April. Obviously, Liberation Day did a number on sentiment as well. Investors were really afraid of what was to come over the next few months. A lot of strategists were talking about recession. And then a few days later, Trump walked those tariffs back. We've crept a little closer to that Liberation Day line for certain countries. But overall, I think this is a sentiment-driven rally, which doesn't make it illegitimate, but at a certain point, you want to see economics and fundamentals back up the sentiment-driven move. Have we seen that? I suppose you can argue that on the earnings side. On the economic side, it looks like we've gotten weaker, which makes us nervous as experts who watch the fundamental momentum of the economy.
Okay, I like that contrast. When you look at the earnings, however, the second quarter profits grew 11%, and analysts are continuously upgrading their profit outlooks. The data on the economic side definitely is starting to deteriorate, but everyone keeps reminding us that the economic data is backwards looking. So what are we to do? Do you put more focus on the upgraded profit outlooks by analysts, or the data that shows the labor market is eroding?
Well, I think you have to stay nimble because, as probably everybody on this program mentions, nobody knows what the future holds. And look, earnings are worth being optimistic about. Obviously, like you said, we saw a huge beat in Q2 from a number of different sectors. A lot of what we're seeing in profit estimates is tech, which is great. Tech companies have a lot of momentum right now. A bit of that is baked into AI. It does worry me that tech is a little more international, Apple being the poster child of that. But I think what you have to do here is maybe get a little more defensive, lean a little bit more into value, think about stability and consistency as you navigate this uncertain outlook. And, just maybe get yourself in a place where you don't have to be a hero, because I don't think it's the time to, step out on the risk spectrum.
So you don't need to be a hero. In your note this month, September 2, I have it in front of me, you said S&P 500's roughest month of the year is September for a reason. But I feel like so many things are unprecedented this year, from the policy front to corporate America front. Do you think that this September could be in case different? I know that's the most dangerous phrase that everyone utters on Wall Street.
Yeah, I don't totally buy into the seasonality pattern here. September is one of the worst months of the year because it's been in the middle of a lot of big drawdowns that we've seen in history. I think the average is a little skewed there, and I wouldn't base an investing strategy solely on seasonality. That's actually something clients have brought up to us. That's the answer we give back to them. Yes, we seem to be dealing with a lot of unprecedented events right now. I would say that sentiment is still supportive of higher equity prices. We see some froth here and there in markets. Obviously, the open door saga is one that I would point to there. But at the same time, investors are investing with one hand behind their backs, or it feels like investors are almost investing through gritted teeth. Add whatever analogy you want to add there, which to me suggests that it may be a healthy environment for more gains, especially if we get that rate cut. I think we'll get it for the wrong reasons, to be fair, but for now, momentum is working in the bulls' favor.
I'm curious to get your take, Callie, on what the president has proposed, not once, but now twice, which is that companies should not be forced into reporting earnings reports on a quarterly basis, but instead maybe do it by, every 6 months, the way China does it. And, we've talked a little bit about how that's a curious comparison, but is that a better thing from where you sit?
No, I'm a little biased because I love rifling through data, to be clear, but I think this is better for companies and less of a good story for investors. And obviously, we sit on the investors' side. We want transparency, especially coming from some of the biggest companies that are driving earnings momentum these days. I think investors in general should champion for more data. I think parts of the earnings reporting structure could be changed. It has become a bit of a game over the past few years, especially around guidance and guiding low and then beating high. But I really value companies who take transparency seriously. I know that a lot of portfolios and models are built off of earnings quality, and more details here are better than fewer details. I think that's true for anything that investors take in.
Yeah, more detail better than fewer details. Certainly from an investor standpoint, that is something that we all would prefer. Callie, thank you so much. Callie Cox is Chief Market Strategist at Ritholtz Wealth Management. Let's move on now to the headline we got this morning that this TikTok deal has been secured, or at least a framework deal has been reached, according to Scott Bessent, our Treasury Secretary. President Trump says he will now speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping on Friday to complete the deal. Let's bring in Matthew Schettenhelm. He is Bloomberg Intelligence media litigation analyst from Washington, D.C. Matt, where does this leave TikTok's legal status?
Well, Scarlett, it looks like we may finally be seeing some movement here. This has been an extended legal limbo as President Trump has extended this law 3 times, even though it's not really clear that that's what Congress envisioned. He's been able to adopt these extensions in January, in April, and in June, and that extension set to expire on Wednesday of this week. And as you said, it sounds like there may be at least the shape of a deal coming into place to maybe be finalized after those talks on Friday. So it looks like there probably will be another extension since the law is set to take effect on Wednesday, and we might not be done then. But this at least seems like progress.
So it is progress indeed, and I feel like there has been one extension after the other. What outcome are we hoping to expect on Friday when President Donald Trump will speak with Chinese leader Xi Jinping? Are we expecting a share of American company, or tell us what you're looking at?
Well, it's really hard to know exactly what, the law contemplates a divestiture so that the company that runs the U.S. operations would not be controlled by ByteDance. And so what the way you read the law, it contemplates that there would be a divestiture likely to a U.S. entity, probably where ByteDance owns less than 20% of that company, and that there would be no cooperation between those two companies. They would be formerly affiliated under the law. I think the really interesting thing to watch is how much is this deal going to stick to the terms of the law. You could make a pretty strong argument that President Trump hasn't exactly adhered to the law so far, and he hasn't gotten any pushback. So it's not clear how much any deal will need to stick to the law or not.
Right,
so,
right. No, that's an important point. And, it could not stick to law, but it doesn't matter if everyone's okay with it. Matthew, in terms of companies affected by some kind of framework deal reached, for which companies is this good news?
Well, sure. I mean, so Apple and Google have been hosting TikTok in their app store at enormous legal risk. With this law in place, in theory, they are potentially exposed to liability of $5,000 per TikTok user. And you do that math and it's absurd. And so no one wants to operate with that cloud hanging over your head. So in that sense, some clarity in the law here is good for those companies. I'm not sure it's so good for TikTok's competitors, like Meta.
Meta that had the opportunity
자,
to
현재
have
실시간
one
대응
of
1시간
their
이상
top
이루어지고
competitors
있습니다.
in the
최대한
US
수익권
knocked out of
마무리를
the
위해서
market, and it looks
조금
like
더
that is
지켜보고
going away. So looks like TikTok will remain a fierce competitor in the
최대한
United States, and so Meta won't be able to use this law to its
수익권 마무리
advantage.
위해서 노력하도록
We also have a
하겠습니다.
story published less
자,
than
현재
30
나스닥
minutes
매도
ago. It's about
진입권
Treasury
실시간
Secretary
대응
Scott
중에
Bessent
있습니다.
saying that the threat of allowing TikTok to go dark in the US was what ultimately sealed a framework deal. Can you talk to us more about how this strong-arm negotiations may shape future negotiations between foreign companies and the US, and at least for this one
자,
specifically in
거래량 점차
isolation? It
줄면서
looks
박스권을
successful.
형성하고 있어서 좀 긴 대응
It does look
예상됩니다.
like that this may have worked. This is not the way that these things
조금 더
typically work.
지켜보고
But here, Congress
지속적으로
really
경쟁에
gave
나가도록
President Trump a
하겠습니다.
lot of leverage by passing this law. I think it was questionable whether President Trump was using that leverage by letting TikTok continue to operate. You could make the case that he could have made a stronger, had more leverage if he hadn't. But
Right.
it seems to be working.
Matthew, always a pleasure. Matthew Schettenhelm, Bloomberg Intelligence media litigation analyst from Washington, D.C. on TikTok's legal status now that there has been a framework deal reached on TikTok, according to Scott Bessent.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We now have the Dow Jones Industrial Average trading lower, has been swinging between gains and losses, but looking at a 6-point drop right now. S&P at a record, NASDAQ at a record. Wall Street kicking off the week with gains. Traders see a Fed cut Wednesday as a sure thing, while awaiting validation from officials on bets for a series of reductions extending into next year. Complete coverage of the Fed decision right here on Bloomberg Radio, and of course, Jay Powell's news conference, the all-important news conference, 2:30 p.m. Wall Street time. Right now, we've got the 10-year 4.03%, with the 2-year 3.53%. Gold is up $25 the ounce, up 0.7%, 36.68 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, 63.29 for a barrel of WTI. Now, as for the market backdrop ahead of the Fed, Callie Cox is chief market strategist at Ritholtz Wealth Management. She was interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I think this is a sentiment-driven rally, which doesn't make it illegitimate, but at a certain point, you want to see economics and fundamentals back up the sentiment-driven move. Have we seen that? I suppose you can argue that on the earnings side. On the economic side, it looks like we've gotten weaker, which makes us nervous as experts who watch the fundamental momentum of the economy.
Callie Cox of Ritholtz Wealth, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Keeping an eye on Alaska Air Group shares, indeed other airlines as well. Alaska Air Group now down by just about 3.5%. It said adjusted third quarter profit will be at the low end of the carrier's previous estimate. So Alaska right now down 3.6%. Among other carriers, we have got Delta down 1.7%, American lower by 1.8%, UAL, parent of United, it is down by 1.8%. Recapping, S&P 500 index up 31 right now, trading at a record up by about 0.5%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Welcome to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Isabel Lee, filling in for Paul Sweeney, joined by the Scarlet Fu. So for our BNEF segment, we have Derek Flakall. He's the lead U.S. policy analyst on North America's biggest renewable energy conference. So Derek, talk to us about the big themes there. You said it's speed and uncertainty. Walk us through why those two are emerging.
Absolutely. So RE Plus, Renewable Energy Plus, is one of the biggest conferences in North America. You see battery manufacturers, transformer manufacturers, energy storage manufacturers from all over the world hawking their wares. And basically what everybody is trying to do is rush to build, rush to safe harbor in order to get legal compliance to get tax credits from the U.S. government before rules change at the end of the year. Now, as a reminder, those who are following the Trump administration will recall the One Big Beautiful Bill, a big budget act passed in the middle of the year that has substantial changes for the way that you can claim tax credits. If you're a wind or solar project, you have to get under construction by a certain deadline, or you face an even harder cutoff for when your project can enter service. And at the beginning of next year, suddenly you've got new foreign entity of concern rules that could make you ineligible for tax credits based on your exposure to mostly Chinese firms, whether through corporate ownership, through supply chains, or through intellectual property and other agreements. You're seeing firms restructure themselves in order to avoid getting hit by those rules. You're seeing developers build up massive stocks of solar and energy storage in order to try and have equipment that allows them to claim those credits before the rules come into effect. And you also have massive growth in U.S. battery factories and new players entering the market to try and service more domestic demand. So you see this combination of a rush with the possibility of a cliff afterwards. And I think everybody's waiting for new rules to come out to provide some clarity on exactly how much of the market can survive this shift.
A rush and then a cliff. That sounds very stressful. How anxious were the companies and the executives at this event? Because, as you mentioned, they are moving quickly because the rules could change on them. The goalposts could change at any point. What is the one certainty that they have in operating and through this uncertainty?
I think the one certainty that they have, besides that more change is coming, is that there is going to be load growth in the grid as a kind of tailwind supporting the market in the face of other headwinds, right? We all know that data centers, among other applications like new manufacturing and electrification, are causing electricity demand to rise for the first time in the U.S. in about 2 decades and at very fast, kind of chunky rates. So that in turn means that electricity prices are going to have to go up, especially given that the tax credits that were sort of subsidizing new power build are going away, or at least being severely reduced. That in turn is going to make the economic case work out for more projects. But that is filled with uncertainties in and of itself, right? You have different utility markets, different states trying to change the way that power is paid for by large load customers like data centers, and where the cost falls, how many projects get built, how much public utility commissions allow.
청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 청산으로 재진입 사인 드리겠습니다. 청산 사인 드리겠습니다. 현재 건 청산하도록 하겠습니다.
At RE Plus, there was a lot of talk of virtual power plants or special timing on electric vehicle charging, anything to sort of keep the electricity system from being overbuilt, because as a reminder, the way the electricity system is structured is for the hottest and coldest days of the year when there's the largest amount of electricity demand. A huge amount of cost is driven by that, and there's extra capacity that goes unused a lot of the time. People are trying to get creative about
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
매수 진입 사인 드립니다. 매수 진입 5개야.
more expensive for customers.
사인 드리도록
Or if you do need
하겠습니다.
to build new stuff, basically putting those costs onto data centers themselves.
체결되었습니다.
There is still a
확인
huge
바랍니다.
tailwind in the face of this policy uncertainty. It's just a question of what that actually means for
265.25.
every other customer.
That's actually what caught my attention
매수
in your
진입
note. You
사인
said that the
드렸습니다.
data center demand
자,
is a
매수
regulatory
진입
story, and you said
실시간
that Virginia and New
대응에
Jersey's
나가도록
elections
하겠습니다.
at the end of the year will be bellwethers, but Ohio and Indiana aren't really waiting. Can you talk to us what states are more at risk here, or which states stand to benefit the most?
Absolutely. So if you look at Bloomberg NES data center demand projections in the U.S., we see the majority of demand coming from PJM. That's basically the big power market that includes Ohio and Virginia, among others, and in states like Texas, where it's easier to connect to the grid, both on the power side and on the demand side. Now, PJM is home to Virginia, which is home to a huge proportion of the world's data centers, and that is having an election at the end of the year. Abigail Spanberger, one of the leading candidates, has argued for a classic sort of set of fix of add more renewables, try and keep power prices from going up too far. In New Jersey, which is also in PJM, Mikey Sherrill has called for freezing power price increases. Pennsylvania, which is also a pretty large market and one that wants to take advantage of data centers, has also had some issues with what's called the capacity market in PJM. That basically provides payments to incentivize energy storage or gas peak demand build out. Those have been incredibly expensive. Ohio is part of that market too, and what that has done is basically put out a new rule saying that if you're a data center and you want to connect to the grid, you have to pay 85% of the basically peak demand that you would take, even if you don't ultimately build a data center. It's meant to
자, 해당 지금
discourage some
끊고
speculative projects.
재진입하도록
On the
하겠습니다.
Texas side, we've
끊어가도록
seen some
하겠습니다.
movement
자,
with a bill called
총선 후에
SB6,
이어서
which is
바로
supposed to
다시
sort of deal
재진입하도록
with demand
하겠습니다.
from data centers in a somewhat similar way. But those are some of the leading markets that might see
주문
exposure.
청산이
We've also
완료되었습니다.
seen discussion in Illinois,
자,
which is
11차
trying to attract
진입
data centers and is also
대기하고
partly in
바로
PJM around the
진입
Chicago area
하겠습니다.
that crosses over into the MISO market, which is very large as well. And the southern half of MISO also has a big data center build-out project.
자, 다시 한번 매수 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
73.50입니다.
Derek, in the final minute that we have together, one of the big pushes by the Trump administration
매수 진입
is to
실시간
bring
대응에 나가도록
manufacturing back
하겠습니다.
home. What portion of the renewable energy industry has managed to do that, to onshore manufacturing?
I think it's an ongoing project. You're hearing a lot about new factories moving from electric vehicles, which are seeing more headwinds, to energy storage, which still gets tax credits for longer term. At the same time, it's a zone of great uncertainty here. It might be hard to access these 45X manufacturing credits for those factories due to upstream exposures to the China supply chain. We need more clarity there. And of course, this is following on from the South Korea battery factory raid in Georgia recently. And we've seen a lot of those players take home some personnel or see some concern about legal risk. So I think we are in the middle of a race here. It might take 6 to 12 months for some of these factories to reshore. in the best case scenario, and we're not necessarily in that best case scenario right now.
Got it. All right, Derek, really appreciate your joining us today. Derek Flakel is the lead U.S. policy analyst for Bloomberg NEF, and he's talking to us about North America's biggest renewable energy conference. Some takeaways there, which is there's a lot of uncertainty, and the only certainty is that there will be higher energy prices, and that uncertainty will continue. This is Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio. Isabel Lee and Scarlett Fu here with you as we look at an S&P 500 holding on to record highs, up by 0.5%. The Nasdaq gaining 0.9%.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're down to our last segment here on Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Isabel Lee, filling in for Paul Sweeney and with Scarlett Fu, who had to run for a quick while, but with us to discuss a recent big take on the New York residential real estate status, on why even those making $300,000 a year is struggling, is Paulina Cachero. She's New York real estate reporter joining us from Zoom. Paulina, this is a really fantastic big take. The graphics were amazing. It was one of the most read stories of the day. What shocked you the most from this story and in your reporting?
Yeah, thanks so much for everyone reading, and graphics were really great. But, I think was really surprising to us is I think a lot of people know that record high rents have bogged down the working class for a long time. But, these days, high earners that some might expect to be comfortable financially are also feeling the squeeze. So in our reporting, we found that at least 65,000 households making between $100,000 and $300,000 annually a year are paying a third or more of their gross income on rent. That's the federal threshold for being rent burdened. And that's tens of thousands more than just 4 years ago. So we've really seen, the rent affordability crisis reach new extremes in this post-pandemic period. We've seen rents in Manhattan reach new highs for most of the months this year. And at one point, the median hit over $4,700 a month this summer.
So I sent this to...
That was really interesting.
That's very expensive. And I sent this to my aunt who said, oh, I didn't know what a Henry meant, which is high earner, not rich yet. So in your story, even if so-called Henrys can't afford rent in New York or are struggling to make ends meet, where does that leave the rest of the people and the locals who are earning lower income compared to $300,000? Because that's really definitely not a paycheck that everyone takes home.
Yeah, I think with higher income folks now feeling the squeeze, it's totally realigned the city's economic classes and politics. One of the things that we found in this story is that since the pandemic, New York City has simply gotten wealthier. During the pandemic, when people suddenly had the ability, particularly office workers, to work from anywhere, we saw people with means able to flee the city. That allowed some people in New York City who stayed, like essential workers, to get these amazing COVID deals. But as offices started to reopen and the city returned to pre-pandemic norms, these higher income folks came back to New York in a big way. And, that's caused what economists are calling the Great Reshuffle. And it's caused rents to go up really high. And, as wealthier people are coming into the city, the city's working class is having to flee because of the affordability crisis. Those New Yorkers earning under $60,000 a year have, left since the post-pandemic period, while those making over six figures, that population has continued to grow.
What was the sentiment around gentrification in your reporting? Because I can see the potential benefits it brings, but also it clearly displaces people. So it's really a difficult trade-off.
Yeah, I think a lot of New Yorkers have mixed feelings about it. One of the areas of New York City that we looked into, Long Island City, many of you might be familiar with it, but it's had a dramatic transformation in the last decade. One person that we talked to that's been a resident in Long Island City since 1989 talked about, when she first moved there, it was a community that was, largely industrial, backwater with a lot of artists. And, while they wanted to, have that investment, have more housing and have, more infrastructure in Long Island City, what's being built there instead are these, high-rise luxury housing.
자, 현재 진입가 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다.
Folks in that community that have been
현재
there for a
매도
long time
진입권
to,
수익 청산 사인드립니다.
further in the outer boroughs of New York City or
매수
outside of New
진입권입니다.
York entirely.
I feel like
정정합니다. 자,
housing,
매수
especially in New
진입권
York, is one of those really
수익 청산
sensitive
사인드립니다.
topics that really hits on a nerve. I personally am a renter. I live in the city, and I read every
자,
story
5개 합치면
that you write
200만
because it
원에서
really
수익
affects
청산
me.
사인드렸습니다.
Are there any comments that you receive after publishing this story, whether it's positive or negative, or
주문
people just
청산이
resonating
완료되었습니다.
with the topic?
I think what's
자, 이어서 바로
interesting is,
12차
part of why we
진입규
wrote this
대기하도록
story is that,
하겠습니다.
there's a broader swath of New Yorkers that are feeling squeezed by rents. Everyone, has felt that, rising rent prices have been a pain point for a while, but I think we're starting to see, across New York, and also it's being reflected in, our politics right now, that, rent affordability has become a huge issue. All of the mayoral candidates have, a plan to tackle the housing crisis, that it's something that's
자,
on
계약서
top of
줄여서
everyone's mind. And
운영하도록 하겠습니다.
I think at this
자,
point,
매도 진입
everyone
사인 드릴
knows
거고요.
that there's a need for
운용계약서
change,
3계약
and that
운영하도록
there needs to be,
하겠습니다.
that this
자,
needs to
매도
be
진입
top of mind
3계약
and needs to be tackled.
사인 드립니다.
We have a suggested
체결되었습니다.
question from one of our
확인
listeners. Do your
바랍니다.
sources
진입가
suggest that the
282.50입니다.
affordability crisis will be temporary,
282.50.
aka linked to post-pandemic dynamics, or will this be a new normal in
282.50입니다.
NYC's rental market? I'm very curious to know the answer to personally. Very quickly, we have around 30 seconds left.
It's really difficult to say. One of the things that we talked about is interest rates and people not being able to transfer from the rental market
자,
to,
매도 진입 실시간 대응
to
이어나가도록
ownership
하겠습니다.
are keeping
자, 매도
pressure
진입
in the
사인
market. But if we
드렸습니다.
see, mortgage rates come down, that could release some pressure. But at the end of the day, New York City is a city of 8 million residents, and there's just simply not enough housing, and it will take a long time to ease the affordability pressures. We just need to build
All right,
more
thank you so
housing.
much. That's Paulina Cachero. She covers New York real estate for Bloomberg. She published a big take story that was really well read because it really touches on a lot of nerves. We're looking at a market that's edging higher. We have the S&P 500 higher by 0.4%. The Nasdaq Composite is also up by almost 1%. So for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your Bloomberg Balance of Power is up next. Oh my God, Charlie.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. The Trump administration says it struck a framework deal with China to keep TikTok up and running in the U.S. Under current law, that would have to mean new American owners. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
We'll know more about exactly what this deal is, but there is a September 17th deadline for the administration to come up with a deal. Otherwise, TikTok has to go down again, a thing that happened in January, and there was a lot of response to it, including the president seeking to extend TikTok until a deal could be reached.
Chinese regulators said today an investigation found the U.S. company NVIDIA violated anti-bankruptcy laws in its purchase of the networking company Mellanox. FBI director says there are DNA matches linking evidence of the Charlie Kirk assassination in Utah with the 22-year-old suspect in custody. CBS's Carter Evans.
They've been gathering evidence. They've been analyzing it. They've been flying it to Quantico for analysis. So the fact that they say that they have a match is something significant. Of course, you have all that video evidence linking him to this crime as well as the alleged admission to his father.
Now to Israel, where America's top diplomat gave a U.S. show of support.
Hamas needs to cease to exist as an armed element that can threaten the peace and security of the region. And the people of Gaza deserve a better future, but that better future cannot begin until Hamas is eliminated.
Jerusalem reporter Linda Gradstein.
Speaking after a 3-hour meeting with visiting U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the visit is a clear sign that the U.S. stands with Israel against anti-Semitism and what he called weak governments that are demonizing Israel. He said that President Trump has shown bold leadership and has made the U.S.-Israel relationship stronger than it's ever been.
In Qatar, next stop for Rubio, Arab leaders today condemned Israel, noting the recent military attack on Hamas leaders in Doha. Ford has decided to move out of its iconic 70-year-old Michigan headquarters to a new high-tech complex.
What became known as the Glass House was a high-tech marvel when Henry Ford II opened it in 1956, and American car makers ruled the road. Ford archivist Ted Ryan says times change.
It was a 70-year-old building, and it's hard to keep 70-year-old buildings up to date and with the newest technology, so it was time to move on.
Ford will demolish the Glass House after moving into its new 2.1 million square foot headquarters in November. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News. Detroit.
Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 9 points. This is CBS News. Hours before the Kansas City Chiefs lost a Super Bowl rematch yesterday, fans got to hear from the team's star tight end.
Travis Kelce goes behind the scenes on popping the question to Taylor Swift in a new interview with Aaron Andrews on NFL on Fox.
I got to know, dry mouth, the nerves. How rattled did you get when you proposed?
The palms were definitely sweating.
Really?
I'm an emotional guy, so there were a few tears here and there, but it's been an exciting ride up to this date, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with her.
The Chief star got down on one knee last month. The pop star Natch said yes. Kelce tells Andrews Taylor's brought excitement and a joy for life that made him a better man, a better person, and much more comfortable with who he is. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Last Wednesday, Fox News host Brian Kilmeade suggested on air that mentally ill homeless people should be executed. Yesterday, he apologized and called his remarks callous. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Fed Week is here. A possible government shutdown is looming. But Washington is again consumed by TikTok. Yes, welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power. As Secretary Scott Bessent announces a framework deal to save TikTok, sell the company to U.S. interests only days before President Trump is set to speak with President Xi. We're going to unpack all of this with Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, and we'll be on shutdown watch with Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. You know he's running the odds. Governor Kathy Hochul endorsing Zoran Mamdani, as does Senator Chris Van Hollen, with some pretty chippy words while he's at it. We're going to get into this with our panelists. Mamdani edges closer to mainstream. Jeannie Shanzano and Maura Gillespie from Blue Strategies will be with us. And we start, as always, on Wall Street. Let's get to the trade right now. Charlie Pellet is at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, how are we starting the week?
Right now, we're
운용계약 단계약이고요. 저 매수진입 사인드립니다.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
봤으니까 22.25입니다. 22.25. 자, 매수진입 사인드립니다. 22.25 매수진입니다.
On the S&P, the Dow is little change, down 20 points. That is a drop of under 0.1%, while Nasdaq higher by 189, record there up by about 0.8%. 10-year at 4.02%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.53%. Gold up $37 the ounce, $36.80. That is a gain of just over 1%, while West Texas Intermediate crude at 63.05 a barrel, up 0.6%, and Bitcoin down 1% right now at 114,714 on Bitcoin. Tesla shares getting a big lift today, up now by 5.9%, getting a boost from Elon Musk. The stock higher after an SEC filing showed that the Tesla CEO purchased $1 billion worth of shares in the EV maker last week. Bloomberg's Craig Trudell reports it's a vote of confidence after a first half that saw Tesla's global vehicle deliveries slump by 13%.
Will they have a stronger third quarter with a lot of consumers in the U.S. market accelerating purchases to try and take advantage of those tax credits before they go away? I think that's widely expected. The question will be, what can Musk do to kind of keep this optimism and maintain this, positivity, even in the face of what he's warned may be a few rough quarters in the months ahead.
Bloomberg's Craig Trudell. Indeed, lots of optimism in Tesla shares, again up today by 6%. President Trump says companies should not be forced to deliver earnings reports on a quarterly basis, preferring a 6-month schedule to save businesses time and money. Recapping, S&P up 30, gain now of 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington, and once again your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to see you as always. Charlie got through the weekend, so did we. I hope you had a good one. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio. We're on satellite radio channel 121 and always on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. If you get Bloomberg Originals, it's another way to watch the radio on TV. So for you over the next 2 hours here. Coming off the weekend with much to unpack, although it's been a really newsy morning. The President of the United States all over Truth Social and kind of moving headlines here before our eyes. A lot of it has to do with China, which you're going to be hearing about quite a bit over the next 2 hours. A potential now framework deal for TikTok. We've got a meeting of the minds. It looks like on Friday, Presidents Trump and Xi will get on the line
자, 바로
together.
진입 사인 드리도록
Knowing, of
하겠습니다. 이
course,
정도
that
동일하게
negotiations are underway here on a greater
계약수
trade deal.
포지션 동일하게 진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입 5계약 진입 사인 드립니다. 진입가 282.25입니다.
We've hit them very hard in so many other ways. I don't know if you know. Do you know what they're paying right now? What are they paying right now? You know what China's paying right now?
자, 실시간 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입 5계약 진입가 24,282.25입니다.
This morning, and it's a pretty different world. The president on Truth Social, the big trade meeting in Europe between the U.S. and China has gone very well, he writes. What time was this? Right around 8 o'clock, 8:15 this morning. It will be concluding shortly. A deal was also reached, he says, on a certain company that young people in our country very much want to save. They will be very happy. I'll be speaking to President Xi on Friday. He says the relationship remains a very strong one. The company we're talking about here is, of course, TikTok, and Scott Bessent did suggest a little bit later on that it was the president's threat of a shutdown that delivered this deal. But again, we're looking at the word framework, which means a deal hasn't in fact been struck. And there was a law passed to manage this TikTok affair. Remember, we talked about it with Shep, up and down, divest or be banned. And he's with us right now. Michael Shepard on a Monday here on Balance of Power in Washington, Bloomberg senior editor for technology and strategic industries. Is this a shiny object to be consumed with while we're talking about many more important things, or is there actually a deal in the offing for
That's
TikTok?
a great question, Joan. I think that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of right now. We don't know the terms of this agreement, and I'm glad you highlighted the word framework, because framework suggests there's a deal to reach a deal. And we all know that, especially in negotiations with China, nothing is agreed to until everything is agreed to. And the Chinese side, we did hear from them not too long ago. And while they acknowledged the framework, they also made clear that they did not like the idea of politics interfering with their business operations. So we will see what the terms are, and they may not be hammered out, as you said, until that meeting of the minds on Friday between President Donald Trump and Xi Jinping.
Just to bring everybody up to date, we all remember the block the talk and the law that was passed. Do we believe the administration wants to fulfill that law, in fact, meet the requirements of that law for a divestiture, or do we need Congress to do away with it so the White House can make the deal it needs to?
And this is another great question here, Joe, because the administration has signaled its impatience with certain requirements under the law, like does the new ownership of TikTok have to be completely American? The law specifies that it can be up to 20% owned. The U.S. operations can be up to 20% owned still by ByteDance, but then there is a catch. The law really spells out that the algorithm, that is the recommendation software, that's the secret sauce of TikTok, that gets you the videos that you want to see based on your browsing and viewing habits, that's made it so predictable and appealing to its users. That algorithm has to be sold as well and cannot be part of ByteDance's control. So there really can't be an operational connection. There's, obviously the ownership of 20% is still okay. And then there's the algorithm. So all these questions remain up in the air. And then there is the valuation. This is going to be a pricey purchase for whoever wants to get in with the U.S. operations. They've been valued anywhere from $20 billion to $100 billion, depending on who you talk to, and depending on what goes along with it as well.
This could be the most powerful advertising and media
자, 현재 진입권 짧게 끊어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
The Chinese government has to sign off on this. So
매수
presumably
진입권
Scott
수익
Bessent
청산
has a sense
사인 드립니다.
of what they're okay with here following this meeting today.
Oh, they do. And, they have been negotiating over this back and forth. The earlier rounds of trade discussions had not included TikTok as part of the conversation, really. They had other issues to get through that included some of the discussions on rare earth elements And
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
that Beijing had objected to do, including on
자,
advanced
이어서 바로
technology,
15차
such as
진입뷰
semiconductors
대기하도록
and
하겠습니다.
semiconductor design, software, and
15차
things like that.
진입뷰
And then,
대기하도록
of course, the
하겠습니다.
tariffs. We had the eye-watering 145% tariffs that are on pause right now from the U.S. Those kind of took precedence.
천천히
But now
지켜보고
they're down to
진입사인
brass
되도록
tacks
하겠습니다.
on TikTok. And of course, when you talk about shiny objects, Joe, TikTok really has been one for the president. He credits the app with helping build his appeal among younger voters. And it was critical in his view to helping extend the MAGA brand to a new generation.
금일
And that's
고점에
one
있기
that he
때문에
sees as
조금
critical.
더
And he has just shown some
지켜보고
affection for the app
진입사인
itself.
되도록
He is
하겠습니다.
a showman in many ways. He has his own social media platform. And so he sees the appeal in this, as an offering, as a service, and has said he would rather not see it shut down. He did indicate over the weekend that he might be open to just letting it die if there isn't an agreement. Scott Bessent is giving the president credit for that, in a sense, by saying that the Chinese may have been motivated to agree, but remember, the president has also granted 3 extensions now, the deadline for a deal.
For sure. So we've established the potential value of this company. That means very few people could actually put together a group that would afford this thing.
Well, that's right.
Larry Ellison was already involved. President's close to him on Stargate, among other issues. Would this be an Ellison deal?
자, 15차
They would be
진입뷰
involved in some fashion, Joe, because Oracle already
계약수
has a
낮춰서
business relationship
진입하도록
with
하겠습니다.
ByteDance.
자, 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 3계약 사인 드립니다.
The US data, they serve as the data platform.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
87.50입니다. 87.50.
ByteDance related
매도
services
진입
that
3계약
Oracle
사인
provides
드립니다.
outside the U.S. as well. But they have maintained that they are not a principal purchaser. So it'll be interesting to see who is in this consortium. We've reported that Andreessen Horowitz will have a piece of the action. Blackstone had been in this consortium that we had reported on previously, but in July we reported that they have since dropped out. And perhaps owing to some of the uncertainty that we've just been discussing surrounding how a deal might take shape, how it might work, how it could comport with that 2024 law that Joe Biden signed.
Spending time with Michael Shepard, I have to ask you while you hear about this NVIDIA story coming out of China as well, because these headlines kind of bump into each other.
It is all one story, Joe.
Well, I guess so. In the throes of this negotiation, China has just ruled that NVIDIA violated anti-monopoly laws, going back to its acquisition of Mellanox Technologies in 2020. The stock looks like it's just about to turn positive. Does Wall Street care about this, or are we just gaming our way through this negotiation?
I think they're gaming their way through the negotiation because it's unclear what the impact will be. So China has made this finding. So what will the consequence then be for NVIDIA? That's unclear. And of course, NVIDIA and its CEO Jensen Huang certainly have Donald Trump in their court, and he may be pressing their case with Xi Jinping during the Friday call.
Yes.
And remember also that NVIDIA is trying to develop a new generation of AI chips that would work in the Chinese market, not be as fast or powerful as the ones sold here in the U.S. to hyperscalers that are American flagged and based, but one that would be tailored for that market. So we'll see if that comes up in the talks as well.
Pretty remarkable. Investors don't seem too worried about it. NVIDIA is now down only 20 cents, just a fraction of a percent. With the help of Michael Shepard, we'll see our way through this. Shep, thank you as always. Really important stuff about TikTok, and we'll have more on that a little bit later on in the broadcast. Nathan Dean is on the way next. We're going to run odds on a potential government shutdown with only 15 days to go. It's all ahead right here on Bloomberg.
자, 현재진입권 끊어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익청산 사인드립니다. 현재진입권 수익청산 사인드립니다. 수익청산 후에 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 세계약 기준량 70만원, 70만원대에서 수익청산 사인드렸습니다.
Was back in the green. Right now looking at a loss of just about 1 point. Little change. The key takeaway on the Dow.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
Up 30. 66.14 where we stand at midday. Up now by about 0.5%.
16차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
Up 192 right now.
16차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 2.2%. Tesla leading that index higher. Tesla shares, by the way, up by 6% right now. We've got the 10-year.
자, 매수 진입 사인드립니다. 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입 5개야.
체결되었습니다.
매수 진입 5개야. 사인드립니다. 순위가 280.6입니다. 24,280.25입니다. 순위가
63.14 a barrel, up 0.7%. And Bitcoin now lower by 1%. Bitcoin at 114,721 on Bitcoin. Alphabet
자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
$3 trillion.
매수 진입 5개 사인드렸습니다.
Sentiment for the Google parent. Run the DES page on the Bloomberg. You'll pull up the market cap there. Alphabet shares higher. Market cap just above $3 trillion. The stock has soared more than 70% off its April low. It joins a short list of other companies valued at over $3 trillion, including Nvidia, Microsoft, and Apple. Again, Alphabet shares Google up by 3.7%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Some big moves here today already in the Monday trade. We'll be back to Charlie with more on Wall Street coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. We just continue to check back in with Charlie every day here on Balance of Power, our political program, live from Washington, where we connect the dots between Washington and Wall Street pretty much every day. And it's pretty hard not to with the news flow these days. Consider this your Washington Policy Pulse, the weekly call that Nathan Dean puts together here. The Bloomberg Intelligence Financial Washington Policy Weekly Call is now available on your, if you subscribe to this podcast, on your podcast feed. This is all part of producer James's plan to create a Balance of Power podcast network. It takes America's producer to put something like that together. But look, we're pretty closely associated with Nathan and BI, and we thought we would join forces here on the same RSS feed. Careful not to cross the streams. But we have a lot to do with one another here because we're talking about a lot of the same stuff. And frequently my conversations with Nathan have to do with the calls that he's getting from clients. You hear me talk about this every week. Well, clients are calling again based on the latest missive from President Trump. He's on Truth Social this morning talking about football. Nathan didn't know this is where we were going to go, but the president says the NFL has got to get rid of that ridiculous-looking new kickoff rule. How can they make such a big and sweeping change so easily and quickly? It's at least as dangerous as the normal kickoff, he says. It looks like hell. Sissy football is bad for America. Now, when we talk to Nathan Dean, known to some as America's dad, we have to remember partly why he has that nickname is that he is America's coach. Nathan's coaching kids football, soccer. I could keep going here. Let's find out what the actual, he's out there with the kids coaching every weekend. And I'm pretty sure sissy football is just not something that you would stand for on the field.
No, I mean, we do flag
Sidelines.
football just because, I mean, at this
You don't
age,
allow talk like that, though, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, we had some kids who got pushed out of the huddle yesterday for talking like that, and they had to learn you had to ride the bench for a couple of drives.
I knew that. All right. Well, he says it's like wanting to roll back the golf ball so it doesn't go nearly as far. You agree with him on this?
No, I mean, look, my Bears, this is a sore subject because my Bears, lost big this past weekend. But look, I mean, when it comes to football in particular, this idea of head injuries is something out there. And in parents, especially me and my friends of my generation, you don't want your children growing up and playing football. So, I mean, I love the idea of flag football, and I really love the idea that get the kids athletic, and then if they want to go into tackle, they do it in junior high and high school. But the idea of these kickoffs coming back, I like the new kickoffs.
Look at that. See? America's dad speaking as a parent today on Balance of Power. Of course, the post that we're supposed to be talking about, subject to SEC approval, we're going to go to a semi-annual reporting structure here. President Trump says companies should no longer be forced to report on a quarterly basis, in parentheses, quarterly reporting, but rather to report on a 6-month basis. He says this will save money and allow managers to focus on properly running their companies. He made reference to China and its longer view on management of a company. Of course, we're not China, and there's a law that goes back to 1934 that says companies have to report every quarter. Where are we going here? What's the SEC going to say?
Yeah, so, this is something that President Trump floated back in 2018, and former SEC Chairman Jay Clayton even put out a request for comment. So this is not a new issue. Okay. But what the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934 says is that companies have to report quarterly, but it doesn't say what's in the quarterly report. And so there could be a scenario where the SEC, and look, I think it's feasible. I think by 2027, a lot of public companies, if not all of them, will be moving to a semi-annual basis because the SEC, and this is the note that we put out this morning to our clients, is we essentially said for the first half of next year, look for the SEC to put out what's known as an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking, potentially going to this idea of 6 months, scaling down what companies have to record on a quarterly basis, increasing what you have to do on a semi-annual basis. Now, if you follow the timelines, finalization is 2027. So again, this is not new. And at the end of the day, the SEC is not in the position of telling the White House no. So if this is something that President Trump wants to do, and I think Chairman Atkins, who isn't really, Paul Atkins, the chairman of the SEC, hasn't really talked about this, but he loves capital formation. I think this is something that he could get behind.
Fascinating. But Congress needs to have a say in this, right?
Well, if Congress wants to change the quarterly reporting mandate, they would have to get involved. But the SEC can say, look, just put in a one-pager every quarter that says, you good? Yeah, you're good. Now I'm simplifying here. But, you could scale down what the quarterly report says and increase what the semi-annual report is. And so the SEC does have a lot of flexibility here. And again, this is something that was floated back in 2018. But I will say is that the majority of the comments that came back in 2018 were against this move because a lot of investors in the buy-side community out here said, look, we want this transparency. NASDAQ ran a survey at the time, 138 companies. 75% of them, though, from the company perspective, like the idea.
Sure.
So, this is something that I definitely could see happen. And I would just say is that the SEC has plenty of time before the next administration, whether it's Republican or Democrat, to get this done.
This is like telling a congressman you only have to run every 3 years, right? You actually, the idea that you're constantly trying to prove your own worth as a company, as the president says here, China has a 50 to 100-year view on management of a company, whereas we run ours on a quarterly basis. Not good. But we want more information, not less, in our public markets, don't we?
It depends on who you are. Like if you're an investor or if you're looking
if you're an investor
or a market participant, you want as much information as you can get.
Sure.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why clients call us almost every day saying we want information. But from the company perspective, obviously, you don't get caught up in this idea of guidance and so forth.
You don't want to say anything you don't have to say.
And that's exactly what happened back in 2018. And it's really important to note here is that back in 2018, a lot of the companies came out and they said, look, we don't want to get rid of quarterly reports. We want to get rid of guidance. And there was a big letter signed by General Electric, Berkshire Hathaway, all these companies saying, let's get rid of guidance. So there's two issues here. But what President Trump is talking about is specifically those quarterly reports so that if these public companies didn't have to do it, maybe they take a long-term view. And I should note is that all my colleagues who sit in London right now, they're dealing with semi-annual reports. So it's something that the markets have already seen before.
What kind of questions or calls are you getting today? Is there outrage among investors? Nathan, is this really going to happen? What are they asking you?
They just really want to know what's going to happen here because, it's very rare very rare that you and I will have a conversation based off of a Truth Social Trump post. And then I'll say there's actually something there. And so, there is some there because, President Trump, look, he can just pick up the phone and order the SEC to do it. And yes, I know they're an independent agency, but like I said, the SEC generally doesn't tell the White House no.
Right.
But he did it through a Truth Social post. And so the SEC, if they're not going to do it right now, and look, I don't think they're working on it right now, but they're going to start working on it. And I think that there is something that's going to come out with this, but we'll have to see what the comments come out back and say in a year or so.
I'll ask you about the shutdown stuff here in a couple of moments because this is getting to be an interesting time that we're in. 15 days to go. You've been running odds, 40% shutdown. The closer we get, though, and the lack of dialogue between leaders has a lot of people wondering if maybe we're getting to be in a situation where it's unavoidable. Could we sleepwalk into a shutdown? Could we have a couple of days? Where's your head right now?
Well, anything can happen, but I'm still at 40%. Because,
you are?
Yeah, exactly. Because I was at 40% a couple weeks ago. I'm at 40% now because the increasing political rhetoric is anticipated. Look, they're not coming to get a deal on today's date. They're not going to get a deal by next week's date. A deal most likely will come on September 29th or right after September 30th. You know, and so this is just all part of the playbook.
Is it a clean CR?
I think it is,
Yeah?
because at the end of the day, the party that offers a clean CR is the one that has the high ground. And so if you come back, if the Republicans offer a clean-ish, I'll call it clean-ish CR, the Democrats, I don't think have an ability to come back and say no, especially when they're talking about an extension to mid-November. And, you know, even though there is some thought on the Republican side that you may not have the votes, I think ultimately they would be able to get the votes here because the Democrats don't really have an endgame strategy with this. And at the end of the day, and this is what I tell my clients, and this is probably the most, from the client perspective, the biggest question of ambiguity here is what happens if we get into a shutdown and the director of the OMB, Russ Vought, opens up his playbook. Is it, you know, just going back to what President Trump said on on the news this past weekend, he was telling Republicans they don't need Democrats to move forward here.
Right.
Now, I don't exactly know what he means by that because you need 60 votes to advance this. But if President Trump and the OMB have a plan to say, you know what, 95% of the government is essential and we'll just keep them open and ignore the Democrats, or 95% of the government is non-essential and send them all home and see what we can do in 6 months, I don't exactly envision how the Democrats are going to be able to strategize
And
against
if you and
that.
I are talking about this, Democrats are certainly talking about this on Capitol Hill, right? They know Stephen Meyer and Russ Vought is waiting for this to potentially happen. But I'm curious, in our remaining minute and a half, Nathan Dean, are you getting calls about Stephen Meyer? Are you getting calls about Lisa Cook? Or is everybody in a mode where they know that this week the outcome will be the same no matter what happens with these two?
Well, the calls on
자,
Stephen
현재
Meyer
진입
was
거기서
whether or not
끊어보도록
he'd be in
하겠습니다.
place
자,
for
수익
the
청산
tomorrow.
사인들입니다.
And the answer is
자,
he's going
1계약 기준 약
What I would just
10만
say
원,
is that, you know, if you think
5계약
about
기준
one
약
thing that the market is most
75만
fearful
원에서
of,
수익 청산
it's the
사인들입니다.
February reappointment of the FOMC voters, those regional bank presidents that are at the FOMC.
주문 청산이
The Fed governors
완료되었습니다.
have to reaffirm their positions. And if we get into a situation where the Fed leadership looks like that they're not going to reaffirm those regional bank presidents, I think that's when the market and my clients will start to get more scared.
Is that a selling event, though? How do you respond to something like that? Or is that a bond market story, not a stock story?
I think it's a
자,
bond market story.
17차 진입 비율
the
대기하도록
equities always
하겠습니다. 17차 진입 비율 대기하도록
Nathan,
하겠습니다.
thank you. No Fleece Fest this week. It got warm, right, in Washington.
자,
this
그리고
week.
장중에 나오는 실시간 뉴스들은
Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence. Look for the
아까 개량
podcast if
브리핑
you're
할 때
already
올려드린
subscribed to this
링크
one.
통해서 올려드리고
And, well, if
있으니
you're not, why not? You'll get
많은
Nathan's
참고
on Monday morning. The
부탁드리겠습니다.
call has resumed. We've got a breaker here on the terminal. LIRR Union asking President Trump for emergency board
장중에
and
나오는
labor talks. This is
뉴스들은
something that the engineer
개량
strike
브리핑 때 올려드린
potentially
채널에
could
올려드리고
be in place
있으니
next week. We'll have
많은
more on
관심
this. New York's
부탁드리겠습니다.
Long Island Railroad facing a potential strike and now asking President Trump for assistance. We'll have more on this ahead. In fact, we'll assemble our panel coming up next here on Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
자, 진입 사인드립니다. 다시 이전과 동일하게 자, 매수 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입 5계약 진입
확인
사인드립니다.
바랍니다.
진입가 285.75입니다. 285.75 매수 진입 사인드립니다. 자, 매수 5계약 진입가 24,185.75입니다. 현재 금일 거의 최고점에 있기 때문에 예상치 이탈 시에는 빠르게 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익권도 타이트하게 잡고 트레이딩 나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입 계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a number of headlines from the Bloomberg involving LIRR strike talks. Long Island Railroad engineers have voted, quote, overwhelmingly for a possible strike, according to the union, but it does say there will be no rail strike this week. The union also says it's going to do everything it can to avoid a strike, while also asking President Trump for an emergency board in labor talks. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all higher right now. We do have the Dow Jones Industrial Average advancing from earlier losses. Right now, the Dow up 36. That is a gain of under 0.1%. S&P trading at a record 66.15, up 31, up by about 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 192, higher by 0.9%. Our Mag 7 index is surging 2.1%, getting a lift from Tesla up by 5.5%. 10-year 4.03%, with the 2-year 3.53%. Gold up $35 the ounce, up now by 1%, and West Texas Intermediate crude up by 0.9%, 63.23 for a barrel of WTI. Anastasia Amoroso is Chief Investment Strategist for Private Wealth and Retirement at Partners Group USA. And on surveillance this morning, she told us rate cuts will help on the tariff front.
Obviously, tariffs are a cost for corporations. They're absorbing them in their margins, but what are they doing instead? They're maybe laying off workers, maybe they're not hiring workers, but if you can free up 75 basis points of interest expense, that can be used for other purposes, and that's the support for the economy.
Anastasia Amoroso of Partners Group interviewed on surveillance. The Fed begins its two-day meeting tomorrow with a decision coming up 2 o'clock Wall Street time Wednesday. And, of course, Jay Powell's news conference, 2:30 p.m. Wall Street time here on Bloomberg Radio. China has ruled that NVIDIA violated anti-monopoly laws with a high-profile 2020 deal, ratcheting up the pressure on Washington during sensitive trade negotiations. NVIDIA shares now higher, up just about 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks as we keep our attention focused on the great city of New York, where Charlie Pellet is. And we'll get back to Charlie around 1 o'clock, top of the hour here for another update on Wall Street. New York politics have captivated Washington. The president talks about it just about every day, the mayoral race specifically, referencing the communist, as he likes to say, who could become the next mayor of New York. That's why Donald Trump has become personally involved in the race, according to reports urging a couple of candidates, including the Republican Curtis Sliwa, to drop out so Andrew Cuomo can have a better chance. And polling data would suggest that he's right, would have a better chance in a one-on-one against Zoran Mamdani. That job may have just become more difficult with two pretty important endorsements. Of course, Mamdani is a democratic socialist, not a communist, and he could be a little more mainstream by the end of the day here when everybody hears about this. The governor of New York has jumped off the fence. Yes, Kathy Hochul endorsing Mr. Mamdani for mayor of New York City following months of questioning on this. An op-ed, here it is right in front of me here in the New York Times, a guest essay, I should call it. Kathy Hochul, why I am endorsing Zoran Mamdani. In the past few months, she says, I've had frank conversations with him. We've had our disagreements. But in our conversations, I've heard a leader who shares my commitment to a New York where children can grow up safe in their neighborhoods and where opportunity is within reach for every family. I heard a leader, she says, who is focused on making New York City affordable, a goal I enthusiastically support. This piece of writing, this important endorsement, follows some pretty tough talk and an endorsement as well from Senator Chris Van Hollen, the Democrat from Maryland. You've heard from him on this program before, speaking at a Democratic fundraiser in Iowa on Saturday night. Let's listen to Mr. Van Hollen.
It means supporting our Democratic nominee in New York City's mayoral race, Zoran Mamdani. He is focused on ensuring that people can afford to live in the place that they work. Donald Trump and New York's financial elites see that as a threat. Yet many Democratic members of the Senate and House representing New York have stayed on the sidelines. That kind of spineless politics is what people are sick of. They need to get behind him and get behind him now.
Spineless politics. Did he talk to Hakeem Jeffries before that speech? Maybe got a phone call from him after? He says the Democratic Party is not going to fix itself, and to shape its future, need to start winning races like this one. That's where we start with our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano is with us. I'm sure Jeannie has thoughts. Bloomberg Politics contributor, our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School Ash Center. Maura Gillespie is with us too, Republican strategist, founder of Blue Stack Strategies, and a veteran of John Boehner's Speaker's Office. Great to see you both here. Jeannie, is Chris Van Hollen right? Forget the Democratic Party isn't going to fix itself. Is this spineless politics, people waiting around on Mamdani?
Yeah, and you saw Jeffries hit him back by saying New Yorkers are asking Chris Van who, which is probably not fair either. All the while Donald Trump calling Mamdani little communist, which, Joe, I was going to ask you about, because it's not little, it's little with two Ds. And it confused me enormously, as I'm not a great interpreter of his truth posts. But, you know, there is a huge divide, obviously, in the Democratic Party.
자, 현재 지금 손절 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 손절 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
This is all happening while we've got Joe Manchin and Kamala
자,
Harris
손절 사인 드립니다. 현재 진입권 손절 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Figure out who they are going to be going forward into this midterm. And Chris
주문
Van Hollen
청산이
is out in
완료되었습니다.
Iowa. I think he thinks maybe the caucus will happen again out there, because he has been very clear that he has, you know, and maybe an interest in pursuing higher office, or certainly
자,
having a
이어서
role in
바로
that.
진입
And he
사인
is staking his
드리도록
claim as,
하겠습니다.
you
자,
know,
매도
a
진입 사인
traditional
드립니다.
moderate
자,
on the
계약서
fact that
5개 계약
Democrats
운영하도록
need to wake
하겠습니다.
up and recognize
자,
that
매도
all of
진입
the
5
energy
계약
of the Democratic Party
체결되었습니다.
right now is
확인
on the
바랍니다.
progressive side. And of course,
272.25입니다.
Kathy Hochul has woken up to that as
272.25.
well.
자,
You
매도
know,
진입
coming
사인
in at this
드립니다.
last moment, not particular explaining why she waited so long, but saying, you know what, this guy's going to win. You know, just like Donald Trump, these folks can read the polls, and the polls say if this is a four-man race going forward, Mamdani is going to sweep it. I mean, he even won Jeffries' district by like 12 points. So they can read the tea leaf. They know that they should push forward on this at this point. I think the question is, does it really make it difficult now for Jeffries, Schumer, and other leading New Yorkers
자, 현 시점에서 언제든지 큰 조정이 들어올 수 있기 때문에 매도 진입 사인
Donald
드렸습니다.
Trump on Truth Social to Jeannie's point.
자,
Governor
매도
Kathy Hochul of
진입권
New
길게
York has
보고
endorsed
대응
the little
이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
communist
자, 매도
LIDDLE.
진입 5개 계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
I didn't get the apostrophe. Zoran Mamdani running for mayor of New York. This is a rather shocking development, he says, and a very bad one for New York City. How can such a thing happen? Washington will be watching this situation very closely. No reason to be sending good money after bad, I guess implying that federal funding for New York City or for the state might be at risk. Maura, how are you reading this? Because Donald Trump, I still have a hard time thinking that Donald Trump wouldn't love Zoran Mamdani to be the mayor of New York. It would be a guaranteed foil for the rest of his term.
It's a little surprising given the fact that I equate what's happening in the Democratic Party under this Zoran Mamdani to be what happened to the Republicans when Donald Trump entered the race, when he decided to enter Republican politics, right? I mean, it's a real shakeup, and it's a decision for members to take a look and say, do I want to align myself with the unknown of Mamdani and with questionable things that he has said and done and things that, you know, he hasn't really defended very well? But do I see that as my political future? Kathy Hochul certainly does. Chris Van Hollen certainly does. And they've decided to double down with him. Kathy Hochul is looking at her own reelection. And even though just a matter of weeks ago, maybe even less, she said that it didn't really, you know, when asked about giving an endorsement, she says, well, it doesn't, you know, I represent all of New York. You know, I'm not even voting in that one. Referring to the mayoral race in New York City. So she brushed it off pretty, you know, clearly brushed it off. But now here she is with this piece coming out because she realizes it's tied to her own reelection, especially if Adams is out and Trump puts his ammo behind Cuomo. So it's just very telling to me about how Democrats decide to either take the case of what happened with Republicans under Trump, as a cautionary tale, or if they're going to dive in and double down with him.
What are you thinking about this, Jeannie? That's really interesting, Maura, and not the comparison I would have expected today. You pointed out the statement from Hakeem Jeffries' spokesman, Justin Chermel. Leader Jeffries will have more to say, he says, about the general election well in advance of November 4th. Meanwhile, confused New Yorkers are asking themselves this question: Chris Van who? Is this an inflection point for the Democratic Party? Jeannie, the way Maura is
tough. I think I agree with Maura. I would go back even further at the national level and say it's a bit like the choice Democrats had between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, when the establishment was much more behind Hillary Clinton in 2008, and Barack Obama seemed to come out of nowhere to many people and had a lot of energy. And whether you like Mamdani or not, he is a fabulous communicator. He's young, he's energetic. He really has his finger on the pulse, to Maura's point, of what particularly progressive New Yorkers and progressive Democrats, I should say, around the country feel. And he communicates in a way that, Andrew Cuomo doesn't and never would. And so, there's a lot of reasons I think Donald Trump, not to mention the fact he has a long relationship with Cuomo, but he really may be looking at Mamdani as something of a threat in a different way. I'm not sure this is going to be the be all or end all of the Democratic Party, where they choose who they line up with. But of course, this is the largest city in the country by far. It is a hugely, I think, one of the best cities in the country. And I'm, of course, biased. And we always watch this election to see what it portends for going forward in the midterm and the national cycle. And Democrats have to figure out how they are going to confront this very aggressive Republican Party. And after what's happened with Charlie Kirk, I think this is coming to be even more important. And I'm not saying Hochul's endorsement was tied to the Kirk issue, but so many Democrats are asking now, where do we go from here? And I think people do feel like they have to choose a direction. And Mamdani is offering a new direction, and that's very attractive to people, focused primarily, by the way, on economic issues, which is a huge concern.
Maura, you worked for a Speaker of the House at a very different time, and of course a different party. You worked for Republican Speaker John Boehner. But what do you make of this reaction from the man who wants to be Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries, being called out by a senator like this? Is this par for the course? You kind of thumb your nose at somebody from the upper chamber, or should Jeffries reconsider the state of the National Democratic Party here and be careful with his words?
I think it's a little poor form. I think I would hope that Chris Van Hollen would have had a conversation with Hakeem Jeffries, but it doesn't seem as though that happened. I think that, obviously, with my experience with working for John Boehner, the best approach is to handle things in-house and to deal with it internally. What's the Godfather rule? You keep it in the family. And so I always think that's a better policy to go by, because it just makes everyone look bad and look disorganized, and then creates a story that doesn't need to be a story. And so I think Donald Trump's going to just pounce on that. And I think for Hakeem Jeffries, he's trying to be the leader. He's also hoping to turn the 2026 midterms into a gavel for himself. And so when you do that, you're leader of the whole institution. You're not just the leader of the party. And I think he's taking that role and trying to rise above the fray of different things. And Chris Van Hollen is looking to run and galvanize more support and name recognition before a 28 run.
Just a minute left, Jeannie. How about the Godfather rule? Would it behoove Hakeem Jeffries to pour a glass of wine, maybe not the cigarette, and sit down with Mamdani?
Yeah, I like that, the Godfather role. Yeah, I think he absolutely should. I would be surprised if he hasn't already. The reality is, he has to try to win the House for the Democrats. That means big fundraisers need to contribute to the Democratic Party. So his base is very different from Mamdani's, but they have a lot in common that they agree on, and particularly beating Donald Trump. And so I do think they should, I don't know, have a beer together, or what do Godfathers drink, Joe? I have no idea. You'd know better. But
I think it's
wine.
A little Chianti would go a long way here. Yeah, big vintage. I was just reading about it on the terminal, 2021. We're super excited. This is a great panel. Jeannie and Maura will be back in our second hour. Thank you both for the insights on New York. We're going to be turning our attention back to Washington coming up here. Some missives from President Trump that could change the corporate reporting structure.
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 매도진입권 여기서 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 5개 약기준 약 150만원에서 수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 시장상 분석 후에 19차 진입뷰 대기 및 종료 사인 되도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 시장 상황 분석 후에 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 19차 진입 이어서 바로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입 5개야 진입 사인 드립니다.
체결되었습니다.
자,
확인 바랍니다.
269.75입니다. 269.75. 자, 매수 진입권 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 5개야 진입가 24,269.75입니다.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump says twice a year is enough. Welcome to the Monday edition as the president urges the SEC to stop requiring quarterly earnings reports instead of, in this case, twice a year, despite the law that says otherwise. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kriti Gupta, who's in for Kaylee today in Washington. Kriti, great to have you back with us here in the mix. This is something that may not work exactly the way the president wants to and could, in fact, require a change in the law.
Is there a tariff story embedded in here somewhere that if this is a transitory story, maybe if you report in 6 months instead of 3, gives you a little bit more time to work out those kinks? I don't know.
Maybe.
Just a theory.
I like where you're going there. The president's making a lot of news, though, via social media. Also today announcing the framework for a deal to save TikTok.
Yeah.
He says young people are going to be very excited about this. We don't know exactly what the framework is, though, or how this is going to work.
We don't know, but we do know that the last time we revisited this story, there were plenty of suitors.
Yep.
None, perhaps the richest man, I believe now is Larry Ellison over at Oracle,
Right.
which we know does the cloud or offers the cloud services for TikTok. So this is a market-moving story, not just one for the youth, as the president says.
Well, that's a good point, although we may have to wait a minute. The president's heading to the UK tomorrow, and he's not going to be speaking with President Xi until Friday. So we could have a few days to wait to really find out what's under the hood here. Scott Bessent announcing the framework of a deal, and we'll see if it leads to something larger. We're going to get an update from Tyler Kendall at the White House coming up in just a couple of moments. Creedy and Mike Shepard will talk to us about the TikTok deal. Also, Henrietta Levin will help to put this all together for us as we seek some answers to a lot of questions today.
Yeah, it's fascinating. This is the U.S. perspective. At the same time, in the last 24 hours, we've also heard that China, at the same time that they're talking about some deals, are also launching an antitrust probe on none other than NVIDIA.
Yeah, I think there might be some negotiations underway now, and everyone's trying to game the outcome. So we'll get to all of this, and there's, of course, stock reaction to what Creedy's talking about. We'll turn to Charlie Pellet for more on the markets right now. He's live at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie?
Hi, thank you very much, and happy Monday to you both. Right now we have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average just turning lower, down 7, little change. Perhaps the key takeaway here at midday, but the S&P keeps on going higher. Another record there. NASDAQ also advancing, another record as well. Right to the numbers with the S&P 500 index at 6609, up 25 points. That is a gain of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 7, little change. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 175, up by about 0.8%. Our Mag 7 Index is surging 2% right now. 10-year yield 4.03% with the 2-year, 3.53%. Gold up $37 the ounce. Spot gold now higher by 1%, $36.81 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, $63.29 a barrel. Bitcoin right now at 114,700. Bitcoin down by 1%. Tesla CEO Elon Musk making news this morning, buying about $1 billion worth of shares, sending the stock soaring. According to an SEC filing, the billionaire bought the shares indirectly through a revocable trust on September 12th. The purchase amounts to a show of confidence in Tesla's prospects after a challenging first half of the year in which vehicle deliveries slumped 13% worldwide. The Tesla shares, they are surging now by 5.1%. Again, recapping, the Dow trading lower, S&P, NASDAQ, they are both at records, S&P up by about 0.4%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kriti Gupta.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet will be back in about 20 minutes with another look at Wall Street as we make our way through this Monday. Thank you for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Connecting the dots between Washington and Wall Street, frequently our job today, and there's been a lot of news specifically coming out of the White House that has investors' attention. We're going to start talking in a moment with Mike Shepard about a potential TikTok deal, but it's in fact the corporate reporting structure, Creedy, that has people's attention today. Donald Trump on Truth Social suggesting that companies should only have to report twice a year instead of 4.
I mean, this truly is a blast from the past. I think I was listening to you in your last hour. This is a law from 1934 where tariffs were very much in the picture, except going in the opposite direction. So I'm curious what prompted this latest move.
The idea, of course, transparency. Investors want to have as much information as they can. But of course, in other cases, companies might have a different feel for that. But yes, it goes back to a law, 1934, and it's something that Donald Trump already suggested doing in 2018. The SEC began a review on this that brought us to this point now. And Tyler Kendall is watching this for us, live from the North Lawn of the White House with the latest on everything coming out of the administration today. Tyler, what do we know?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, you hit it. Really the big headline today coming from this post earlier this morning amid a slew of posts on Truth Social. But the one that caught our attention is President Trump saying that companies shouldn't be forced to deliver these earning reports on a quarterly basis, saying he prefers a 6-month schedule. Now, this proposal from the president isn't necessarily new. He did float it during his first term in 2018. And at the time, there actually was a public comment period put forth by the SEC, and our analysts point out that market participants actually said that they prefer the status quo, and ultimately any potential change didn't come to fruition. Our analysts at Bloomberg Intelligence, including our very own Nathan Dean, say that this does have a likelihood, though, and potentially could hit the books by 2027. Just looking at past views from the SEC chair, Paul Atkins, this does appear to be something that they could be open to, but any change wouldn't be immediate. And there's sort of two ways that they could go about this. One, it could require Congress, but the other and probably more logistically feasible option would be that the SEC would have to approve this. They Republicans currently hold a 3-1 majority there, but this isn't something that President Trump could do unilaterally. But I will point out one really important part of this post from President Trump, and I know you're going to dive into all the developments today later this hour, but President Trump tied this to our competition with China, and I think perhaps there could be a little bit of a timeline question here. Of course, President Trump's post coming as those negotiators are in Madrid, and it's clearly been on the president's mind. Joe and Creedy, of course, another big headline today from those Truth Social posts, President Trump announcing that he's going to own a phone call with Chinese President Xi Jinping on Friday.
자, 여기서 현재 진입권 끊어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 스위치만 사인드립니다. 현재 진입권 스위치만 사인드립니다.
And that's a Federal Reserve meeting. Is Lisa Cook going to be in that meeting or not? When do we find out, Tyler?
Well, that's going to be one of the big questions. We're waiting for an appeals court to rule potentially as soon as today. That's what the White House would like to see. They sort of put forward a last-ditch effort last night, a last-minute court filing to the court on Sunday night, asking them to rule on their appeal of the decision from a lower court judge that says that Lisa Cook can retain her position on the FOMC while the broader questioning of her firing plays out in court. We're going to have to see how that shakes out. If it doesn't go in the Trump administration's favor, they're very likely to appeal this to the Supreme Court. But as of now, she can attend that meeting. Perhaps the other question is whether or not Stephen Byron will be there pretty later today. The Senate is set to vote on his confirmation. He looks very likely to have a seat at the table. A senior Republican aide to leadership tells me the GOP is prepared to kick it into overdrive to get this done by today. Right now, we're tracking at about 8 p.m. Eastern vote.
Great to know. Tyler, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent.
자, 매도진입니다. 지니까 25.50입니다.
I'm Joe Matthew alongside Creedy Gupta in Washington. Keeping China in mind, we've seen a lot of headlines about TikTok. The president himself taking to Truth Social to talk about what could be the framework for a deal here, one that he was just talking about a short time ago, but it was the Treasury Secretary who actually hammered out this framework. He's overseas for talks. Let's listen to what Scott Bessent said this morning.
We have a framework for a TikTok deal.
자, 매도진의 풍계야. 지니까 2427.50 실시간 대응 우리가 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Friday to complete the deal, but we do have a framework for a deal with TikTok.
Of course, a framework is not a deal, and we try to figure out where we should, how we should define this and how we should frame this with the help of Michael Shepard. He's with us in Washington as well. Bloomberg senior editor for technology and strategic industries. Shep, what do we make of this? That's something we haven't talked about in a while. How would this be valued? And presumably the Chinese government would approve of this?
Well, they would have to approve.
Yeah.
The technology that ByteDance has developed and owned, that is the algorithm software that drives the recommendations to users that have made the app so appealing and so valuable, that's considered critical technology. And leadership in Beijing would have to sign off on any such deal. And ByteDance is also viewed as one of the national champions of China's tech economy. And so therefore, any big transaction involving that company and that sensitive technology would need to be blessed at a pretty senior level. And it is clearly going all the way up to Xi Jinping with the final details on this framework to be ironed out by the two leaders on Friday.
Let's talk about one of the national champions right here stateside, and that's NVIDIA. Because on the one hand, we're getting this olive branch, it feels like, or perhaps progress on the relationship between the United States and China. On the other hand, an antitrust probe on NVIDIA. What do we make of that?
Well, that is a big to be sure in this broader conversation about trade and the relationship between the U.S. and China. That on the one hand, while President Donald Trump is getting his wish for an agreement that would allow TikTok to continue operating within the U.S. and comply with the 2024 law that required to ByteDance to divest itself of those U.S. operations. On the other hand, we also have this antitrust probe of NVIDIA. It's unclear what the consequences of that will be. China has not spelled out what the penalties could be for NVIDIA, what it means in terms of NVIDIA's ambitions to start selling, I guess, a China-specific model of its advanced Blackwell AI chip. Remember, the U.S. had paused sales of the H20 from NVIDIA. This is the chip that was tailor-made to comply with previous U.S. restrictions on the sales of AI chips to China. That had been paused by Trump. It recently was allowed to resume. And yet now China has also expressed concerns about
주문 청산이
that
완료되었습니다.
accelerator and whether it could be sold in the market. So there was a lot of uncertainty surrounding NVIDIA's re-entry into sales of its AI products in the China market right now. And that is going to be another factor in the talks between Xi
자,
and
금요일
the
트레이딩
president.
여기서 종료하도록
Investors
하겠습니다.
have high hopes for that meeting right now. NVIDIA's down 49 cents. It's been down fractionally all day. You'd think maybe creating that might have a slightly more meaningful move. We saw bigger losses in the pre-market. Mike Shepard, thank you so much, Shep, as always, for the update here as we seek insights from Henrietta Levin, the senior fellow with the Freeman Chair in China Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, is with us right now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Henrietta, thanks for joining us as we look back at Donald Trump's post on Truth Social about China. He says the big trade meeting in Europe between the U.S. and China has gone very well. He talks about the TikTok deal in here without actually mentioning the company. He says a company young people in our country will very much want to save. And he says the relationship between the U.S. and China remains a very strong one. Is that how you see it?
I may see a little more, let's say, dynamism in the U.S.-China relationship over strength. But thank you so much for having me. I think it is interesting. I mean, even when we think about how Secretary Bessent described exactly those trade talks, he seemed to say they didn't talk much about trade, that this was mostly about this TikTok framework deal. And even that alone speaks to, I think, some of the significant obstacles that stand in the way of a more stable U.S.-China relationship.
Henrietta, Xinhua, a Chinese newspaper, had put out the idea that part of those trade negotiations was bringing down barriers of investment to Chinese investors. Is the United States ready for more Chinese investment when it's been such a sticking point up till now?
Well, President Trump has expressed strong opposition and support for Chinese investment in the United States, at some times seeming to encourage Chinese investment and at other times describing it as a national security risk. And so I think that's part of why we're all watching so closely what this call between President Xi and President Trump that Secretary Bessent promised on Friday. If it happens, the Chinese have not confirmed it, but if it happens, that would be a very significant moment in the relationship because clearly Trump's mood, his perspective on his personal relationship with Xi can make a big difference in which direction he chooses to go among these somewhat conflicting China strategies that he seems to be pursuing, sometimes at the same time.
Well, I'm confused, Henrietta, because there was another Truth post from just 2 days ago in which the President of the United States called on European nations to stop buying oil from Russia. He says he's going to hold off on secondary sanctions until then. And in that same post, he says, I believe this plus NATO as a group, placing 50 to 100% tariffs on China to be fully withdrawn after the war with Russia and Ukraine has ended, will also be a great help in ending this deadly but ridiculous war. He goes on to say China has strong control, even grip over Russia, and these powerful tariffs will break that grip. Which side of his mouth is he talking out of here when he prepares to talk with President Xi on Friday? You can't have both, can you?
It's a very difficult needle to thread. It is good to hear President Trump raising concerns about China's decisive role in Russia's ability to continue fighting the war in Ukraine. China's systematic support for Russia in terms of financial support, evading U.S. sanctions, economic support, its support for the Russian military as well. I mean, this is what Putin needs to continue replenishing his forces when he takes battlefield losses. And so it's an important issue. It's hard to know whether President Trump is making a serious push in the G7 on this. I tend to think if he was serious, he'd be talking about financial sanctions, especially on Chinese banks, measures the Europeans have already started to move ahead with, those banks that are responsible for actually processing the transactions that allow Chinese goods to get to the Russian military. I think that would be a really important step. I worry that this talk about tariffs may not be serious. It may be intended more as short-term leverage in Trump's effort to get a better deal with China on unrelated issues. We've seen the U.S. is unable to sustain very high levels of tariffs on China, in part because China has so effectively retaliated with the choke points on rare earth exports. And so it's difficult to see how this would play out differently now that we're having the conversation in a G7 context.
Henrietta, I love that you hit that because it feels like one of the big narratives as well swirling around is that China has been preparing for this reality for months, years, if not decades, of kind of weaning themselves off economically of the American consumer. Ultimately, is China in a position where they can digest and continue to operate with 100% tariffs placed on them by President Trump?
I think that China's making the bet, and they may be right, that they can last longer. If Trump moves ahead with 100% tariffs, China retaliates with its own equal tariff rate, as well as we have to assume another round of restrictions on the export of rare earth magnets, earth materials. China thinks that they will hurt, they will take economic losses, but they'll take less than the U.S., and they think that politically they can absorb those losses longer and better than America can. And so they feel like they have the upper hand in any of these conversations around tariffs.
Assuming this meeting takes place on Friday, how low should our expectations be?
Always low. But it's still important. Whenever the leader of the United States and China speak, that's an important moment in the relationship, especially now that President Trump has taken such a personalized approach to U.S.-China relations. And of course, President Xi, for his part, has assumed an unprecedented degree of power within the Chinese political system. So it's important that they talk. It'll also be interesting to see how they both describe what was discussed. We remember the last time Trump and Xi spoke, the readouts from the two sides looked like they were referring to totally different conversations. And so that said to me that even though, it's good that they're talking, if they don't agree what they're talking about, that itself can become a point of tension down the line in the relationship.
Mm-hmm. Really great to have you with us. Henrietta Levin, Senior Fellow, Freeman Chair in China Studies at CSIS. Don't be a stranger. We appreciate your view. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kriti Gupta in Washington as we unpack the weekend and a very busy morning for the president on social media. Much more to follow with our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Maura Gillespie are with us today. They're up next as we turn our attention to what's happening in the Middle East. You'll only find it here on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow lower, S&P well off session highs, still in the green, trading at a record. NASDAQ is also at a record right now. Here's where we stand. Dow Industrials down 34, down 0.1%. S&P up 20. That is a gain of 0.3%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 160, an advance of 0.7%. Our Mag 7 index up now by 1.9%. Tesla leading the way higher there. Tesla shares, they are surging 5.3%. 10-year 4.02% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.53%. Gold is up $36 the ounce. That's an advance of 1%, $36.79. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, $63.33 for a barrel of WTI. Right now, we've got Bitcoin lower by 1%. Bitcoin 114,720. Google shares are pushing higher. Alphabet, right now we've got Alphabet up by 3.3%. Now has a market cap of just over $3 trillion. The stock has soared more than 70% off its April low. Alphabet joins a short list of other companies valued above $3 trillion, with NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Apple as the only other publicly traded stocks above that level. Again, Alphabet shares up now by 3.3%, Alphabet $249.45. Among some of the other names I mentioned, NVIDIA down 0.3%. We've got Microsoft up by 0.5%, and Apple is advancing now by 0.7%. Locomotive engineers for New York's Long Island Railroad have approved a potential strike in a fight for higher wages, inching the nation's largest commuter rail line closer to a shutdown. On the topic we're covering right here on Balance of Power, President Trump says he will be speaking Friday with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kriti Gupta.
Charlie Pellet, thank you as always. We'll get back to Charlie in about 20 minutes for the latest on the Monday trade. Indeed, I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kriti Gupta in for Kaylee Lines today on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, unpacking a lot of headlines. It's been a pretty busy Monday here in Washington, D.C., even as lawmakers prepare to get back to work here. The president has been feeding the beast. We spent a lot of time toward the end of last week, Kriti, talking about the incursion into Polish airspace that Russia provoked with a massive drone swarm and actually forced Poland and allies to shoot down those drones, raising new questions again about security on the eastern front of NATO. Poland is a country that we've been watching very closely alongside Ukraine in this war with Russia.
They've absorbed a lot of the refugees that have been coming out of Ukraine, fleeing the warfare there. They've also, since that incident, invoked Article 4, which requires military consultations about how to proceed should they need to take more active steps beyond just shooting down the drones.
Right.
In the meantime, over the weekend, we also heard from Romania having a similar experience.
Yeah, that Article 4 was a critical development for Poland, of course, knowing the role that it plays in NATO, and of course, its geography with relation to Ukraine. It is also the feedstock for weapon shipments to Ukraine. This is the pathway to get to Kyiv. So we think about Poland in a certain regard when it comes to geopolitics, but when it comes to economics, this is a really interesting piece here that Matthew